Chapter 19 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hans Coetzee comes to Pretoria. Once he had turned the corner, John's recovery was rapid, naturally of a vigorous constitution. When the artery had reunited, he soon made up for the great loss of blood which he had undergone, and in a little more than a month from the date of his wound physically was almost as good a man as ever. One morning, it was the 20th of March, Jess and he were sitting in the palatial garden. John was lying in a lone cane-decked chair that Jess had borrowed or stolen out of one of the deserted houses, and smoking a pipe. By his side, in a hole in the flat arm of the chair, fashioned originally to receive a soda-water tumbler, was a great bunch of purple grapes, which she had gathered for him, and on his knees lay a copy of that journalistic curiosity, the News of the Camp, which was chiefly remarkable for its utter dearth of news. It was not easy to run a journal in a beleaguered town. They sat in silence, John puffing away at his pipe, and Jess her work, one of his socks lying idly upon her knees, her hands clasped over it, and her eyes fixed upon the lights and shadows that played with broad fingers upon the wooded slopes beyond. So silently did they sit that a great green lizard came and basked himself in the sun within a yard of them, and a beautiful striped butterfly perched deliberately upon the purple grapes. It was a delightful day and a delightful spot. They were too far from the camp to be disturbed by its rude noise, and the only sounds that reached their ears were the rippling of running water and the whispers of the wind, odorous with the breath of mimosa blooms as it stirred the stiff grey leaves on the blue gums. They were seated in the shade of the little house that Jess had learned to love as she had never loved a spot before, but around them lay the flood of sunshine, shimmering like golden water, and beyond the red line of the fence at the end of the garden, where the rich pomegranate bloom tried to blush the roses down, the hot air danced merrily above the rough stone wall, like a million microscopic elves at play. Peace, everywhere was peace, and in it the full heart of nature beat out in radiant life, peace in the voice of the turtle doves among the willows, peace in the play of the sunshine and the murmur of the wind, peace in the growing flowers and hovering butterfly. Jess looked out at the wealth and glory which were spread before her, and thought that it was like heaven. Then, giving way to the melancholy strain in her nature, she began to wonder idly how many human beings had sat and thought the same things, and had been gathered up into the azure of the past and forgotten, and how many would sit and think there when she in her turn had been utterly swept away into that gulf whence no echo ever comes. But what did it matter? The sunshine would still flood the earth with gold, the water would ripple and the butterflies hover, and there would be other women to sit and fold their hands and consider them, thinking the same identical thoughts beyond which our human intelligence cannot travel, and so on for thousands upon thousands of centuries, till at last the old world reaches its journey's appointed end, and passing from the starry spaces is swallowed up with those it bore. And she, where would she be? Would she still live on, and love and suffer elsewhere, or was it all a cruel myth? Was she merely a creature bred of the teeming earth, or had she an individuality beyond the earth? What awaited her after sunset? Sleep. She had often hoped that it was sleep, and nothing but sleep, but now she did not hope that. Her life had centered itself around a new interest, and one that she felt could never die while that life lasted. She hoped for a future now, for if there was a future for her, there would be one for him, and then her day would come, and where he was, there she would be also. Oh, sweet mockery, old and unsubstantial thought, bright dream, set halo-wise about the dull head of life. Who has not dreamt it, but who can believe in it? And yet who shall say that it is not true? Though philosophers and scientists smile and point in derision to the gross facts and freaks that mark our passions, is it not possible that there may be a place where the love shall live when the lust has died, and where Jess will find that she has not sat in vain in the sunshine, throwing out her pure heart towards the light of a happiness and a vision glory whereof, for some few minutes, the shadows seemed to lie within her. John had finished his pipe, and although she did not know it, was watching her face, which now, when she was off her guard, was no longer impassive, but seemed to mirror the tender and glorious hope that was floating through her mind. Her lips were slightly parted, and her wide eyes were full of a soft, strange light, while on the whole countenance was stamped a look of eager thought and spiritualized desire, such as he had known portrayed in ancient masterpieces upon the face of the Virgin Mother. Except as regards her eyes and hair, Jess was not even a good-looking person, but at that moment John thought that her face was touched with a diviner beauty than he had yet seen on the face of woman. It thrilled him and appealed to him, not as Bessie's beauty had appealed, but to that other side of his nature of which Jess alone could turn the key. It was more like the face of a spirit than that of a human being, and it almost frightened him to see it. "Jess," he said at last, "what are you thinking of?" She started, and her face resumed its normal expression. It was as though a mask had been suddenly set upon it. "Why do you ask?" she said. "Because I want to know. I never saw you look like that before." She laughed a little. "You would call me foolish if I told you what I was thinking about. Never mind, it is gone wherever thoughts go. I will tell you what I am thinking about now, which is that it is about time we got out of this place. My uncle and Bessie must be half distracted. We've had more than 2 months of it now. The relieving column can't be far off," suggested John, for these foolish people in Pretoria laboured under a firm belief that one fine morning they would be gratified with a vision of the light dancing down a long line of British bayonets and of Boers evaporating in every direction like storm clouds before the sun. Jess shook her head. She was beginning to lose faith in relieving columns that never came. "If we don't help ourselves, my opinion is that we may stop here till we are starved out, which in fact we are. However, it's no use talking about it, so I'm off to fetch our rations. Let's see, have you everything you want?" "Everything, thanks." "Well, then mind you stop quiet till I come back." "Why," laughed John, "I'm as strong as a horse." "Possibly, but that is what the doctor said, you know. Goodbye." And Jess took her big basket and started on what John used feebly to call her rational undertaking. She had not gone 50 paces from the door before she suddenly caught sight of a familiar form, seated on a familiar pony. The form was fat and jovial-looking, and the pony was small but also fat. It was Hans Coetzee, none other. Jess could hardly believe her eyes. Old Hans in Pretoria, what could it mean? Oom Coetzee," she called as he came ambling past her, evidently heading for the Heidelberg road. The old Boer pulled up his pony and gazed around him in a mystified fashion. "Here, Oom Coetzee, here." "Allemachte," he said, jerking his pony round. "It's you, Missy Jess, is it? Now who would have thought of seeing you here?" "Who would have thought of seeing you here?" she answered. Yes, it seems strange. I dare say that it seems strange. But I am a messenger of peace, like Uncle Noah's dove in the ark, you know. The fact is," and he glanced round to see if anybody was listening, "I've been sent by the government to arrange about an exchange of prisoners." "The government? What government?" "What government? Why, the triumvirate, of course. Whom may the Lord bless and prosper, as he did Jonah when he walked on the wall of the city." "Joshua, when he walked round the wall of the city," suggested Jess. "Jonah walked down the whale's throat." "Ah, to be sure, so he did, and blew a trumpet inside. I remember now, though I am sure I don't know how he did it. The fact is that our glorious victories have quite confused me. Ah, what a thing it is to be a patriot. The dear Lord makes strong the arm of the patriot, and takes care that he hits his man well in the middle." "You have turned wonderfully patriotic all of a sudden, Oom Coetzee," said Jess tartly. "Yes, Missy, yes. I'm a patriot to the bone of my back. I hate the English government. Damn the English government. Let us have our land back and our Volksraad. Almighty, I saw who was in the right at Lang's Neck there. Ah, those poor Rohrbotches. I killed 4 of them myself, 2 as they came up and 2 as they ran away, and the last one went head over heels like a buck. Poor man! I cried for him afterwards. I did not like going to fight at all, but Frank Muller sent to me and said that if I did not go he would have me shot. Ah, he is a devil of a man, that Frank Muller. So I went, and when I saw how the dear Lord had put it into the heart of the English general to be a bigger fool even that day than he is every day, and to try and drive us out of Lang's Neck with 1,000 of his poor Roa Botches, then I tell you, I saw where the right lay, and I said, damn the English government. What is the English government doing here? And after in go-go, I said it again. Never mind all that, Coetzee, broke in Jess. I've heard you tell a different tale before, and perhaps you will again. How are my uncle and my sister? Are they at the farm? Almighty, you don't suppose that I have been there to see, do you? But yes, I've heard they are there. It is a nice place, that Moafantian, and I think that I shall buy it when we have turned all you English people out of the land. Frank Muller told me that they were there, and now I must be getting on, or that devil of a man, Frank Muller, will want to know what I have been about. Coetzee, said Jess, will you do something for me? We are old friends, you know, and once I persuaded my uncle to lend you £500 when all your oxen died of the lung sick. Yes, yes, it shall be paid back one day, when we have hunted the damned Englishman out of the country. And he began to gather up his reins preparatory to riding off. Will you do me a favour? Said Jess, catching the pony by the bridle. What is it, Missy? I must be getting on. That devil of a man, Frank Muller, is waiting for me with the prisoners at the Rue Hues Kraal. I want a pass for myself and Captain Neal, and an escort. We wish to go home. The old Boer held up his fat hands in amazement. Almighty, he said, it is impossible. A pass? Who ever heard of such a thing? Come, I must be going. It is not impossible, Uncle Coetzee, as you know, said Jess. Listen, if I get that pass, I will speak to my uncle about the £500. Perhaps he would not want it all back again. Ah, said the Boer. Well, we are old friends, Missy, and never desert a friend. That is my saying. Almighty, I must ride 100 miles. I will swim through blood for a friend. Well, well, I must see. It depends upon that devil of a man, Frank Muller. Where are you to be found? In the White House yonder? Good, tomorrow the escort will come in with the prisoners, and if I can get it, they will bring the pass. But, Missy, remember the £500. If you do not speak to your uncle about that, I shall be even with him. Almighty, what a thing it is to have a good heart, and to love to help your friends. Well, good day, good day. And off he cantered on his fat pony, his broad face shining with a look of unutterable benevolence. Jess cast a look of contempt after him, and then went on towards the camp to fetch the rations. When she returned to the palatial, she told John what had taken place, and suggested that it would be as well, in case there should be a favourable reply to her request, to have everything prepared for a start. Accordingly the cart was brought down, and stood outside the palatial, where John unscrewed the patent caps and filled them with castor oil, and ordered Mouty to keep the horses, which were all in health, though poor from want of proper food, well within hail. Meanwhile old Hans pursued the jerky tenor of his way for an hour or so, till he came in sight of a small red house. Presently from the shadow in front of the red house emerged a rider, mounted on a powerful black horse. The horseman, a stern, handsome, bearded man, put his hand above his eyes to shade them from the sun, and gazed up the road. Then he seemed suddenly to strike his spurs into the horse, for the animal bounded forward swiftly, and came sweeping towards Hans at a hard gallop. Ah, it is that devil of a man, Frank Muller, ejaculated Coetzee. Now I wonder what he wants. I always feel cold down the back when he comes near me. By this time the plunging black horse was being reined up alongside of his pony so sharply that it reared till its great hoofs were pawing the air within a few inches of Hans' head. Almighty, said the old man, tugging his pony round. Be careful, nephew, be careful. I do not wish to be crushed like a beetle. Frank Muller, for it was he, smiled. He had made his horse rear purposely, in order to frighten the old man, whom he knew to be an arrant coward. Why have you been so long, and what have you done with the Englishman? You should have been back half an hour ago. And so I should have, nephew, and so I should if I had not been detained. Surely you did not suppose that I would linger in the accursed place? Bah! And he spat upon the ground. It stinks of Englishmen. I cannot get the taste of them out of my mouth. You are a liar, Uncle Coetzee, was the cool answer. English with the English, Boer with the Boer. You blow neither hot nor cold. Be careful lest I show you up. I know you and your talk. Do you remember what you were saying to the Englishman Neal in the inn-yard at Wackerstroom when you turned and saw me? I heard, and I do not forget. You know what happens to a land betrayer. Hans' teeth positively chattered, and his florid face blanched with fear. "What do you mean, nephew?" he asked. I mean nothing. I was only speaking a word of warning to you as a friend. I've heard things said about you by—" and he dropped his voice and whispered a name, at the sound of which poor Hans turned whiter than ever. "Well," went on his tormentor, when he had sufficiently enjoyed his terror, "what sort of terms did you make in Pretoria?" "Oh, good, nephew, good," he gabbled, delighted to find a fresh subject. "I found the Englishmen supple as a tanned skin. They will give up their 12 prisoners for our 4. The men are to be in by 10 tomorrow. I told their commandant about Lang's Neck and Ngogo, and he would not believe me. He thought I lied like himself. They are getting hungry there now. I saw a Hottentot I knew, and he told me that their bones were beginning to show." "They will be through the skin before long," muttered Frank. "Well, here we are at the house. The general is there. He has just come up from Heidelberg, and you can make your report to him. Did you find out about the Englishman, Captain Neal? Is it true that he is dead?" "No, he is not dead. By the way, I met Omcroft's niece, the dark one. She is shut up there with the captain, and she begged me to try and get them a pass to go home. Of course I told her that it was nonsense, and that they must stop and starve with the others." Muller, who had been listening to this last piece of information with intense interest, suddenly checked his horse and answered, "Did you? Then you are a bigger fool than I thought you. Who gave you authority to decide whether they should have a pass or not?" End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The great man. Completely overcome by this last remark, Hans collapsed like a jellyfish out of water, and reflected in his worthless old heart that Frank Muller was indeed a devil of a man. By this time they had reached the door of the little house, and were dismounting, and in another minute Hans found himself in the presence of one of the leaders of the rebellion. He was a short, ugly person of about 55, with a big nose, small eyes, straight hair, and a stoop. The forehead, however, was good, and the whole face betrayed a keenness and ability far beyond the average. The great man was seated at a plain deal table, writing something with evident difficulty upon a dirty sheet of paper, and smoking a very large pipe. "Sit, Heron, sit," he said when they entered, waving the stem of his pipe towards a deal bench. Accordingly they sat down without even removing their hats, and pulling out their pipes, proceeded to light them. "How in the name of God do you spell Excellency?" asked the general presently. "I've spelt it in 4 different ways, and each one looks worse than the last." Frank Muller gave the required information. Hans, in his heart, thought he spelt it wrong, but he did not dare to say so. Then came another pause, only interrupted by the slow scratching of a quill across the dirty paper, during which Hans nearly went to sleep, for the weather was very hot, and he was tired with his ride. "There," said the writer, presently, gazing at his handwriting with an almost childish air of satisfaction, "that is done. A curse on the man who invented writing. Our fathers did very well without it. Why should not we? Though, to be sure, it is useful for treaties with the Kaffirs. I don't believe you have told me right now about the Excellency, nephew. Well, it will have to serve. When a man writes such a letter as that to the representative of the English Queen, he needn't mind his spelling. It will be swallowed with the rest." And he leaned back in his chair and laughed softly. "Now, Mynheer Coetzee, what is it? Ah, I know. The prisoners. Well, what did you do?" Hans told his story, and was rambling on when the general cut him short. "So, cousin, so you talk like an ox wagon, rumble and creak and jolt, a devil of a noise and turning of wheels, but very little progress. They will give up their 12 prisoners for our 4, will they? That is about a fair proportion. No, it is not, though. 4 Boers are better than 12 Englishmen any day. Aye, better than 40." And he laughed again. "Well, the men shall be sent in as you arranged. They will help to eat up their last biscuits. Good day, cousin. Stop, though. one word before you go. I've heard about you at times, cousin. I've heard it said that you cannot be trusted, and I don't know if that is so. I don't believe it myself. Only listen. If it should be true, and I should find you out by God, I will have you cut into rimpus with after ox shambox, and then shoot you and send in your carcass as a present to the English. As he spoke thus, he leaned forward, brought down his fist upon the deal table with a bang that produced a most unpleasant effect upon poor Hans's nerves, and a cold gleam of sudden ferocity flickered in the small eyes, very discomforting for a timid man to behold, however innocent he knew himself to be. I swear, he began to babble. Swear not at all, cousin. You are an elder of the church. There is no need for it. Besides, I told you I did not believe it of you. Only I've had 1 or 2 cases of this sort of thing lately. No, never mind who they were. You will not meet them about again. Good day, cousin, good day. Forget not to thank the Almighty God for our glorious victories. He will expect it from an elder of the church. Poor Hans departed crestfallen, feeling that the days of him who tries, however skilfully and impartially, to sit upon 2 stools at once, are not happy days, and sometimes threaten to be short ones. And supposing that the Englishmen should win after all, as in his heart he hoped they might, how should he then prove that he had hoped it? The general watched him waddle through the door from under his pent brows, a half-humorous, half-menacing expression on his face. A windbag, a coward, a man without a heart for good or for evil. Bah, nephew, that is Hans Coetzee. I've known him for years. Well, let him go. He would sell us if he could, but I have frightened him now. And what is more, if I see reason, he shall find I never bark unless I mean to bite. Well, enough of him. Let me see, have I thanked you yet for your share in Majuba? Ah, that was a glorious victory. How many were there of you when you started up the mountain? 80 men. And how many at the end? 170, perhaps a few more. And how many of you were hit? 3, 1 killed, 2 wounded, and a few scratches. Wonderful, wonderful. It was a brave deed, and because it was so brave it was successful. He must have been mad, that English general. Who shot him? Brian Bach. Colley held up a white handkerchief in his hand, and Brian Bach fired, and down went the general of a heap, and then they all ran helter-skelter down the hill. Yes, it was a wonderful thing. They could have beat us back with their left hand. That is what comes of having a righteous cause, uncle. The general smiled grimly. That is what comes of having men who can shoot, and who understand the country and are not afraid. Well, it is done, and well done. The stars in their courses have fought for us, Frank Muller, and so far we have conquered. But how is it to end? You are no fool. Tell me, how will it end? Frank Muller rose and walked twice up and down the room before he answered. Shall I tell you? He asked, and then, without waiting for a reply, went on. It will end in our getting the country back. That is what this armistice means. There are thousands of Ruabachis. They are at the neck. They cannot therefore be waiting for soldiers. They are waiting for an opportunity to yield, uncle. We shall get the country back, and you will be president of the republic. The old man took a pull at his pipe. You have a long head, Frank, and it has not run away with you. The English government is going to give in. The stars in their courses continue to fight for us. The English government is as mad as its officers. They will give in. But it means more than that, Frank. I will tell you what it means. It means, and again he let his heavy hand fall upon the deal table, the triumph of the Boer throughout South Africa. Bah, Burgers was not such a fool after all when he talked of his great Dutch Republic. I've been twice to England now, and I know the Englishman. I could measure him for his Weltschouwens. Shoes. He knows nothing, nothing. He understands his shop. He is buried in his shop, and can think of nothing else. Sometimes he goes away and starts a shop in other places, and buries himself in it, and makes it a big shop, because he understands shops. But it is all a question of shops, and if the shops abroad interfere with the shops at home, or if it is thought that they do, which comes to the same thing, then the shops at home put an end to the shops abroad. Bah, they talk a great deal there in England, but at the bottom of it, it is shop, shop, shop. They talk of honour and patriotism too, but they both give way to the shop. And I tell you this, Frank Muller, it is the shop that has made the English, and it is the shop that will destroy them. Well, so be it. We shall have our slice. Africa for the Afrikanders. The Transvaal for the Transvaalers first, then the rest. Shepstone was a clever man. He would have made it all into an English shop, with the black men for shop boys. We have changed all that, but we ought to be grateful to Shepstone. The English have paid our debts. They have eaten up the Zulus, who would otherwise have destroyed us, and they have let us beat them, and now we are going to have our turn again, and as you say, I shall be the first president. Yes, uncle, replied the younger man calmly, and I shall be the second. The general looked at him. You are a bold man, he said, but boldness makes the man and the country. I dare say you will. You have the head, and one clear head can turn many fools, as the rudder does the ship, and guide them when they are turned. I dare say that you will be president one day. Yes, I shall be president, and when I am, I will drive the Englishmen out of South Africa. This I will do with the help of the Natal Zulus. Then I will destroy the natives, as T'Chaka destroyed, keeping only enough for slaves. That is my plan, uncle. It is a good one. It is a big one. I'm not certain that it is a good one, but good or bad, who shall say? You may carry it out, nephew, if you live. A man with brains and wealth may carry out anything if he lives. But there is a God. I believe, Frank Muller, that there is a God, and I believe that God sets a limit to a man's doings. If he is going too far, God kills him. If you live, Frank Muller, you will do these things, but perhaps God will kill you. Who can say? You will do what God wills, not what you will. The elder man was speaking seriously now. Muller felt that this was none of the whining cant people in authority among the Boers find it desirable to adopt. It was what he thought, and it chilled Muller, in spite of his pretended skepticism, as the sincere belief of an intellectual man, however opposite to our own, is apt to chill us into doubt of ourselves and our opinions. For a moment his slumbering superstition awoke, and he felt half afraid. Between him and that bright future of blood and power lay a dark gulf. Suppose that gulf should be death, and the future nothing but a dream, or worse. His face fell as the idea occurred to him, and the general noticed it. Well, he went on, he who lives will see. Meanwhile you have done good service to the state, and you shall have your reward, cousin, if I am president. He laid emphasis on this, the meaning of which his listener did not miss. If by the support of my followers I become president, I will not forget you. And now I must upsaddle and ride back. I want to be at Lang's Neck in 60 hours, to wait for General Wood's answer. You will see about the sending in of those prisoners, and he knocked out his pipe and rose. By the way, mynheer, said Muller, suddenly adopting a tone of respect, I have a favour to ask. What is it, nephew? I want to pass for 2 friends of mine, English people in Pretoria, to go down to their relations in Wackerstroom district. They sent a message to me by Hans Coetzee. I don't like giving passes, answered the general with some irritation. You know what it means, letting out messengers. I wonder you ask me. It is a small favour, mynheer, and I do not think that it will matter. Pretoria will not be besieged much longer. I'm under an obligation to the people. Well, as you like, but if any harm comes of it, you will be held responsible. Write the pass. I will sign it. Frank Muller sat down and wrote and dated the paper. Its contents were simple. Pass the bearers unharmed. That is big enough to drive a wagon along, said the general when it was handed to him to sign. It might mean all Pretoria. I'm not certain if there are 2 or 3 of them, answered Muller carelessly. Well, you are responsible. Give me the pen. And he scrawled his big coarse signature on the paper. I propose, with your permission, to escort the cart down with 2 other men. As you are aware, I go to take over the command of the Wackerstroom district tomorrow. Very good. It is your affair. You are responsible. I shall ask no questions, provided your friends do no harm to the cause. And he left the room without another word. When the great man had gone, Frank Muller sat down again on the bench and looked at the pass, and communed with himself, for he was far too wise to commune with anybody else. The Lord hath delivered mine enemy into mine hand, he said with a smile, and stroked his golden beard. Well, I will not waste his merciful opportunities, as I did that day, out buck-shooting. And then for Bessie, I suppose I shall have to kill old Croft too. I'm sorry for that, but it can't be helped. Besides, if anything should happen to Jess, Bessie will take Muafontein, and that is worth having. Not that I want more land. I have enough. Yes, I will marry her. It would serve her right if I didn't, but after all, marriage is more respectable. Also, one has more hold of a wife. Nobody will interfere for her. Then she will be of use to me by and by, for a beautiful woman is a power even among these fellow countrymen of mine. If only a man knows how to bait his lines with her. Yes, I shall marry her. Bah, that is the way to win a woman. by capture, and what is more, they like it. It makes her worth winning, too. It will be a courtship of blood. Well, the kisses will be the sweeter, and in the end she will love me the more for what I have dared for her. So, Frank Muller, so, 10 years ago you said yourself, there are 3 things worth having in the world. First, wealth. Secondly, women, if they take your fancy, or better still, one woman, if you desire her above all others. Thirdly, power. Now you have got the wealth, for one way or another you are the richest man in the Transvaal. In a week you will have the woman you love, and who is sweeter to you than all the world besides. In 5 years' time you will have the power, absolute power. That old man is clever. He will be president. But I am cleverer. I shall soon take his seat thus. And he rose and seated himself in the general's chair. And he will go down a step and take mine. And then I will reign. My tongue shall be honey, and my hand iron. I will pass over the land like a storm. I will drive these English out with the help of the Kaffirs, and then I will kill the Kaffirs and take their country. Ah!" And his eyes flashed and his nostrils dilated as he said it to himself. "Then life will be worth living. What a thing is power! What a thing it is to be able to destroy! Take that Englishman, my rival. Today he is well and strong. In 3 days he will be gone utterly. And I shall have sent him away. That is power. But when the time comes that I have only to stretch up my hand to send thousands after him, that will be absolute power. And then with Bessie I shall be happy." And so he dreamed on for an hour or more, till at last the fumes of his untutored imagination actually drowned his reason in a spiritual drunkenness. Picture after picture rose and unrolled itself before his mind's eye. He saw himself as president addressing the Volksraad and compelling it to his will. He saw himself the supreme general of a great host, defeating the forces of England with awful carnage and driving them before him. Aye, he even selected the battleground on the slopes of the Biggersberg in Natal. Then he saw himself again sweeping the natives out of South Africa with the relentless besom of his might, and ruling unquestioned over a submissive people. And last of all he saw something glittering at his feet. It was a crown. This was the climax of his dream. Then there came an anticlimax. The rich imagination which had been leading him on as a gaudy butterfly does a child suddenly changed colour and dropped to earth, and there rose up in his mind the memory of the general's words. God sets a limit to a man's doings. If he is going too far, God kills him. The butterfly had settled on a coffin. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jess gets a pass. About 10:30 on the morning following her interview with Hans Coetzee, Jess was at the Palatial as usual, and John was just finishing packing the cart with such few goods as they possessed. There was little chance of his labour proving of material use, for he did not in the slightest degree expect that they would get the pass, but as he said cheerfully, it was as good an amusement as any other. "I say, Jess," he called out presently, "come here." "What for?" asked Jess, who was seated on the doorstep, mending something and looking at her favourite view. "Because I want to speak to you." She rose and went, feeling rather angry with herself for going. "Well," she said tartly, "here I am. What is it?" "I've finished packing the cart, that's all." "And you mean to tell me that you have brought me round here to say that?" "Yes, of course I have. Exercise is good for the young." Then he laughed, and she laughed too. It was all nothing at all, but somehow it was very delightful. Certainly mutual affection, even when unexpressed, has a way of making things go happily, and can find entertainment anywhere. Just then who should arrive but Mrs. Neville, in a great state of excitement, and as usual fanning herself with her hat. "What do you think, Captain Neal? The prisoners have come in, and I heard one of the Boers in charge say that he had a pass signed by the Boer General for some English people, and that he was coming over to see about them presently. Who can it be?" "It is for us," said Jess quickly. "We are going home. I saw Hans Coetzee yesterday, and begged him to try and get us a pass, and I suppose he has." "My word! Going to get out? Well, you are lucky. Let me sit down and write a letter to my great-uncle at the Cape. You must post it when you can. He is 94, and rather soft, but I dare say he will like to hear from me." And she hurried into the house to give her aged relative, who by the way laboured under the impression that she was still a little girl, of 4 years of age, as minute an account of the siege of Pretoria as time would allow. "Well, John, you'd better tell Mouty to put the horses in. We shall have to start presently," said Jess. "Ay," he said, pulling his beard thoughtfully, "I suppose that we shall," adding by way of an afterthought, "Are you glad to go?" "No," she said with a sudden flash of passion and a stamp of the foot. Then she turned and entered the house again. "Mouty," said John to the Zulu, who was lounging about in a way characteristic of that intelligent but unindustrious race, "inspan the horses. We are going back to Moifantien." "Koos," said the Zulu unconcernedly, and started on the errand as though it were the most everyday occurrence to drive off home out of a closely beleaguered town. That is another beauty of the Zulu race. You cannot astonish them. No doubt they consider that extraordinary mixture of wisdom and insanity, the white man, to be capable du tout, as the agnostic French critic said in despair of the prophet Zerubbabel. John stood and watched the inspanning absently. In truth, he too was conscious of a sensation of regret. He felt ashamed of himself for it, but there it was. He was sorry to leave the place. For the last week or so he had been living in a dream, and everything outside that dream was blurred, indistinct as a landscape in a fog. He knew the objects were there, but he could not quite appreciate their relative size and position. The only real thing was his dream. All else was as vague as those far-off people and events that we lose in infancy and find again in old age. Now there would be an end of dreaming. The fog would lift, and he must face the facts. Jess, with whom he had dreamed, would go away to Europe, and he would marry Bessie, and all this Pretoria business would glide away into the past like a watch in the night. Well, it must be so. It was right and proper that it should be so, and he, for one, would not flinch from his duty. But he must have been more than human had he not felt the pang of awakening. It was all so very unfortunate. By this time Mouty had got up the horses and asked if he was to inspan. "No, wait a bit," said John. "Very likely it is all nonsense," he added to himself. Scarcely were the words out of his mouth when he caught sight of 2 armed Boers of a peculiarly unpleasant type and rough appearance, riding across the veldt towards the palatial gate. With them was an escort of 4 carbineers. At the gate they all stopped, and one of the Boers dismounted and walked to where John was standing by the stable door. "Captain Neil?" he said interrogatively, in English. "That is my name." "Then here is a letter for you," and he handed him a folded paper. John opened it. It had no envelope, and read as follows: "Sir, the bearer of this has with him a pass which it is understood that you desire, giving you and Miss Jess Croft a safe conduct to Moifantien in the Wakkerstroom district of the Republic. The only condition attached to the pass, which is signed by one of the Honourable Triumvirate, is that you must carry no dispatches out of Pretoria. Upon your giving your word of honour to the bearer that you will not do this, he will hand you the pass." This letter, which was fairly written and in good English, had no signature. "Who wrote this?" asked John of the Boer. "That is no affair of yours," was the curt reply. "Will you pass your word about the dispatches?" "Yes." "Good. Here is the pass." And he handed over that document to John. It was in the same handwriting as the letter, but signed by the Boer general. John examined it, and then called to Jess to come to translate it, who, having heard the voice of the Boer, was on her way round the corner of the house. "It means, 'Pass the bearers unharmed,'" she said, "and the signature is genuine. I have seen Paul Kruger's signature before." "When must we start?" asked John of the Boer. "At once, or not at all. I must drive round by the headquarter camp to explain my departure. They will think that I have run away." To this the Boer demurred, but finally, after going to the gate to consult his companion, he consented, and the 2 rode back to the headquarter camp, saying that they would wait for the cart there, whereupon the horses were inspanned. In 5 minutes everything was ready, and the cart was standing on the roadway in front of the little gate. After he had looked to all the straps and buckles and seen that the baggage was properly packed, John went to call Jess. He found her by the doorstep, looking out at her favourite view. Her hand was placed sideways against her forehead, as though to shade her eyes from the sun. But where she was standing there was no sun, and John could not help guessing why she was shading her eyes. She was crying at leaving the place in that quiet and harrowing way which some women indulge in. That is to say, a few big tears were rolling down her face. John felt a lump rise in his own throat at the sight, and not unnaturally relieved his feelings by rough language. "What the deuce are you after?" he asked. "Are you going to keep the horses standing all day?" Jess did not resent this. The probability is that she guessed its reason. Besides, it is a melancholy fact that women rather like being sworn at than otherwise. provided that the swearer is the man whom they are attached to. But he must only swear on state occasions. At this moment, too, Mrs. Neville plunged out of the house, licking an envelope as she ran. "There," she said. "Hope you weren't waiting for me. I haven't told the old gentleman half the news. In fact, I've only taken him down to the time when the communications were cut, and I dare say he has seen all that in the papers. But he won't understand anything about it, and if he does he will guess the rest. Besides, for all I know, he may be dead and buried by now. I shall have to owe you for the stamp. I think it's 3d. I'll pay you when we meet again, that is, if we ever do meet again. I'm beginning to think that this siege will go on for all eternity. There, goodbye, my dear. God bless you when you get out of it. Mind you write to the Times in London, you know. There, don't cry. I'm sure I should not cry, for we're going to get out of this place." For at this point Jess took the opportunity of Mrs. Neville's fervent embrace to burst out into a sob or two. In another minute they were in the cart, and Mouty was scrambling up behind. "Don't cry, old girl," said John, laying his hand upon her shoulder. "What can't be cured must be endured." "Yes, John," she answered, and dried her tears. At the headquarter camp John went in and explained the circumstances of his departure. At first the officer who was temporarily in command, the commandant, having been wounded at the same time that John was hit, rather demurred to his going, especially when he learned that he had passed his word not to carry dispatches. Presently, however, he thought better of it, and said he supposed that it was all right, as he could not see that their departure could do the garrison any harm. Rather the reverse, in fact, because you can tell people how we are getting on in this God-forsaken hole. I only wish that somebody would give me a pass, that's all. So John shook hands with him and left, to find an eager crowd gathered outside. The news of their good luck had gone abroad, and everybody was running down to hear the truth of it. Such an event as a departure out of Pretoria had not happened for a couple of months and more, and the excitement was proportionate to its novelty. "I say, Neil, is it true you are going?" hallooed a burly farmer. "How the deuce did you get a pass?" put in another man with a face like a weasel. He was what is known as a Boer vernuker, literally a Boer cheater, that is, a travelling trader whose business it is to beguile the simple-minded Dutchman by selling him worthless goods at 5 times their value. "I've loads of friends among the Boers. There is hardly a Boer in the Transvaal who does not know me." "To his cost," put in a bystander with a grunt. "And yet I have tried all I know." "And you know a good deal," said the same rude man. "And I can't get a pass." "You don't suppose those poor Boers are going to let you out once they have got you in?" went on the tormentor. "Why, man, it's against human nature. You've got all their wool. Now do you think they want you to have their skin too?" Whereupon the weasel-faced individual uttered a howl of wrath, and pretended to make a rush at the author of these random jibes, waiting halfway for somebody to stop him and prevent a breach of the peace. "Oh, Miss Croft," cried out a woman in the crowd who, like Jess, had been trapped in Pretoria while on a flying visit, "if you can, do send a line to my husband at Maritzburg to tell him that I'm well, except for the rheumatism from sleeping on the wet ground, and tell him to kiss the twins for me. I say, Neil, tell those Boers that we will give them a darned good hiding yet when Collie relieves us," sang out a jolly young Englishman in the uniform of the Pretoria Carbineers. He little knew that poor Collie, kind-hearted English gentleman that he was, lay sleeping peacefully under 6 feet of ground with a Boer bullet in his brain. "Now, Captain Neil, if you are ready, we must trek," said one of the Boers in Dutch, suiting the action to the word by giving the near wheeler a sharp cut with his riding sjambok that made him jump nearly out of the traces. Away started the horses with a plunge, scattering the crowd to the right and left, and amid a volley of farewells they were off upon their homeward journey. For more than an hour nothing particular happened. John drove at a fair pace, and the 2 Boers cantered along behind. At the end of this time, however, just as they were approaching the Red House, where Frank Muller had obtained the pass from the general on the previous day, one of the Boers rode up and told him, roughly enough, that they were to outspan at the house, where they would find some food. As it was past 1 o'clock, they were by no means sorry to hear this, and John drew up the cart about 50 yards from the place where they outspanned the horses, and having watched them roll and drink, they went up to the house. The 2 Boers, who had also off-saddled, were already sitting on the veranda, and when Jess looked inquiringly towards them, one of them pointed with his pipe towards the little room. Taking the hint, they entered and found a Hottentot woman just setting some food upon the table. "Here is dinner. Let us eat it," said John. "Goodness knows when we will get any more." And accordingly he sat down. As he did so, the 2 Boers came in, and one of them made some sneering remark that caused the other to look at them and laugh insultingly. John flushed, but took no notice. Indeed, he thought it safest not, for, to tell the truth, he did not much like the appearance of these 2 worthies. One of them was a big, smooth, pasty-faced man with a peculiarly villainous expression of countenance and a prominent tooth that projected in ghastly isolation over his lower lip. The other was a small man with a sardonic smile, a profusion of black beard and whiskers on his face, and long hair hanging on to his shoulders. Indeed, when he smiled more vigorously than usual, his eyebrows came down and his whiskers advanced, and his moustache went up till there was scarcely any face left, and he looked more like a great bearded monkey than a human being. This man was a Boer of the wildest type from the far borders of Zoutpansberg, and did not understand a word of English. Jess nicknamed him the wildebeest, from his likeness to that ferocious-looking and hairy animal. His companion, on the other hand, understood English perfectly, for he had passed many years of his life in Natal, having left that colony on account of some little indiscretion about thrashing Kaffirs, which had brought him into collision with the penal laws. Jess named him the Unicorn on account of his one gleaming tusk. The Unicorn was an unusually pious person, and on arriving at the table, to John's astonishment, gently but firmly he grasped the knife with which he was about to cut the meat. "What's the matter?" said John. The Boer shook his head sadly. "No wonder you English are an accursed race, and have been given over into our hands, as the great King Haggard was given into the hands of the Israelites, so that we have hewed you to pieces. You sit down to meat and give no thanks to the dear Lord." And he threw back his head and sang out a portentously long Dutch grace through his nose. Not content with this, he set to work to translate it to English, which took a good time, nor was the rendering a very finished one in the result. The wildebeest grinned sardonically and put in the pious amen, and then at last they were allowed to proceed with their dinner, which on the whole was not a pleasant meal, but they could not expect much pleasure under the circumstances, so they ate their food and made the best of a bad business. After all, it might have been worse. They might have had no dinner to eat. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the road. John and Jess had finished their meal and were about to leave the table when suddenly the door opened, and who should appear at it but Frank Muller himself. Mistake was impossible. There he stood, stroking his long golden beard, as big, as handsome, and, to Jess's mind, as evil-looking as ever. The cold eyes fell upon John with a glance of recognition, and something like a smile began to play around the corners of the finely cut, cruel mouth. Suddenly, however, his gaze lit upon the two Boers, one of whom was picking his teeth with the steel fork, and the other lighting his pipe, within a few inches of Jess's head, and instantly his face grew stern and angry. "Did I not tell you two men," he said, "that you were not to eat with the prisoners?" This word struck awkwardly on Jess's ear. "I told you that they were to be treated with all respect, and here I find you sprawling over the table and smoking in their faces. Be off with you." The smooth-faced man with the tusk rose at once with a sigh, put down the steel fork with which he had been operating, and departed, recognizing that Mynheer Muller was not a commanding officer to be trifled with. But his companion, the wildebeest, demurred. "What?" he said, tossing his head so as to throw the long black hair out of his eyes. "Am I not fit to sit at meat with a couple of accursed English, a Rubachi, and a woman? If I had my way, he should clean my boots, and she should cut up my tobacco." And he grinned at the notion till eyebrows, whiskers, and moustache nearly met round his nose, causing him to look for all the world like a hairy-faced baboon. Frank Muller made no answer in words. He simply took one step forward, pounced upon his insubordinate follower, and with a single swing of his athletic frame sent him flying headlong through the door, so that this free and independent burgher lit upon his head in the passage, smashing his pipe and considerably damaging his best feature, his nose. "There," said Muller, shutting the door after him, "that is the only way to deal with such a fellow. And now let me bid you good day, Miss Jess." And he extended his hand, which Jess took rather coldly, it must be owned. "It has given me great pleasure to be able to do you this little service," he added politely. "I had considerable difficulty in obtaining the pass from the General. Indeed, I was obliged to urge my personal services before he would give it to me. But never mind that, I got it, as you know, and it will be my care to escort you safely to Moefantien. Jess bowed, and Muller turned to John, who had risen from his chair and was standing some 2 paces away, and addressed him. Captain Neal, he said, you and I have had some differences in the past. I hope that the service I'm doing you will prove that I, for one, bear no malice. I will go farther. As I told you before, I was to blame in that affair in the inn yard at Wackerstrom. Let us shake hands and end what we cannot mend. And he stepped forward and extended his hand. Jess turned to see what would happen. She knew the whole story and hoped he would not take the man's hand. Next, remembering their position, she hoped that he would. John turned colour a little, then he drew himself up deliberately and put his hand behind his back. I'm very sorry, Mr. Muller, he said, but even in our present position I cannot shake hands with you. You will know why. Jess saw a flush, bred of the furious passion which was his weak point, spread itself over the Boer's face. I do not know, Captain Neal. Be so good as to explain. Very well, I will, said John calmly. You tried to assassinate me. What do you mean? Thundered Muller. What I say. You shot at me twice under pretence of firing at a buck. Look here. And he took up his soft black hat, which he still wore. Here is the mark of one of your bullets. I did not know about it then. I do now, and I decline to shake hands with you. By this time Muller's fury had got the better of him. You shall answer for that, you English liar, he said, at the same time clapping his hand to his belt, in which his hunting knife was placed. Thus for a few seconds they stood face to face. John never flinched or moved. There he stood, quiet and strong as some old stubby tree, his plain, honest face and watchful eye affording a strange contrast to the beautiful but demoniacal countenance of the great Dutchman. Presently he spoke in measured tones. I have proved myself a better man than yourself once, Frank Muller, and if necessary I will again, notwithstanding that knife of yours. But in the meantime I wish to remind you that I have a pass signed by your own general, guaranteeing our safety. And now, Mr. Muller, with a flash of the blue eyes, I am ready. The Dutchman drew the knife, but replaced it in its sheath. For a moment he was minded to end the matter then and there, but suddenly, even in his rage, he remembered that there was a witness. A pass from the general, he said, forgetting his caution. In his fury, much good a pass from the general is likely to be to you. You are in my power, man. If I choose to close my hand, I can crush you. But there, he added, checking himself, perhaps I ought to make allowances. You are one of the defeated people, and no doubt are sore, and say what you do not mean. Anyhow, there is an end of it, especially in the presence of a lady. Some day we may be able to settle our trouble like men, Captain Neal. Till then, with your permission, we will let it drop. Quite so, Mr. Muller, said John, only you must not ask me to shake hands with you. Very good, Captain Neal. And now, if you will allow me, I will tell the boy to get your horses in. We must be getting on if we are to reach Heidelberg tonight. And he bowed himself out, feeling that once more his temper had endangered the success of his plans. Curse the fellow, he said to himself. He is what those English call a gentleman. It was brave of him to refuse to take my hand when he is in my power. John, said Jess as soon as the door had closed, I'm afraid of that man. If I had understood that he had anything to do with the pass, I would not have taken it. I thought that the writing was familiar to me. Oh dear, I wish we had stopped at Pretoria. What can't be cured must be endured, said John again. The only thing to do is to make the best of it, and get on as we can. You will be all right anyhow, but he hates me like poison. I suppose that is on account of Bessie. Yes, that's it, said Jess. He is or was madly in love with Bessie. It is curious to think that a man like that can be in love, remarked John as he lit his pipe, but it only shows what queer mixtures people are. I say, Jess, if this fellow hates me so much, what made him give me the pass, eh? What's his game? Jess shook her head as she answered, I don't know, John. I don't like it. I suppose he can't mean to murder me. He did try it on once, you know. Oh, no, John, she answered with a sort of cry. Not that. Well, I don't know that it would matter much, he said with an approach to cheerfulness which was rather a failure. It would save one a deal of worry and only anticipate things a bit. But there, I frightened you, and I dare say that for the present, at any rate, he is an honest man and has no intentions on my person. Look, there is Mounty calling us. I wonder if those brutes have given him anything to eat. We'll secure the rest of this leg of mutton on chance. At any rate, Mr. Frank Muller shan't starve me to death. And with a cheerful laugh he left the room. In a few minutes they were on their road again. As they started, Frank Muller came up, took off his hat, and informed them that probably he would join them on the morrow below Heidelberg, in which town they would find every preparation to enable them to spend the night comfortably. If he did not join them, it would be because he was detained on duty. In that case, the two men had his orders to escort them safely to Moerfontein, and he added significantly, "I do not think that you will be troubled with any further impoliteness." In another moment he had galloped off on his great black horse, leaving the pair considerably mystified and not a little relieved. "Well," said John, "at any rate that does not look like foul play, unless indeed he has gone on to prepare a warm reception for us." Jess shrugged her shoulders. She could not understand it. And then they settled themselves down to their long, lonely drive. They had 40-odd miles to cover, but the guides, or rather the guard, would only consent to their outspanning once, which they did on the open veldt a little before sunset. At sundown they inspanned again, and started across the darkening veldt. The road was in a shocking state, and until the moon rose, which it did about 9 o'clock, the journey was both difficult and dangerous. After that things were a little better, and at last, about 11 o'clock, they reached Heidelberg. The town seemed almost deserted. Evidently the great body of the Boers were at the front, and had only left a guard at their seat of government. "Where are we to outspan?" asked John of the Unicorn, who was jogging on alongside, apparently half asleep. "At the hotel," was the short reply, and thither they went. Thankful enough they were to reach it, and to find, from the lights in the windows, that people were still about. Notwithstanding the awful jolting of the cart, Jess had been asleep for the last 2 hours. Her arm was hooked round the back of the seat, and her head rested against John's greatcoat, which he had fixed up in such a way as to make a pillow. "Where are we?" she asked, waking up with a start as the cart stopped. "I have had such a bad dream. I dreamt that I was travelling through life, and that suddenly everything stopped, and I was dead." "I don't wonder at it," laughed John. "The road for the last 10 miles has been as rough as anybody's life. We are at the hotel. Here are the boys to take the horses." And he clambered stiffly out of the cart, and helped, or rather lifted her down, for she was almost too cramped to move. Standing at the inn door, holding a light above her head, they found a pleasant-looking Englishwoman, who welcomed them heartily. "Frank Muller was here 3 hours ago, and told me to expect you," she said, "and very glad I am to see an English face again, I can tell you. My name is Coetzee. Tell me, is my husband all right in Pretoria? He went up there with his wagon just before the siege began, and I've not heard a word from him since." "Yes," said John, "he is all right. He was slightly wounded in the shoulder a month ago, but he has quite recovered." "Oh, thank God," said the poor woman, beginning to cry. "Those devils told me that he was dead, to torment me, I suppose. Come in, miss. There is some hot supper ready. When you have washed your hands, the boys will see to the horses." Accordingly they entered, and were made as happy as a good supper, a hearty welcome, and comfortable beds could make people in their condition. In the early morning one of their estimable escort sent in a message to say that they were not to start before 10:30, as the horses required more rest, so they enjoyed some hours longer in bed than they had expected, and anybody who has ever made a journey in a postcard in South Africa can understand the blessing thereof. At 9 they breakfasted, and as the clock struck 10:30, Mounty brought the cart round, and with it came the 2 Boers. "Well, Mrs. Gooch," said John, "what do we owe you?" "Nothing, Captain Neil, nothing. If you only knew what a weight you have taken off my mind. Besides, we are quite ruined. The Boers have looted all my husband's cattle and horses, and until last week 6 of them were quartered on me without paying a farthing, so it makes no odds to me." "Never mind, Mrs. Gooch," said John cheerfully. "The government will compensate you when this business is over, no doubt." Mrs. Gooch shook her head prophetically. "Never a halfpenny do I expect to see," she said. "If only I can get my husband back, and we can escape out of this wicked place with our lives, I shall be thankful. And look here, Captain Neil, I've put up a basket full of food, bread, meat, and hard-boiled eggs, with a bottle of 3-star brandy. It may be useful to you and the young lady before you reach home. I don't know where you will sleep tonight, for the English are still holding Standerton, so you won't be able to stop there, and you can't drive right through. No, don't thank me. I could not do less. Goodbye, goodbye, miss. I hope you will get through all right. You had better look out, though. Those 2 men you have with you are very bad lots. I heard say, rightly or wrongly, that fat-faced man with the tooth shot 2 wounded soldiers through the head after the fight at Bronkerspruit, and I know no good of the other. They were laughing and talking together about you in the kitchen this morning. One of my boys overheard them, and the Boer with the long hair said that at any rate they would not be troubled with you after tonight. I don't know what he meant. Perhaps they are going to change the escort, but I thought that I'd better tell you." John looked grave, and his suspicions re-arose. But at that moment one of the men in question rode up and told him that he must start at once, and so off they went. This second day's journey was in many respects a counterpart of the first. The road was utterly deserted, and they saw neither Boer, Englishman, nor Kaffir upon it, nothing indeed except a few herds of game grazing on the ridges. About 2 o'clock, however, just as they had started, after a short outspan, a little incident occurred. Suddenly the wildebeest's horse put his foot into an ant-bear hole and fell heavily, throwing his rider onto his head. He was up in a minute, but his forehead had struck against the jawbone of a dead buck, and the blood was pouring from it down his hairy face. His companion laughed brutally at the accident, for there are some natures in the world to which the sight of pain is irresistibly comical. But the injured man cursed aloud, trying to stanch the blow with the lappet of his coat. "Wat een beach," said Jess. "There is some water in that pool," and telling John to pull up, she sprang from the trap and led the man, who was half blinded with blood, to the spring. Here she made him kneel down and bathe the wound, which was not a very deep one, till it stopped bleeding, and then, having first placed a pad of cotton wool, some of which she happened to have in the cart, upon it, she bound her handkerchief tightly round his head. The man, brute as he was, appeared to be much touched at her kindness. "Almighty," he said, "but you have a kind heart and soft fingers. My own wife could not have done it better. It is a pity that you are a damned Englishwoman." Jess climbed back into the cart, making no reply, and they started on. The wildebeest, looking more savage and unhuman than ever, with the discoloured handkerchief round his head, and his dense black beard and hair matted with gore, which he would not take the trouble to wash out of them. After this nothing further occurred till, by the orders of their escort, they outspanned an hour or so before sunset at a spot in the veldt where a faint track forked from the Standerton road. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the drift of the Vaal. The day had been intensely hot, and our travellers sat in the shade of the cart, overpowered and gasping. During the afternoon a faint breeze blew, but this had now died away, and the stifling air felt as thick as though they were breathing cream. Even the two Boers seemed to feel the heat, for they lay outstretched on the grass a few paces to the left, to all appearance fast asleep. As for the horses, they were thoroughly done up, too much so to eat, and hobbled along as well as their knee halters would allow, daintily picking a mouthful here and a mouthful there. The only person who did not seem to mind was the Zulu Maori, who sat on an ant-heap near the horses in full glare of the setting sun, and comfortably droned out a little song of his own invention, for Zulus seem as clever at improvising as are the Italians. "Have another egg, Jess?" said John. "It will do you good." "No, thank you. The last one stuck in my throat. It is impossible to eat in this heat." "You had better. Goodness knows when and where we shall stop again. I can get nothing out of our delightful escort. Either they don't know or they won't say." "I can't, John. There is a thunderstorm coming up. I feel it in my head, and I can never eat before a thunderstorm. And when I am tired," she added by an afterthought. After that the conversation flagged for a while. "John," said Jess at last, "where do you suppose we are going to camp tonight? If we follow the main road, we shall reach Standerton in an hour." "I don't think that they will go near Standerton," he answered. "I suppose that we shall cross the Vaal by another drift and have to veldt it." Just then the two Boers woke up and began to talk earnestly together, as though they were debating something hotly. Slowly the huge red ball of the sun sank towards the horizon, steeping the earth and sky in blood. About 100 yards from where they sat, the little bridle path that branched from the main road crossed the crest of one of the great land waves, which rolled away in every direction towards the far horizon. John watched the sun sinking behind it till something called off his attention for a minute. When he looked up again, there was a figure on horseback, standing quite still upon the crest of the ridge, and in full glow of the now disappearing sun. It was Frank Muller. John recognized him in a moment. His horse was halted sideways, so that even at that distance every line of his features, and even the trigger guard of the rifle which rested on his knee, showed distinctly against the background of smoky red. Nor was that all. Both he and his horse had the appearance of being absolutely on fire. The effect produced was so wild and extraordinary that John called his companion's attention to it. Jess looked and shuddered involuntarily. "He looks like a devil in hell," she said. "The fire seems to be running all up and down him." "Well," said John, "he is certainly a devil, but I am sorry to say that he has not yet reached his destination. Here he comes, like a whirlwind." In another 20 seconds Muller had reined the great black horse on to his haunches alongside of them, and was smiling sweetly and taking off his hat. "You see, I've managed to keep my word," he said. "I can tell you that I had great difficulty in doing so. Indeed, I was nearly obliged to give the thing up at the last moment. However, here I am." "Where are we to outspan tonight?" asked Jess. "At Standerton." "No," he said, "I am afraid that is more than I could manage for you, unless you can persuade the English officers there to surrender. What I have arranged is that we should cross the Vaal at a drift I know of about 2 hours, 12 miles from here, and outspan at a farm on the other side. Do not trouble. I assure you, you shall both sleep well tonight." And he smiled a somewhat terrifying smile, as Jess thought. "But how about this drift, Mr. Muller?" said John. "Is it safe? I should have thought the Vaal would have been in flood after all the rain that we have had." "The drift is perfectly safe, Captain Neal. I crossed it myself about 2 hours ago. I know you have a bad opinion of me, but I suppose you do not think that I would guide you to an unsafe drift." Then with another bow he rode on to speak to the 2 Boers, saying as he went, "Will you tell the Kaffir to put the horses in?" With a shrug of the shoulders, John rose and went to Mouty to help him to drive up the 4 greys, which were now standing limply together, biting at the flies that, before a storm, sting more sharply than at any other time. The 2 horses belonging to the escort were some 50 paces to the left. It was as though they appreciated the position of affairs, and declined to mix with the animals of the discredited Englishman. The Boers rose as Muller came and walked towards their horses, Muller slowly following them. As they drew near, the horses hobbled away for 20 or 30 yards, when they lifted up their heads, and as a consequence their forelegs, to which the heads were tied, and stood looking defiantly at their captors, just as though they were trying to make up their minds whether or not to shake hands with them. Frank Muller was alongside the 2 men now, and they were alongside the horses. "Listen," he said sternly. The men looked up. "Go on loosening the rheims, and listen." They obeyed and slowly began to fumble at the knee halters. "You understand what our orders are? Repeat them, you." The man with the tooth, who was addressed, still handling the rheim, began as follows: "To take the 2 prisoners to the Vaal, to force them into the water where there is no drift at night, so that they drown, and if they do not drown, to shoot them." "Those are the orders," said the wildebeest, grinning. "You understand them?" "We understand, mynheer, but forgive us, the matter is a big one. You have the orders. We wish to see the authority." "Yeah, yeah," said the other. "Show us the authority. These are 2 harmless people enough. Show us the authority for killing them. People must not be killed so, even if they are English folk, without proper authority, especially when one is a pretty girl who would do for a man's wife." Frank Muller set his teeth. "Nice fellows you are to have under one," he said. "I am your officer. What other authority do you want? But I thought of this. See here." And he drew a paper from his pocket. "Here, you, read it. Careful now. Do not let them see from the wagon." The big, flabby-faced man took the paper, and still bending down over the horse's knee, read aloud, "The 2 prisoners and their servant, an Englishman, an English girl, and a Zulu Kaffir, to be executed in pursuance of our decree, as your commanding officer shall order, as enemies to the Republic. For so doing, this shall be your warrant." "You see the signature," said Muller, "and you do not dispute it?" "Yeah, we see it, and we do not dispute it." "Good. Give me back the warrant." The man with the tooth was about to obey, when his companion interposed. "No," he said, "the warrant must remain with us. I do not like the job. If it were only the man and the Kaffir now, but the girl, the girl. If we give you back the warrant, what shall we have to show for the deed of blood? The warrant must remain with us." "Yeah, he is right," said the unicorn. "The warrant must remain with us. Put it in your pocket, Jan." "Curse you, give it me," said Muller between his teeth. "No, Frank Muller, no," answered the wildebeest, patting his pocket, while the 2 or 3 square inches of skin round his nose wrinkled up in a hairy grin that, owing to the cut on his head, was even more curious than usual. "If you wish to have the warrant, you shall have it, but then we shall up saddle and go, and you can do your murdering yourself. There, take your choice. We shall be glad enough to get home, for we do not care for the job. If I go out shooting, I like to shoot buck, or Kaffirs, not white people." Frank Muller reflected a moment, then he laughed a little. "You are funny folk, you home-bred Boers," he said, "but perhaps you are right. After all, what does it matter who keeps the warrant, provided that the thing is well done? Mind that there is no bungling, that is all." Yeah, said the fat-faced man. "You can trust us for that. It won't be the first that we have toppled over. If I have my warrant, I ask nothing better than to go on shooting Englishmen all night. One down the other come on. I know no prettier sight than an Englishman toppling over. Stop that talk and saddle up. The cart is waiting. You fools can never understand the difference between killing when it is necessary to kill, and killing for killing's sake. These people must die because they have betrayed the land." Yeah, said the wildebeest. "Betrayed the land. We have heard that before. Those who betray the land must manure it. That is a good rule." And he laughed and passed on. Frank Muller watched his retreating form with a smile of peculiar malignity on his handsome face. "Ah, my friend," he said to himself in Dutch, "you and that warrant will part company before you are many hours older. Why, it would be enough to hang me, even in this happy land of patriots. Old would never forgive even me for taking that little liberty with his name. Dear me, what a lot of trouble it is to be rid of a single enemy. Well, it must be done, and Bessie is well worth the pains. But if it had not been for this war, I could never have managed it. Yes, I did well to give my voice for war. I'm sorry for the girl Jess, but it is necessary. There must be no living witnesses left. Ah, we are going to have a storm. So much the better. Such deeds are best done in a storm." Muller was right. The storm was coming up fast, throwing a veil of inky cloud across the star-spangled sky. In South Africa there is but little twilight, and the darkness follows hard upon the heels of the day. No sooner had the angry ball of the setting sun disappeared than the night swept with all her stars across the sky, and now after her came the great storm, covering up her beauty with his blackness. The air was stiflingly hot. Above was a starry space. To the east the black bosom of the storm, in which the lightnings were already playing with an incessant flickering movement, and to the west a deep red glow, reflected from the sunken sun, yet lingered on the horizon. On toiled the horses through the gathering gloom. Fortunately the road was almost level and free from mud-holes, and Frank Muller rode just ahead to show the way, his strong athletic form standing out clearly against the departing western glow. Silent was the earth, silent as death. No bird or beast, no blade or grass or breath of air stirred upon its surface. The only sign of life was the continual flickering of those awful tongues of light as they licked the lips of the storm. On for mile after mile, on through the desolation. They were not far from the river now, and could hear the distant growling of the thunder echoing down it solemnly. It was an awful night. Great pillars of mud-colored cloud came creeping across the surface of the veldt towards them, seemingly blown along without a wind. Now, too, a ghastly-looking ringed moon arose, throwing an unholy and distorted light upon the blackness that seemed to shudder in her rays, as though with a prescience of the advancing terror. On crept the mud-colored columns, and on above them, and resting on them, came the muttering storm. The cart was quite close to the river now, and they could distinguish the murmur of its waters. To their left stood a koppie, covered with white, slab-like stones on which the sickly moonbeams danced. "Look, John, look!" cried Jess with an hysterical laugh. "It is like a huge graveyard, and the dark shadows between are the ghosts of the buried." "Nonsense," said John sternly. "Why do you talk such rubbish?" He felt that her mind had lost its balance, and what is more, his own nerves were shaken. Therefore he was naturally the angrier with her, and the more determined to be perfectly matter-of-fact. Jess made no answer, but she was frightened. She could not tell why. The scene resembled that of some awful dream, or of one of Doré's pictures come to life. No doubt, also, the near presence of the tempest exercised a physical effect upon her. Even the wearied horses snorted and shook themselves uneasily. They crept over the ridge of a wave of land, and the wheels rolled softly on the grass. "Why, we are off the road," shouted John to Muller, who was still guiding them 15 or 20 paces ahead. All right, it is a short cut to the ford," he called in answer, and his voice rang strange and hollow through the great depths of the silence. Below them, 100 yards away, the light, such as it was, gleamed faintly upon the wide surface of the river. Another 5 minutes, and they were on the bank, but in the gathering gloom they could not see the opposite shore. "Turn to the left," shouted Muller. "The ford is a few yards up. It is too deep here for the horses." John turned accordingly, and followed Muller's horse some 300 yards up the bank till they came to a spot where the water ran with an angry music, and there was a great swirl of eddies. "Here is the place," said Muller. "You must make haste through. The house is just the other side, and it will be better to get there before the tempest breaks." "It is all very well," said John, "but I cannot see an inch before me. I don't know where to drive." "Drive straight ahead. The water is not more than 3 feet deep, and there are no rocks." "I'm not going, and that is all about it." "You must go, Captain Neal. You cannot stop here, and if you can, we will not. Look there, man," and he pointed to the east, which now presented a truly awful and magnificent sight. Down right on to them, its centre bowed out like the belly of a sail by the weight of the wind behind, swept the great storm cloud, while over all its surface the lightning played unceasingly, appearing and disappearing in needles of fire, and twisting and writhing serpent-wise round and about its outer edges. So brilliant was the intermittent light that it appeared to fire the revolving pillars of mud-coloured cloud beneath, and gave ghastly peeps of river and bank and plain miles upon miles away. But perhaps its most awful circumstance was the preternatural silence. The distant boom and muttering of thunder had died away, and now the great storm swept on in voiceless majesty, like the passage of a ghostly host, from which there arose no sound of feet or of rolling wheels. Only before it sped the swift angels of the wind, and behind it swung the curtain of the rain. Even as Muller spoke, a gust of icy air caught the cart and tilted it, and the lightning needles began to ply more dreadfully than ever. The tempest was breaking upon them. "Come, drive on," he shouted. "You will be killed here. The lightning always strikes along the water," and as he said it, he struck one of the wheelers sharply with his whip. "Climb over the back of the seat, Mouty, and stand by to help me with the reins," called out John to the Zulu, who obeyed, scrambling between him and Jess. "Now, Jess, hold on and say your prayers, for it strikes me that we shall have need of them. So, horses, so." The horses backed and plunged, but Muller on the one side and the smooth-faced Boer on the other lashed them without mercy, and at last they went into the river with a rush. The gust had passed now, and for a few moments the heavy quiet was renewed, except for the whirl of the water and the snake-like hiss of the coming rain. For some yards, 10 or 15 perhaps, all went well, and then John discovered suddenly that they were driving into deep water. The 2 leaders were evidently almost off their legs, and could scarcely stand against the current of the flooded river. "Damn you!" he shouted back. "There is no drift here." Go on, it is quite safe," came Muller's voice in answer. John said no more, but putting out all his strength he tried to drag the horses round. Jess turned herself on the seat to look, and just then a blaze of lightning flamed, which revealed Muller and his 2 companions standing dismounted on the bank, the muzzles of their rifles pointing straight at the cart. "Oh, God!" she screamed, "they are going to shoot us." Even as the words passed her lips, 3 tongues of fire flared from the rifles' mouths, and the Zulu Maori, sitting by her side, pitched heavily forward on to his head into the bottom of the cart, while one of the wheelers reared straight up into the air with a shriek of agony and fell with a splash into the river. Then followed a scene of horror indescribable. Overhead the storm burst in fury, and flash after flash of fork, or rather chain lightning, leaped into the river. The thunder, too, began to crack like the trump of doom. The wind rushed down, tearing the surface of the water into foam, and catching under the tent of the cart, lifted it quite off the wheels so that it began to float. Then the 2 leaders, made mad with fear by the fury of the storm and the dying struggles of the off-wheeler, plunged and tore at the traces, till at last they rent themselves loose and vanished between the darkness overhead and the boiling water beneath. Away floated the cart, now touching the bottom, and now riding on the river like a boat, oscillating this way and that, and slowly turning round and round. With it floated the dead horse, dragging down the other wheeler beneath the water. It was awful to see his struggles in the glare of the lightning, but at last he sank and choked. Meanwhile, sounding sharply and clearly through the din and hubbub of the storm, came the cracking of the 3 rifles whenever the flashes showed the position of the cart to the murderers on the bank. Maori was lying still in the bottom of it, on the bed plank, a bullet between his broad shoulders and another in his skull. But John felt that his life was yet whole in him, though something had hissed past his face and stung it. Instinctively he reached across the cart and drew Jess on to his knee and cowered over her, thinking dimly that perhaps his body would protect her from the bullets. Rip, rip, through the wood and canvas, phut, phut, through the air, but some merciful power protected them, and though one cut John's coat in 2 passed through the skirt of Jess's dress, not a bullet struck them. Very soon the shooting began to grow wild. Then that dense veil of rain came down and wrapped them so closely that even the lightning could not reveal their whereabouts to the assassins on the bank. "Stop shooting," said Frank Muller. "The cart is sunk, and there is an end of them. No human being can have lived through that fire and the Vaal in flood." The 2 Boers ceased firing, and the unicorn shook his head softly and remarked to his companion that the damned English people in the water could not be much wetter than they were on the bank. It was a curious thing to say at such a moment, but probably the spirit which caused the remark was not so much callousness as that which animated Cromwell, who flipped the ink in his neighbour's face when he signed the death warrant of his king. The wildebeest made no reply. His conscience was oppressed. He had a touch of imagination. He thought of the soft fingers which had bound up his head that morning. The handkerchief, her handkerchief, was still around it. Now those fingers would be gripping at the slippery stones of the Vaal in a struggle for life, or more probably they were already limp in death, with little grains of gravel sticking beneath the nails. It was a painful thought, but he consoled himself by remembering the warrant, also by the reflection that whoever had shot the people he had not, for he had been careful to fire wide of the cart every time. Muller was also thinking of the warrant which he had forged. He must get it back somehow, even if— "Let us take shelter under the shore. There is a flat place about 50 yards up, where the bank hangs down. This rain is drowning us. We can't up-saddle till it clears. I must have a nip of brandy, too. Almighty, I can see that girl's face still. The lightning shone on it just as I shot. Well, she will be in heaven now, poor thing, if English people ever go to heaven." It was the unicorn who spoke, and the wildebeest made no reply, but advanced with him to where the horses stood. They caught the patient brutes that were waiting for their masters, their heads well down, and the water streaming from their flanks, and led them along with them. Frank Muller stood by his own horse, still thinking, and watched them vanish into the gloom. How was he to win that warrant back without dyeing his hands even redder than they were? As he thought, an answer came, for at that moment, accompanied by a fearful thunderclap, There shot from the storm overhead, which had now nearly passed away, one of those awful flashes that sometimes end an African tempest. It lit up the scene with a light vivid as that of day, and in the white heart of it Muller saw his two companions in crime and their horses, as the great king saw the men in the furnace. They were about 40 paces from him on the crest of the bank. He saw them, one moment erect, the next, men and horses falling this way and that prone to the earth. Then it was dark again. Muller staggered with the shock, and when it had passed he rushed to the spot, calling the men by name, but no answer came except the echo of his voice. He was there alone now, and the moonlight began to struggle faintly through the rain. His pale beams lit upon two outstretched forms, one lying on its back, its distorted features gazing up to heaven, the other on its face. By them, the legs of the nearer sticking straight into the air, lay the horses. They had all gone to their account. The lightning had killed them, as it kills many a man in Africa. Frank Muller looked, then forgetting about the warrant and everything else in the horror of what he took to be a visible judgment, he rushed to his horse and galloped wildly away, pursued by all the terrors of hell. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shadow of Death. The firing from the bank had ceased, and John, who still kept his head, being a rather phlegmatic specimen of the Anglo-Saxon race, knew that for the moment, at any rate, all danger from this source was ended. Jess lay perfectly still in his arms, her head upon his breast. A horrible idea struck him that she might be shot, perhaps already dead. "Jess, Jess," he shouted through the turmoil of the storm, "are you hit?" She lifted her head an inch or two. "I think not," she said. "What is going on?" "God only knows. I don't. Sit still. It will be all right." But in his heart he knew it was not all right, and that they stood in imminent danger of death by drowning. They were whirling down a raging river in a cart. In a few moments it was probable that the cart would upset, and then presently the wheel bumped against something. The cart gave a great lurch and scraped along a little. Now for it, thought John, for the water was pouring over the flooring. Then came a check, and the cart leant still farther to one side. Crack! The pole had gone, and the cart swung round bows, or rather box, onto the stream. What had happened was this. They had drifted across a rock that projected from the bed of the river, the force of the current having washed the dead horses to the one side of it, and the cart to the other. Consequently, they were anchored to the rock, as it were, the anchor being the dead horses, and the cable the stout traces of untanned leather. So long as these traces and the rest of the harness held, they were safe from drowning, but of course they did not know this. Indeed, they knew nothing. Above them rolled the storm, about them the river seethed and the rain hissed. They knew nothing except that they were helpless living atoms, tossing between the wild waters and the wilder night, with imminent death staring them in the face, around, above, and below. To and fro they rocked, locked fast in each other's arms, and as they swung came that awful flash that, though they guessed it not, sent two of the murderers to their account, and for an instant, even through the sheet of rain, illumined the space of boiling water and the long lines of the banks on either side. It showed the point of rock to which they were fixed. It glared upon the head of one of the poor horses, tossed up by the driving current as though it were still trying to escape its watery doom, and revealed the form of the dead Zulu Mauti, lying on his face, one arm hanging over the edge of the cart, and dabbling in the water that ran level with it, in ghastly similarity to some idle passenger in a pleasure boat who lets his fingers slip softly through the stream. In a second it was gone, and once more they were in darkness. Then by degrees the storm passed off, and the moon began to shine, feebly indeed, for the sky was not clear, washed of clouds, which still trailed along in the tracks of the tempest, sucked after it by its mighty draught. Still it was lighter, and the rain thinned gradually till at last it stopped. The storm had rolled in majesty down the ways of night, and there was no sound round them save the sound of rushing water. "John," said Jess presently, "can we do anything?" "Nothing, dear." "Shall we escape, John?" He hesitated. "It is in God's hands, dear. We are in great danger. If the cart upsets, we shall be drowned. Can you swim?" "No, John." "If we can hang on here till daylight, we may get ashore, if those devils are not there to shoot us. I do not think that our chance is a good one." "John, are you afraid to die?" He hesitated. "I don't know, dear. I hope to meet it like a man." "Tell me what you truly think. Is there any hope for us at all?" Once more he paused, reflecting whether or no he should speak the truth. Finally he decided to do so. "I can see none, Jess. If we are not drowned, we are sure to be shot. They will wait about the bank till morning, and for their own sakes they will not dare to let us live." He did not know that all which was left of two of them would indeed wait for many a long year, while the third had fled aghast. "Jess, dear," he went on, "it is of no good to tell lies. Our lives may end any minute. Humanly speaking, they must end before the sun is up." The words were awful enough. If the reader can by an effort of imagination throw himself for a moment into the position of these two, he will understand how awful. It is a dreadful thing, when in the flow of health and youth, suddenly to be placed face to face with the certainty of violent death, and to know that in a few more minutes your course will have been run, and that you will have commenced to explore a future which may prove to be even worse, because more enduring, than the life you are now quitting in agony. It is a dreadful thing, as any who have ever stood in such a peril can testify, and John felt his heart sink within him at the thought of it, for death is very strong. But there is one thing stronger, a woman's perfect love, against which death himself cannot prevail, and so it came to pass that now, as he fixed his cold gaze upon Jess's eyes, they answered him with a strange, unearthly light. She feared not death, so that she might meet him with her beloved. Death was her hope and opportunity. Here she had nothing. There she might have all. The fetters had fallen from her, struck off by an overmastering hand. Her duty was satisfied, her trust fulfilled, and she was free, free to die with her beloved. Ay, her love was indeed a love deeper than the grave, and now it rose in eager strength, standing expectant upon the earth, ready, when dissolution had lent its wings, to soar to its own predestined star. "You are sure, John?" she asked again. "Yes, dear, yes. Why do you force me to repeat it? I can see no hope." Her arms were round his neck, her soft curls rested on his cheek, and the breath from her lips played upon his brow. Indeed, it was only by speaking into each other's ears that conversation was possible, owing to the rushing sound of the waters. "Because I have something to tell you which I cannot tell unless we are going to die. You know it, but I want to say it with my own lips before I die. I love you, John. I love you, I love you, and I am glad to die because I can die with you and go away with you." He heard, and such was the power of her love, that his, which had been put out of mind in the terror of that hour, reawoke and took the colour of her own. He too forgot the imminence of death in the warm presence of his downtrodden passion. She was in his arms, as he had taken her during the firing, and he bent his head to look at her. The moonlight played upon her pallid, quivering face, and showed that in her eyes, which no man could look upon and turn away, once more, yes, even then, there came over him that feeling of utter surrender to the sweet mastery of her will which had possessed him in the sitting-room of the palatial. Only all earthly considerations having faded into nothingness now, he no longer hesitated, but pressed his lips to hers, and kissed her again and yet again. It was perhaps as wild and pathetic a love scene as ever the old moon above has witnessed. There they clung, those two, in the actual shadow of death, experiencing the fullest and acutest joy that our life has to offer. Nay, death was present with them, for beneath their very feet, half hidden by the water, lay the stiffening corpse of the Zulu. To and fro swung the cart in the rush of the swollen river. Up and down beside them the carcasses of the horses rose and fell with the surge of the water, on whose surface the broken moonbeams played and quivered. Overhead was the blue star-sown depth through which they were waiting presently to pass, and to the right and left the long broken outlines of the banks stretched away till at last they appeared to grow together in the gloom. But they heeded none of these things. They remembered nothing except that they had found each other's hearts, and were happy with the wild joy it is not often given to us to feel. The past was forgotten, the future loomed at hand, and between the one and the other was spanned a bridge of passion made perfect and sanctified by its approaching earthly end. Bessie was forgotten. All things were forgotten, for they were alone with love and death. Let those who would blame them pause a while. Why not? They had kept the faith they had denied themselves and run straightly down the path of duty. But the compacts of life end with life. No man may bargain for the beyond. Even the marriage service shrinks from it. And now that hope had gone, and life was at its extremest ebb. Why should they not take their joy before they pass to the land where, perchance, such things will be forgotten? So it seemed to them, if indeed they were any longer capable of reason. He looked into her eyes, and she laid her head upon his heart in that mute abandonment of worship which is sometimes to be met with in the world, and is redeemed from vulgar passion by an indefinable quality of its own. He looked into her eyes, and was glad to have lived, ay, even to have reached this hour of death, and she, lost in the abyss of her deep nature, sobbed out her love-laden heart upon his breast, and called him her own, her very own. Thus the long hours passed unheeded, till at last a new-born freshness in the air told them that they were not far from dawn. The death they were awaiting had not found them. It must now be very near at hand. "John," she whispered in his ear, "do you think that they will shoot us?" "Yes," he answered hoarsely, "they must, for their own sakes." "I wish it were over," she said. Suddenly she started back from his arms with a little cry, causing the cart to rock violently. "I forgot," she said. "You can swim, though I cannot. Why should you not swim to the bank and escape under cover of the darkness? It is only 50 yards, and the current is not so very swift." The idea of flight without Jess had never occurred to John, and now that she suggested it, it struck him as so absurd that he broke into the ghost of a laugh. "Don't be foolish, Jess," he said. "Yes, yes, I will. Go. You must go. It does not matter about me now. I know that you love me, and I can die happy. I will wait for you. Oh, John, wherever I am, if I have any individual life and any remembrance, I will wait for you. Never forget that all your days, however far I may seem away, if I live at all, I shall be waiting for you. And now go. You shall go, I say. No, I will not be disobeyed. If you will not go, I will throw myself into the water. Oh, the cart is turning over." "Hold on, for God's sake," shouted John. "The traces have broken." He was right. The tough leather was at length worn through by constant rubbing against the rock, and the strain and sway of the dead horses on the one side, and of the cart upon the other. Round it spun, broadside on to the current, and immediately began to heave over, till at last the angle was so sharp that the dead body of poor Mouty slid out with a splash and vanished into the darkness. This relieved the cart, and it righted for a moment, but now being no longer held up by the bodies of the horses, or by the sustaining power of the wind, it began to fill and sink, and at the same time to revolve swiftly. John understood that all was finished, and that to stop in the cart would only mean certain death, because they would be held under water by the canvas tent. So with a devout aspiration for assistance, he seized Jess round the waist with one arm and sprang off into the river. As he leaped, the cart filled and sank. "Lie still, for heaven's sake," he shouted when they rose to the surface. In the dim light of the dawn, which was now creeping over the earth, he could discover the line of the left bank of the Vaal, the same from which they had been driven into the river on the previous night. It appeared to be about 40 yards away, but the current was running quite 6 knots, and he saw that, burdened as he was, it would be quite impracticable for him to reach it. The only thing to do was to keep afloat. Luckily the water was warm, and he was a strong swimmer. In a minute or so he saw that about 50 paces ahead some rocks jutted out 20 yards into the bed of the stream. Then, catching Jess by the hair with his left hand, he made his effort, and a desperate one it was. The broken water boiled furiously round the rocks. Presently he was in it, and better still, his feet touched the ground. Next second he was swept off them and rolled over and over at the bottom of the river, to be sadly knocked about against the boulders. Somehow he struggled to his legs, still retaining his hold of Jess. Twice he fell, and twice he struggled up again. One more effort. So the water was only up to his thighs now, and he was obliged to half carry his companion. As he lifted her, he felt the deadly sickness come over him, but still he staggered on, till at last they both fell of a heap upon a big flat rock, and for a while he remembered no more. When he came to himself again, it was to see Jess, who had recovered sooner than he had, standing over him and chafing his hands. Indeed, as the sun was up, he guessed that he must have lost his senses for some time. He rose with difficulty and shook himself. Except for some bruises, he was sound enough. "Are you hurt?" he asked of Jess, who, pale, faint, and bruised, her hat gone, her dress torn by bullets and the rocks, and dripping water at every step, looked an exceedingly forlorn object. "No," she said feebly, "not very much." He sat down on the rock in the sun, for they were both shivering with cold. "What is to be done?" he asked. "Die," she said fiercely. "I meant to die. Why did you not let me die? Ours is a position that only death can set straight." "Don't be alarmed," he said. "Your desire will soon be gratified. Those murderous villains will hunt us up presently." The bed and banks of the river were clothed with thin layers of mist, but as the sun gathered power, these lifted. The spot at which they had climbed ashore was about 300 yards below that where the two Boers and their horses had been destroyed by the lightning on the previous night. Seeing the mist thin, John insisted upon Jess crouching with him behind a rock, so that they could look up and down the river without being seen themselves. Presently he made out the forms of two horses grazing about 100 yards away. "Ah," he said, "I thought so. The devils have off-saddled there. Thank heaven, I have still got my revolver, and the cartridges are watertight. I mean to sell our lives as dearly as I can." "Why, John," cried Jess, following the line of his outstretched hand, "those are not the Boers' horses. They are our 2 leaders that broke loose in the water. Look, their collars are still on." "By Jove, so they are. Now, if only we can catch them without being caught ourselves, we have a chance of getting out of this." "Well, there is no cover about, and I can't see any signs of Boers. They must have been sure of having killed us and gone away," Jess answered. John looked round, and for the first time a sense of hope began to creep into his heart. Perhaps they would survive after all. "Let's go up and look. It is no good stopping here. We must get food somewhere, or we shall faint." She rose without a word, and taking his hand, they advanced together along the bank. They had not gone 20 yards before John uttered an exclamation of joy, and rushed at something white that had lodged in the reeds. It was the basket of food which was given to them by the innkeeper's wife at Heidelberg, that had been washed out of the cart, and as the lid was fastened, nothing was lost out of it. He undid it. There was the bottle of 3-star brandy untouched, also most of the eggs, meat, and bread, the last, of course, sodden and worthless. It did not take long to draw the cork, and then John filled a broken wine-glass there was in the basket half full of water and half of brandy, and made Jess drink it, with the result that she began to look a little less like a corpse. Next he repeated the process twice on his own account, and instantly felt as though new life were flowing into him. Then they went on cautiously. The horses allowed themselves to be caught without trouble, and did not appear to be any the worse for the adventure, although the flank of one was grazed by a bullet. "There is a tree yonder where the bank shelves over. We had better tie the horses up, dress, and eat some breakfast," said John, almost cheerfully, and accordingly they proceeded towards it. Suddenly John, who was ahead, started back with an exclamation of fear, and the horses began to snort, for there, stark and stiff in death, already swollen and discoloured by decomposition, as is sometimes the case with people killed by lightning, the rifles in their hands twisted and fused, their clothes cut and blown from their bandoliers, lay the 2 Boer murderers. It was a terrifying sight, and taken in conjunction with their own remarkable escape, one to make the most careless and sceptical reflect. "And yet there are people who say that there is no God, and no punishment for wickedness," said John aloud. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, John, it will be remembered, left Moefatian for Pretoria towards the end of December, and with him went all the life and light of the place. "Dear me, Bessie," said old Silas Croft on the evening after he had started, "the house seems very dull without John," a remark in which Bessie, who was weeping secretly in the corner, heartily concurred. Then a few days afterwards came the news of the investment of Pretoria, but no news of John. They ascertained that he had passed Standerton in safety, but beyond that nothing could be heard of him. Day after day passed, but without tidings, and at last one evening Bessie broke into a passion of hysterical tears. "What did you send him for?" she asked of her uncle. "It was ridiculous. I knew that it was ridiculous. He could not help Jess or bring her back. The most that could happen was that they would be both shut up together. Now he is dead. I know that those Boers have shot him, and it is all your fault. And if he is dead, I will never speak to you again." The old man retreated, somewhat dismayed at this outburst, which was not at all in Bessie's style. "Ah, well," he said to himself, "that is the way of women. They turn into tigers about a man." There may have been truth in this reflection, but a tiger is not a pleasant domestic pet, as poor old Silas discovered during the next 2 months. The more Bessie thought about the matter, the more incensed she grew because he had sent her lover away. Indeed, in a little while she quite forgot that she had herself acquiesced in his going. In short, her temper gave way completely under the strain, so that at last her uncle scarcely dared to mention John's name. Meanwhile things had been going as ill without as within. First of all, that was the day after John's departure, 2 or 3 loyal Boers and an English storekeeper from Lake Chrissie in New Scotland outspanned on the place and implored Silas Croft to fly for his life into Natal while there was yet time. They said that the Boers would certainly shoot any Englishman who might be sufficiently defenceless, but the old man would not listen. "I am an Englishman, quibus Romanus sum," he said in his sturdy fashion, "and I do not believe that they will touch me, who have lived among them for 20 years. At any rate, I am not going to run away and leave my place at the mercy of a pack of thieves. If they shoot me, they will have to reckon with England for the deed, so I expect that they will leave me alone. Bessie can go if she likes, but I shall stop here and see the row through, and there's an end of it." Whereon Bessie, having flatly declined to budge an inch, the loyalists departed in a hurry, metaphorically wringing their hands at such an exhibition of ill-placed confidence and insular pride. This little scene occurred at dinner-time, and after dinner old Silas proceeded to hurl defiance at his foes in another fashion. Going to a cupboard in his bedroom, he extracted an exceedingly large Union Jack, and promptly advanced with it to an open spot between 2 of the orange trees in front of the house, where in such a position that it could be seen for miles around a flagstaff was planted, formed of a very tall young blue gum. Upon this flagstaff it was Silas's habit to hoist the large Union Jack on the Queen's birthday, Christmas Day, and other state occasions. "Now, Yanchy," he said, when he had bent on the bunting, "run her up and I'll cheer." And accordingly, as the broad flag floated out on the breeze, he took off his hat and waved it, and gave such a hip hip hurrah in his stentorian tones that Bessie ran out from the house to see what was the matter. Nor was he satisfied with this, but having obtained a ladder, he placed it against the post and sent Yanchy up it, instructing him to fasten the rope on which the flag was bent at a height of about 15 feet from the ground, so that nobody should get at it to haul it down. "There," he said, "I've nailed my colours to the mast. That will show these gentry that an Englishman lives here. Confound their politics, frustrate their knavish tricks. God save the Queen." "Amen," said Bessie, but she had her doubts about the wisdom of that Union Jack, which, whenever the wind blew, streamed out a visible defiance not calculated to soothe the breasts of excited patriots. Indeed, 2 days after that, a patrol of 3 Boers, spying the ensign whilst yet a long way off, galloped up in hot haste to see what it meant. Silas saw them coming, and taking his rifle in his hand, went and stood beneath the flag, for which he had an almost superstitious veneration, feeling sure that they would not dare to meddle, either with him or it. "What is the meaning of this, Silas?" asked the leader of the three men, with all of whom he was perfectly acquainted. "It means that an Englishman lives here, Jan," was the answer. "Haul the dirty rag down," said the man. "I will see you damned first," replied old Silas. Thereon the Boer dismounted and made for the flagstaff, only to find Uncle Croft's rifle in a direct line with his chest. "You will have to shoot me first, Jan," he said, and thereon, after some consultation, they left him and went away. In truth, his British nationality notwithstanding, Silas Croft was very popular with the Boers, most of whom had known him since they were children, and to whose Volksraad he had twice been elected. It was to this personal popularity he owed the fact that he was not turned out of his house and forced to choose between serving against his countrymen or being imprisoned and otherwise maltreated at the very commencement of the rebellion. For a fortnight or more after this flag episode, nothing of any importance happened, and then came the tidings of the crushing defeat at Lang's Neck. At first Silas Croft would not believe it. No general could have been so mad, he said, but soon the report was amply confirmed from native sources. Another week passed, and with it came the news of the British defeat at Ngogo. The first they heard of it was on the morning of February 8, when Yancey brought a Kaffir up to the veranda at breakfast time. This Kaffir said that he had been watching the fight from a mountain, that the English were completely hemmed in and fighting well, but that their arms were tired and they would all be killed at night time. The Boers, he said, were not suffering at all. The English could not shoot straight. After hearing this, they passed a sufficiently miserable day and evening. About 12 o'clock that night, however, a native spy, dispatched by Mr. Croft, returned with the report that the English general had won safely back to camp, having suffered heavily and abandoned his wounded, many of whom had died in the rain, for the night after the battle was wet. Then came another long pause, during which no reliable news reached them, though the air was thick with rumors, and old Silas was made happy by hearing that large reinforcements were on their way from England. "Ah, Bessie, my dear, they will soon sing another song now," he said in great glee. "And what's more, it's about time they did. I can't understand what the soldiers have been about. I can't indeed." And so the time wore heavily along, till at last there came a dreadful day, which Bessie will never forget so long as she lives. It was the 20th of February, just a week before the final disaster at Majuba Hill. Bessie was standing idly on the veranda, looking down the long avenue of blue gums, where the shadows formed a dark network to catch the wandering rays of light. The place looked very peaceful, and certainly no one could have known from its appearance that a bloody war was being waged within a few miles. The Kaffirs came and went about their work as usual, or made pretence to, but now and then a close observer might see them stop, look towards the Drakensberg, and then say a few words to their neighbour about the wonderful thing which had come to pass, that the Boers were beating the great white people who came out of the sea and shook the earth with their tread. Whereon the neighbour would take the opportunity to relax from toil, squat down, have a pinch of snuff, and relate in what particular collection of rocks on the hillside he and his wife slept the last night. For when the Boers are out on commando, the Kaffirs will not sleep in their huts for fear of being surprised and shot down. Then the pair would spend half an hour or so in speculating on what would be their fate when the Boer had eaten up the Englishmen and taken back the country, and finally come to the conclusion that they had better emigrate to Natal. Bessie on the veranda noted all this going on, every now and again catching snatches of the lazy rascals' talk, which chimed in but too sadly with her own thoughts. Turning from them impatiently, she began to watch the hens marching solemnly about the drive, followed by their broods. This picture also had a sanguinary background, for under an orange tree 2 rival cocks were fighting furiously. They always did this about once a week, nor did they cease from troubling till each retired, temporarily blinded, to the shade of a separate orange tree, where they spend the rest of the week in recovering, only to emerge when the cure was effected and fight their battle over again. Meanwhile a third cock, young in years but old in wisdom, who steadily refused to retaliate when attacked, looked after the hens in dispute. Today the fray was particularly ferocious, and fearing that the combatants would have no eyes left at all if she did not interfere, Bessie called to the old boar hound, who was lying in the sun on the veranda. "Hi, Stomp, Stomp, hunt them, Stomp." Up jumped Stomp, and made a prodigious show of furiously attacking the embattled cocks. It was an operation to which he was used, and which afforded him constant amusement. Suddenly, however, as he dashed towards the trees, the dog stopped midway, his simulated wrath ceased, and instead of it, an expression of real disgust grew upon his honest face. Then the hair along his backbone stood up like the quills upon the fretful porcupine, and he growled. "A strange Kaffir, I expect," said Bessie to herself. Stomp hated strange Kaffirs. She had scarcely uttered the words before they were justified by the appearance of a native. He was a villainous-looking fellow, with one eye, and nothing on but a ragged pair of trousers fastened round the middle with a greasy leather strap. In his wool, however, were stuck several small distended bladders, such as are generally worn by medicine-men, and witch doctors. With his left hand he held a long stick, cleft at one end, and in the cleft was a letter. "Come here, Stomp," said Bessie, and as she spoke a wild hope shot across her heart like a meteor across the night. Perhaps the letter was from John. The dog obeyed her unwillingly enough, for evidently he did not like that Kaffir, and when he saw that Stomp was well out of the way, the Kaffir himself followed. He was an insolent fellow, and took no notice of Bessie before squatting himself down upon the drive in front of her. "What is it?" said Bessie in Dutch, her lips trembling as she spoke. "A letter," answered the man. "Give it to me." "No, Missy, not till I have looked at you to see if it is right." "Light yellow hair, that curls. 1, checking it on his fingers. Yes, that is right. Large blue eyes. 2, that is right. Big and tall and fair as a star. Yes, the letter is for you. Take it," and he poked the long stick almost into her face. "Where's it from?" asked Bessie, with sudden suspicion and recoiling a step. "Wackerstroom last." "Who is it from?" "Read it and you will see." Bessie took the letter, which was wrapped in a piece of old newspaper, from the cleft of the stick, and turned it over and over doubtfully. Most of us have a mistrust of strange-looking letters, and this letter was unusually strange. To begin with, it had no address whatever on the dirty envelope, which seemed curious. In the second place, that envelope was sealed, apparently with a threepenny bit. "Are you sure it is for me?" asked Bessie. Yeah, sure," answered the native with a rude laugh. "There are not many such white girls in the Transvaal. I've made no mistake. I've smelt you out." And he began to go through his catalogue. "Yellow hair that curls," etc. again. Then Bessie opened the letter. Inside was an ordinary sheet of paper, written over in a bold, firm, yet slightly unpractised writing that she knew well enough, and the sight of which filled her with a presentiment of evil. It was Frank Muller's. She turned sick and cold, but could not choose but read as follows. "Camp near Pretoria, 15 February. Dear Miss Bessie, I'm sorry to have to write to you, but though we have quarrelled lately, and also your good uncle, I think it my duty to do so, and send this to your hand by a special runner. Yesterday was a sortie made by the poor folk in Pretoria, who are now as thin with hunger as the high-belt oxen just before spring. Our arms were again victorious. The redcoats ran away and left their ambulance in our hands, carrying with them many dead and wounded. Among the dead was the Captain Neal." Here Bessie uttered a sort of choking cry, and let the letter fall over the verandah to one of the posts of which she clung with both her hands. The ill-favoured native below grinned, and picking the paper up handed it to her. She took it, feeling that she must know all, and read on like one reads in some ghastly dream. "Who has been staying on your uncle's farm? I did not see him killed myself, but Jan Vansel shot him, and Roy Dirk, Oos Thurzen, and Carolus Hottentot saw them pick him up and carry him away. They say that he was quite dead. For this, I fear, you will be sorry, as I am. But it is the chance of war, and he died fighting bravely. Make my obedient compliments to your uncle. We parted in anger, but I hope in the new circumstances that have arisen in the land to show him that I, for one, bear no anger. Believe me, dear Miss Bessie, your humble and devoted servant, Frank Muller." Bessie thrust the letter into the pocket of her dress. Then again she caught hold of the verandah post and supported herself by it, while the light of the sun appeared to fade visibly out of the day before her eyes, and to replace itself by a cold blackness in which there was no break. He was dead. Her lover was dead. The glow had gone from her life, as it seemed to be going from the day, and she was left desolate. She had no knowledge of how long she stood thus, staring with wide eyes at the sunshine she could not see. She had lost her account of time. Things were phantasmagorical and unreal. All that she realized was this one overpowering, crushing fact: John was dead. "Missy," said the ill-favoured messenger below, fixing his one eye upon her poor sorrow-stricken face and yawning. There was no answer. "Missy," he said again, "is there any answer? I must be going. I want to get back in time to see the Boers take Pretoria." Bessie looked at him vaguely. "Yours is a message that needs no answer," she said. "What is?" The brute laughed. "No, I can't take a letter to the captain," he said. "I saw Jan Vansel shoot him. He fell so," and suddenly he collapsed all in a heap on the path, in imitation of a man struck dead by a bullet. "I can't take him a message, Missy," he went on, rising, "but one day you will be able to go and look for him yourself." "I did not mean that. What I meant was that I could take a letter to Frank Muller. A live Boer is better than a dead Englishman." and Frank Muller will make a fine husband for any girl. If you shut your eyes, you won't know the difference." "Go," said Bessie in a choked voice, and pointing her hands towards the avenue. Such was the suppressed energy in her tone that the man sprang to his feet, and while he rose, interpreting her gesture as an encouragement to action, the old dog, Stomp, who had been watching him all the time and occasionally giving utterance to a low growl of animosity, flew straight at his throat from the veranda. The dog, which was a heavy one, struck the man full in the chest and knocked him backwards. Down came dog and man on the drive together, and then ensued a terrible scene, the man cursing and shrieking and striking out at the dog, and the dog worrying the man in a fashion that he was not liable to forget for the remainder of his life. Bessie, whose energies seemed again to be exhausted, took absolutely no notice of the fray, and it was at this juncture that her old uncle arrived upon the scene, together with 2 Kaffirs, the same whom Bessie had been idling. "Hello, hello," he halloed in his stentorian tones. "What is all this about? Get off, you brute!" And what between his voice and the blows of the Kaffirs, the dog was persuaded to let go his hold of the man, who staggered to his feet, severely mauled and bleeding from half a dozen bites. For a moment he did not say anything, but picked up his sticks. Then, however, having first made sure that the dog was being held by the Kaffirs, he turned, his face streaming with blood, his one eye blazing with fury, and shaking both his clenched fists at poor Bessie, broke into a scream of cursing. "You shall pay for this. Frank Muller shall make you pay for it. I am his servant. I get out of this, however you are," thundered old Silas, "or by heaven I will let the dog on you again." And he pointed to Stomp, who was struggling wildly with the 2 Kaffirs. The man paused and looked at the dog. Then, with a final shake of the fist, he departed at a run down the avenue, turning once only to look if the dog were coming. With empty eyes, Bessie watched him go, taking no more notice of him than she had of the noise of the fighting. Then, as though struck by a thought, she turned and went into the sitting-room. "What is all this, Bessie?" said her uncle, following her. "What does the man mean about Frank Muller?" "It means, uncle dear," she said at last, in a voice that was something between a sob and a laugh, "that I am a widow before I am married. John is dead." "Dead? Dead?" said the old man, putting his hand to his forehead and turning round in a dazed sort of fashion. "John dead?" "Read the letter," said Bessie, handing him Frank Muller's missive. The old man took and read it. His hand shook so much that he was a long while in mastering its contents. "Good God," he said at last, "what a blow! My poor Bessie!" And he drew her into his arms and kissed her. Suddenly a thought struck him. "Perhaps it is all one of Frank Muller's lies," he said, "or perhaps he made a mistake." But Bessie did not answer. For the time, at any rate, hope had left her. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frank Muller's familiar. The study of the conflicting elements which go to make up a character like that of Frank Muller, however fascinating it might prove, is not one which can be attempted in detail here. Such a character in its developed form is fortunately well nigh impossible in a highly civilized country, for the dead weight of the law would crush it back to the level of the human mass around it. But those who have lived in the wild places of the earth will be acquainted with its prototypes, more especially in the countries where a handful of a superior race rule over the dense thousands of an inferior. Solitudes are favorable to the production of strongly marked individualities. The companionship of highly developed men, on the contrary, whittles individualities away. The difference between their growth being the difference between the growth of a tree on a plain and a tree in the forest. On the plain the tree takes the innate bend of its nature. It springs in majesty towards the skies. It spreads itself around, or it slants along the earth just as nature intended that it should, and in accordance with the power of the providential breath which bends it. In the forest it is different. There the tree grows towards the light, wherever the light may be, forced to modify its natural habit in obedience to the pressure of circumstances over which it has no command. It takes such form and height as its neighbors will allow it to, all its energies being directed to the preservation of its life in any shape and at any sacrifice. Thus is it with us all. Left to ourselves, or surrounded only by the scrub of humanity, we become outwardly that which the spirit within would fashion us to, but placed among our fellows, shackled by custom, restrained by law, pruned and bent by the force of public opinion, we grow as like one to another as the fruit bushes on a garden wall. The sharp angles of our characters are fretted away by the friction of the crowd, and we become round, polished, and, superficially at any rate, identical. We no longer resemble a solitary boulder on a plain, but are as a worked stone built into the great edifice of civilized society. The place of a man like Frank Muller is at the junction of the waters of civilization and barbarism. Too civilized to possess those savage virtues which, such as they are, represent the quantum of innate good nature, has thought fit to allow in the mixture man, and too barbarous to be subject to the tenderer constraints of cultivated society, he is at once strong in the strength of both and weak in their weaknesses, animated by the spirit of barbarism, superstition, and almost entirely destitute of the spirit of civilization, mercy. He stands on the edge of both, and an affront to both, as terrific a moral spectacle as the world can afford. Had he been a little more civilized, with his power of evil, trained by education and cynical reflection to defy the attacks of those spasms of unreasoning spiritual terror and unrestrainable passion that have their natural dwelling-place in the raw, strong mind of uncultivated man, Frank Muller might have broken upon the world as a Napoleon. Had he been a little more savage, a little farther removed from the unconscious but present influence of a progressive race, he might have ground his fellows down and ruthlessly destroyed them in the madness of his rage and lust, like an Attila or a T'Chaka. As it was, he was buffeted between two forces he did not realize, even when they swayed him, and thus at every step in his path towards a supremacy of evil, an unseen power made stumbling blocks of weaknesses which, if that path had been laid along a little higher or a little lower level in the scale of circumstances, would themselves have been deadly weapons of overmastering force. See him as, with his dark heart filled up with fears, he thunders along from that scene of midnight death and murder which his brain had not feared to plan and his hand to execute. Onward his black horse strides, companioned by the storm like a dark thought travelling on the wings of night. He does not believe in any God, and yet the terrible fears that spring up in his soul, born fungus-like from a few drops of blood, take shape and form and seem to cry aloud, "We are the messengers of the avenging God." He glances up. High on the black bosom of the storm, the finger of the lightning is writing that awful name, and again the voice of the thunder reads it aloud in spirit-shaking accents. He shuts his dazed eyes, and even the falling rhythm of his horse's hoofs beats out, "There is a God, there is a God," from the silent earth on which they strike. And so on through the tempest and the night, flying from that which no man can leave behind. It was near midnight when Frank Muller drew rein at a wretched and lonely mud hut built on the banks of the Vaal, and flanked by an equally miserable shed. The place was silent as the grave. Not even a dog barked. "That beast of a Kaffir is not here," he said aloud. "I will have him flogged to death. Hendrik, Hendrik." As he called, a form rose up at his very feet, causing the weary horse to start back so violently that he almost threw his rider to the ground. "What in the name of the devil are you?" almost shrieked Frank Muller, whose nerves indeed were in no condition to bear fresh shocks. "It is I, boss," said the form, at the same time throwing off a grey blanket in which it was enveloped, and revealing the villainous countenance of the one-eyed witch-doctor who had taken the letter to Bessie. For years this man had been Muller's body-servant, who followed him about like a shadow. "Curse you, you dog! What do you mean by hiding up like that? It is one of your infernal tricks. Be careful," tapping his pistol case, "or I shall one day put an end to you and your witchcraft together." "I'm very sorry, boss," said the man in a whine, "but half an hour ago I heard you coming. I don't know what is the matter with the air tonight, but it sounded as though 20 people were galloping after you. I could hear them all quite clearly, first the big black horse, and then all those that followed, just as though they were hunting you. So I came and I lay down to listen, and it was not till you were quite close that one by one the others stopped. Perhaps it was the devils who galloped. Damn you, stop that wizard's talk, said Muller, his teeth chattering with fear and agitation. Take the horse, groom, and feed him well. He has galloped far, and we start at dawn. Stop, tell me, where are the lights and the brandy? If you have drunk the brandy, I will flog you. They are on the shelf to the left as you go in, boss, and there is flesh too, and bread. Muller swung himself from the saddle and entered the hut, pushing open the cranky, broken-hinged door with a kick. He found the box of tan-sticker matches, and after one or two attempts, due chiefly to his shaking hands, succeeded in striking fire and lighting a coarse dip such as the Boers make out of mutton fat. Near the candle were a bottle of peach brandy 2/3 full, a tin pannikin, and a jug of river water. Seizing the pannikin, he half filled it with spirit, added a little water, and drank off the mixture. Then he took the meat and bread from the same shelf, and cutting some of each with his clasp knife, tried to eat, but he could not swallow much, and soon gave up the attempt, consoling himself instead with the brandy. Bah, he said, the stuff tastes like hellfire, and he filled his pipe and sat smoking. Presently Hendrik came in to say that the horse was eating well, and turned to go out again, when his master beckoned him to stop. The man was surprised, for generally his master was not fond of his society, except when he wanted to consult him or persuade him to exercise his pretended art of divination. The truth was, however, that at the moment Frank Muller would have been glad to consort with a dog. The events of the night had brought this terrible man, steeped in iniquity from his youth up, down to the level of a child, frightened at the dark. For a while he sat in silence, the Kaffir squatting on the ground at his feet. Presently, however, the doses of powerful spirit took effect on him, and he began to talk more unguardedly than was his custom, even with his black familiar. Hendrik, how long have you been here? He asked of his retainer. About 4 days, boss. Did you take my letter to Oom Crofts? Ja, boss. I gave it to the missy. What did she do? She read it, and then stood like this, holding on to the veranda pole, and he opened his mouth, and one eye, twisting up his hideous countenance into a ghastly imitation of Bessie's sorrow-stricken face, and gripping the post that supported the hut to give verisimilitude to his performance. So she believed it. Surely. What did she do then? She set the dog on me. Look here, and here, and here. And he pointed to the half-healed scars left by Stomp's sharp fangs. Muller laughed a little. I should like to have seen him, were you, you black cheat. It shows her spirit, too. I suppose you are angry and want to have a revenge. Surely. Well, who knows? Perhaps you shall. We are going there tomorrow. So, boss, I knew that before you told me. We are going there, and we are going to take the place, and we are going to try Uncle Silas by court-martial for flying an English flag, and if he is found guilty, we are going to shoot him, Hendrik. So, boss, said the Kaffir, rubbing his hands in glee, but will he be found guilty? I don't know, murmured the white man, stroking his golden beard. That will depend upon what Missy has to say, and upon the verdict of the court, he added, by way of an afterthought. On the verdict of the court, ha, chuckled his wicked satellite. On the verdict of the court, yes, and the boss will be president, ha, one needs no witchcraft to guess that verdict, and if the court finds Uncle Silas guilty, who will do the shooting, boss? I have not thought of that. The time has not come to think of it. It does not matter. Anybody can carry out the sentence of the law. Boss, said the Kaffir, I have done much for you, and had little pay. I have done ugly things. I have read omens and made medicines and smelt out your enemies. Will you grant me a favour? Will you let me shoot Oom Croft if the court finds him guilty? It is not much to ask, boss. I am a clever wizard and deserve my pay. Why do you want to shoot him? Because he flogged me once, years ago, for being a witch doctor, and the other day he hunted me off the place. Beside, it is nice to shoot a white man. I should like it better, he went on with a smack of the lips, if it were Missy who set the dog on me. I would. In a moment Muller had seized the astonished ruffian by the throat and was kicking and shaking him as though he were a toy. His brutal talk of Bessie appealed to such manliness as he had in him, and whatever his own wickedness may have been, he was too madly in love with the woman to let her name be taken in vain by a man whom, though he held his magic in superstitious reverence, he yet ranked lower than a dog. With his nerves strung to the highest possible state of tension, and half drunk as he was, Frank Muller was no more to be played with or irritated than is a mad bull. You black beast, he yelled, if ever you dare to mention her name again like that, I will kill you for all your witchcraft. And he hurled him with such force against the wall of the hut that the whole place shook. The man fell and lay for a moment groaning. Then he crept from the hut on his hands and knees. Muller sat scowling from under his bent brows, and watched him go. When he was gone, he rose and fastened the door behind him. Then suddenly burst into tears, the result, no doubt, of the mingled effects of drink, mental and physical exhaustion, and the never-resting passion, one can scarcely call it love, which ate at his heart like the worm that dieth not. "Oh, Bessie, Bessie," he groaned, "I have done it all for you. Surely you cannot be angry when I have killed them all for you. Oh, my darling, if you only knew how I love you. Oh, my darling, my darling." And in an agony of passion he flung himself on to the rough pallet in the corner of the hut and sobbed himself to sleep. It would seem that Frank Muller's evil-doing did not make him happy, the truth being that to enjoy wickedness a man must be not only without conscience, but also without passion. Now Frank Muller was tormented with a very effective substitute for the first, superstition, and by the latter his life was overshadowed, since the beauty of a girl possessed the power to dominate his wildest moods and to inflict upon him torments that she herself was incapable even of imagining. At the first light of dawn, Hendrik crept humbly into the hut to wake his master, and within half an hour they were across the Vaal and on the road to Wackerstroom. As the light increased, so did Muller's spirits rise, till at last, when the red sun came up in glory and swept away the shadows, he felt as though all the load of guilt and fear that lay upon his heart had departed with them. He could see now that the death of the two Boers by lightning was a mere accident. A happy accident indeed, for had it not so chanced, he would have been forced to kill them himself, if he could not have obtained possession of the warrant by other means. As it was, he had forgotten about this document, but it did not matter much, he reflected. Nobody would be likely to find the bodies of the two men and horses under that lonely bank. Certainly they would not be found before the aasvogels had picked them clean, and these would be at work upon them now. And if they found the paper, it would have rotted or been blown away, or at the worst rendered so discoloured as to be unreadable. For the rest, there was nothing to connect him with the murder, now that his confederates were dead. Hendrik would prove an alibi for him. He was a useful man, Hendrik. Besides, who would believe that it was a murder? Two men were escorting an Englishman to the river. They became involved in a quarrel. The Englishman shot them, and they shot the Englishman and his companion. Then the horses plunged into the Vaal, upsetting the cart, and there was an end of it. He could see now how well things had gone for him. Events had placed him beyond suspicion. Then he fell to thinking of the fruits of his honest labours, and Muller's cheek grew warm with the mounting blood, and his eyes flashed with the fire of youth. In 2 days, 48 hours, at the outside, Bessie would be in his arms. He could not miscarry now, for was he not in absolute command? Besides, Hendrik had read it in his omens long ago. Mo, if Van Tien should be stormed on the morrow, if that were necessary, and Silas Croft and Bessie should be taken prisoners, and then he knew how to deal with them. His talk about shooting on the previous night had been no idle threat. She should yield herself to him, or the old man must die, and then he would take her. There could be no legal consequences now that the British government was in the act of surrender. It would be a meritorious deed to execute a rebel Englishman. Yes, it was all plain sailing now. How long had it needed to win her? 3 years. He had loved her for 3 years. Well, he would have his reward. Then, his passion satisfied, he would turn his mind to those far-reaching, ambitious schemes, whereof the end was something like a throne. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Silas is convinced. At first Bessie was utterly prostrated by the blow that had fallen on her, but as time went on she revived a little, for hers was an elastic and a sanguine nature. Troubles sink into the souls of some like water into a sponge, and weight them down almost to the grave. From others they run off as the water does if poured upon marble, merely wetting the surface. Bessie belonged to neither of these classes, but was of a substance between the two, a healthy, happy-hearted woman, full of beauty and vigour, made to bloom in the sunshine, not to languish in the shadow of some old grief. Women of her stamp do not die of broken hearts, or condemn themselves to lifelong celibacy as a sacrifice to the shade of the departed. If, unfortunately, number one is removed, as a general rule, they shed many a tear, and suffer many a pang, and after a decent interval very sensibly turn their attention to number two. Still it was but a pale-faced, quiet Bessie who went to and fro about the place after the visit of the one-eyed Kaffir. All her irritability had left her now. She no longer reproached her uncle because he had dispatched John to Pretoria. Indeed, on that very evening after the evil tidings came, he began to blame himself bitterly in her presence for having sent her lover away when she stopped him. "It is God's will, uncle," she said quietly. "You only did what it was ordained that you should do." Then she came and laid her sunny head upon the old man's shoulder and cried a little, and said that they two were all alone in the world now, and he comforted her in the best fashion that he could. It was a curious thing that they neither of them thought much of Jess when they talked thus of being alone. Jess was an enigma, a thing apart even from them. When she was there, she was loved and allowed to go her own way. When she was not there, she seemed to fade into outer darkness. A veil came down between her and her belongings. Of course, they were both very fond of her, but simple-natured people are apt to shrink from what they cannot understand, and these two were no exception to the rule. For instance, Bessie's affection for her sister was a poor thing compared to the deep and self-sacrificing, though often secret love that her sister showered upon her. She loved her old uncle far more dearly than she loved Jess, and it must be owned that he returned her attachment with interest, and in those days of heavy trouble they drew nearer to each other than ever they were before. But as time went on, they began to hope again. No confirmation of John's death reached them. Was it not possible then, after all, that the story was an invention? They knew that Frank Muller was not a man to hesitate at a lie if he had a purpose to gain, and they could guess in this case what that purpose was. His furious passion for Bessie was no secret from either of them, and it occurred to them as possible that the tale of John's death might have been invented to forward it. This was scarcely probable, it is true, but it might be so, and however cruel suspense may be, it is at least less absolutely crushing than the dead weight of certainty. One Sunday, it was just a week since the letter came, Bessie was sitting after dinner on the veranda when her quick ears caught what she took to be the booming of heavy guns from far away on the Drakensberg. She rose and, leaving the house, climbed the hill behind it. On reaching its top, she stood and looked at the great solemn stretch of mountains. Away, a little to her right, was a square, precipitous peak called Majuba, which was generally clothed in clouds. Today, however, there was no mist, and it seemed to her that it was from the direction of this peak that the faint, rolling sounds came floating on the breeze. But she could see nothing. The mountains seemed as tenantless and devoid of life as on the day when it first towered up upon the face of things created. Presently the sounds died away, and she returned, thinking that she must have been deceived by the echoes of some distant thunderstorm. Next day they learnt from the natives that what she had heard was the roar of the big guns covering the flight of the British troops down the precipitous sides of Majuba Mountain. After these tidings, old Silas Croft began to lose heart a little. The run of disaster was so unrelieved that even his robust faith in the invincibility of the English arms was shaken. "It is very strange," Bessie said, "very strange. But never mind, it is bound to come right at last. Our government is not going to knock under because it has suffered a few reverses." Then followed a long 4 weeks of uncertainty. The air was thick with rumours, most of them brought by natives, and one or two by passing Boers, to which Silas Croft declined to pay any attention. Soon, however, it became abundantly clear that an armistice was concluded between the English and the Boers, but what were its terms or its object they were quite unable to decide. Silas Croft thought that the Boers, overawed by the advance of an overwhelming force, meant to give in without further fighting, but Bessie shook her head. One day, it was the same on which John and Jess left Pretoria, a Kaffir brought the news that the armistice was at an end, that the English were advancing up to the neck in thousands and were going to force it on the morrow and relieve the garrisons. A piece of intelligence that brought some of the old light back to Bessie's eyes. As for her uncle, he was jubilant. "The tide is going to turn at last, my love," he said, "and we shall have our innings. Well, it is time we should, after all the disgrace, loss, and agony of mind we have gone through. Upon my word, for the last 2 months I have been ashamed to call myself an Englishman. However, there is an end of it now. I knew that they would never give in and desert us," and the old man straightened his crooked back and slapped his chest, looking as proud and gallant as though he were 25 instead of 70 years of age. The rest of that day passed without any further news, and so did the following 2 days, but on the third, which was March 23, the storm broke. About 11 o'clock in the forenoon, Bessie was employed upon her household duties as usual, or rather she had just finished them. Her uncle had returned from his usual after-breakfast round upon the farm, and was standing in the sitting-room, his broad felt hat in one hand and a red pocket-handkerchief in the other, with which he was polishing his bald head, while he chattered to Bessie through the open door. "No news of the advance, Bessie dear?" "No, uncle," she replied with a sigh, her blue eyes filling with tears, for she was thinking of one of whom there was also no news. "Well, never mind, these things take a little time, especially with our soldiers, who move so slowly. I dare say that there was some delay waiting for guns or ammunition or something. I expect that we shall hear by tonight." "De Boeren, Bos, de Boeren, the Boers, master, the Boers," he shouted. "The Boers are coming with a wagon, 20 of them or more, with Frank Muller at their head on his black horse, and Hans Coetzee and the one-eyed Basutu wizard with him. I was hiding behind a tree at the end of the avenue, and I saw them riding over the rise. They are going to take the place," and without waiting to give any further explanations, he slipped through the house and hid himself up somewhere out of the way at the back, for Jantje, like most Hottentots, was a sad coward. The old man stopped rubbing his head and stared at Bessie, who stood pale and trembling in the doorway. Just then he heard the patter of running feet on the drive outside, and looked out of the window. It was caused by the passing of some half-dozen Kaffirs who were working on the place, and who, on catching sight of the Boers, had promptly thrown down their tools and were flying to the hills. Even as they passed, a shot was fired somewhere from the direction of the avenue, and the last of the Kaffirs, a lad of about 12, suddenly threw up his hands and pitched forward onto his face, with a bullet between his shoulder blades. Bessie heard the shout of good shot, the brutal laughter that greeted his fall, and the tramping of the horses as they came up the drive. "Oh, uncle," she said, "what shall we do?" The old man made no answer at the moment, but going to a rack upon the wall, he reached down a Wesley Richards falling block rifle that hung there. Then he sat down in a wooden armchair that faced the French window opening onto the veranda, and beckoned to her to come to him. "We will meet them so," he said. "They shall see that we are not afraid of them. Don't be frightened, dear. They will not dare to harm us. They will be afraid of the consequences of harming English people." The words were scarcely out of his mouth when the cavalcade began to appear in front of the window, led, as Jantje had said, by Frank Muller, on his black horse, accompanied by Hans Coetzee on the fat pony, with the villainous-looking Hendrik mounted on a nondescript sort of animal, and carrying a gun and an assegai in his hand. Behind these were a body of about 15 or 16 armed men, among whom Silas Croft recognized most of his neighbors, by whose side he had lived for years in peace and amity. Opposite the house they stopped and began looking about. They could not see into the room at once, on account of the bright light outside and the shadow within. "I fancy you will find the birds flown, nephew," said the fat voice of Hans Coetzee. "They have got warning of your little visit." "They cannot be far off," answered Muller. "I've had them watched, and know that they have not left the place. Get down, uncle, and look in the house, and you too, Hendrik." The Kaffir obeyed with alacrity, tumbling out of his saddle with all the grace of a sack of coals, but the Boer hesitated. "Uncle Silas is an angry man," he ventured. "He might shoot if he found me poking about his house." "Don't answer me," thundered Muller. "Get down and do as I bid you." "Ah, what a devil of a man," murmured the unfortunate Hans as he hurried to obey. Meanwhile Hendrik, the one-eyed, had jumped upon the veranda and was peering through the windows. "Here they are, boss, here they are," he sung out. "The old cock and the pullet too," and he gave a kick to the window, which, being unlatched, swung wide, revealing the old man sitting in his wooden armchair, his rifle on his knees, and holding by the hand his fair-haired niece, who was standing at his side. Frank Muller dismounted and came onto the veranda, and behind him crowded a dozen or more of his followers. "What is it that you want, Frank Muller, that you come to my house with all these armed men?" asked Silas Croft from his chair. "I call upon you, Silas Croft, to surrender, to take your trial as a land betrayer and a rebel against the Republic," was the answer. "I'm sorry," he added, with a bow towards Bessie, on whom his eyes had been fixed all the time, "to be obliged to take you prisoner in the presence of a lady, but my duty gives me no choice." "I do not know what you mean," said the old man. "I am a subject of Queen Victoria, and an Englishman. How then can I be a rebel against any republic? I am an Englishman, I say," he went on with rising anger, speaking so high that his powerful voice rang till every Boer there could hear it. "And I acknowledge the authority of no republics. This is my house, and I order you to leave it. I claim my rights as an Englishman." "Here," interrupted Muller coldly, "Englishmen have no rights except such as we choose to allow to them." "Shoot him," cried a voice. "Treat him as Busk treated Van der Linden at Potchefstroom," cried another. "Yes, make him swallow the pill that we gave to Dr. Barber," put in a third. "Silas Croft, are you going to surrender?" asked Muller in the same cold voice. "No," thundered the old man in his English pride. "I surrender to no rebels in arms against the Queen. I will shoot the first man who tries to lay a finger on me." And he rose to his feet and lifted his rifle. "Shall I shoot him, boss? Shall I shoot him?" asked the one-eyed Hendrik, smacking his lips at the thought, and fiddling with the rusty lock of the old fowling piece he carried. Muller, by way of answer, struck him across the face with the back of his hand. "Hans Coetzee," he said, "go and arrest that man." Poor Hans hesitated, as well he might. Nature had not endowed him with any great amount of natural courage, and the sight of his old neighbour's rifle barrel made him feel positively sick. He hesitated and began to stammer excuses. "Are you going, uncle, or must I denounce you to the general as a sympathizer with Englishmen?" asked Muller in malice, for he knew the old fellow's weakness and cowardice and was playing on them. "I'm going. Of course I'm going, nephew. Excuse me, a little faintness took me. The heat of the sun," he babbled. "Oh, yes, I'm going to seize the rebel. Perhaps one of these young men would not mind engaging his attention on the other side. He is an angry man. I know him of old, and an angry man with a gun, you know, dear cousin." "Are you going?" said his terrible master once more. "Oh, yes, yes, certainly, yes. Dear Uncle Silas, pray put down that gun. It is so dangerous. Don't stand there looking like a wild ox, but come up to the yoke. You are old, Uncle Silas, and I don't want to have to hurt you. Come now, come, come." And he held out his hand towards him as though he were a shy horse that he was endeavouring to beguile. "Hans Coetzee, traitor and liar that you are," said the old man, "if you draw a single step nearer, by God, I will put a bullet through you." "Go on, Hans. Chuck a ream over his head. Get him by the tail. Knock him down with a yoke ski. Turn the old bull on his back," shouted the crowd of scoffers from the window, taking very good care, however, to clear off to the right and left in order to leave room for the expected bullet. Hans positively burst into tears, and Muller, who was the only one who held his ground, caught him by the arm, and putting out all his strength, swung him towards Silas Croft. For reasons of his own, he was anxious that the latter should shoot one of them, and he chose Hans Coetzee, whom he disliked and despised for the sacrifice. Up went the rifle, and at that moment Bessie, who had been standing bewildered, made a dash at it, knowing that bloodshed could only make matters worse. As she did so, it exploded, but not before she had shaken her uncle's arm, for instead of killing Hans, as it undoubtedly would have done, the bullet only cut his ear and then passed out through the open window place. In an instant the room was filled with smoke. Hans Coetzee clapped his hand to his head, uttering yells of pain and terror, and in the confusion that ensued, 3 or 4 men, headed by the Kaffir Hendrik, rushed into the room and sprang upon Silas Croft, who had retreated to the wall and was standing with his back against it, his rifle, which he had clubbed in both his hands, raised above his head. When his assailants were close to him, they hesitated, for, aged and bent as he was, the old man looked dangerous. He stood there like a wounded lion, and swung the rifle stock about. Presently one of the men struck at him and missed him, but before he could retreat, Silas brought down the stock of the rifle on his head, and down he went like an ox beneath a pole axe. Then they closed on him, but for a while he kept them off, knocking down another man in his efforts. At that moment the witch-doctor Hendrik, who had been watching his opportunity, brought down the barrel of his own fowling piece upon Silas's bald head and felled him. Fortunately the blow was not a very heavy one, or it would have broken his skull. As it was, it only cut his scalp open and knocked him down. Thereon the whole mass of Boers, with the exception of Muller, who stood watching, seeing that he was now defenceless, fell upon Silas, and would have kicked him to death had not Bessie precipitated herself upon him with a cry, and thrown her arms about his body to protect him. Then Frank Muller interfered, fearing lest she should be hurt. Plunging into the fray with a curse, he exercised his great strength, throwing the men this way and that like ninepins, and finally dragging Silas to his feet again. "Come," he shouted, "take him out of this." And accordingly, with taunts, curses, and obloquy, the poor old man, whose fringe of white locks was red with blood, was kicked and pushed on to the veranda, then off onto the drive. Here he fell over the body of the murdered Kaffir boy, but finally he was dragged to the open space by the flagstaff, on which the Union Jack that he had hoisted there some 2 months before still waved bravely in the breeze. There he sank down upon the grass, his back against the flagstaff, and asked faintly for some water. Bessie, who was weeping bitterly, and whose heart felt as though it were bursting with anguish and indignation, pushed her way through the men, and running to the house, filled a glass and brought it to him. One of the brutes tried to knock it out of her hand, but she avoided him, and gave it to her uncle, who drank it greedily. "Thank you, love, thank you," he said. "Don't be frightened. I ain't much hurt. Ah, if only John had been here, and we had had an hour's notice, we would have held the place against them all." Meanwhile one of the Boers, climbing onto the shoulders of another, had succeeded in untying the cord on which the Union Jack was bent, and hauled it down. Then they reversed it, and hoisted it half-mast high, and began to cheer for the Republic. "Perhaps Uncle Silas does not know that we are a Republic again now," said one of the men, a near neighbour of his own, in mockery. "What do you mean by a Republic?" asked the old man. "The Transvaal is a British colony." There was a hoot of derision at this. "The English government has surrendered," said the same man. "The country is given up, and the British are to evacuate it in 6 months." "It is a lie," said Silas, springing to his feet. "A cowardly lie. Whoever says that the English have given up the country to a few thousand blackguards like you, and deserted its subjects and the loyals and the natives, is a liar from hell." There was another howl of mockery at this outburst, and when it had subsided, Frank Muller stepped forward. "It is no lie, Silas Croft," he said, "and the cowards are not we Boers, who have beaten you again and again, but your soldiers who have done nothing but run away, and your Mr. Gladstone, who follows the example of your soldiers. Look here," and he took a paper out of his pocket. "You know that signature, I suppose. It is that of one of the triumvirate. Listen to what he says," and he read aloud. "Well, beloved, hear, Muller. This is to inform you that by the strength of our arms fighting for the right and freedom, and also by the cowardice of the British government, generals and soldiers, we have by the will of the Almighty concluded this day of glorious peace with the enemy. The here Gladstone surrenders nearly everything except in the name. The Republic is to be re-established, and the soldiers who are left will leave the land within 6 months. Make this known to everyone, and forget not to thank God for our glorious victories." The Boers shouted aloud, as well they might, and Bessie wrung her hands. As for the old man, he leant against the flagstaff, and his gory head sank back upon his breast, as though he were about to faint. Then suddenly he lifted it, and with clenched and quivering fists held high in the air, he broke out into such a torrent of blasphemy and cursing that even the Boers fell back for a moment, dismayed into silence by the force of the fury wrung from his utter humiliation. It was an appalling sight to see this good and God-fearing old man, his face bruised, his grey hairs dabbled with blood, and his clothes nearly rent from his body, stamp and reel to and fro, blaspheming his Maker and the day that he was born, hurling execrations at his beloved country and the name of Englishman and the government of Britain that had deserted him, till at last nature gave out, and he fell in a fit there in the very shadow of his dishonoured flag. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bessie is put to the question. Meanwhile, another little tragedy was being enacted at the back of the house. After the one-eyed witch doctor Hendrik had knocked Silas Croft down and assisted in the pleasing operation of dragging him to the flagstaff, it occurred to his villainous heart that the present would be a good opportunity to profit personally by the confusion, and possibly add to the Englishman's misfortunes by doing him some injury on his own account. Accordingly, just before Frank Muller began to read the dispatch announcing the British surrender, he slipped away into the house, which was now totally deserted, to see what he could steal. Passing into the sitting-room, he annexed Bessie's gold watch and chain, which was lying on the mantelpiece, a present that her uncle had made her on the Christmas day before the last. Having pocketed this, he proceeded to the kitchen, where, lying on the dresser ready to put away, there was a goodly store of silver forks and spoons, which Bessie had been busily engaged in cleaning that morning. These he also transferred, to the extent of several dozens, to the capacious pockets of the tattered military greatcoat that he wore. Whilst thus employed, he was much disturbed by the barking of the dog Stomp, the same animal that had mauled him so severely a few weeks before, and was now, as it happened, tied up in his kennel, an old wine-barrel just outside the kitchen door. Hendrik peeped out of the window, and having ascertained that the dog was secured, he proceeded, with a diabolical chuckle, to settle his account with the poor animal. He had left his gun behind on the grass, but he still held his assegai in his hand, and going out of the kitchen door with it, he showed himself within a few feet of the kennel. The dog recognized him instantly, and went nearly mad with fury, making the most desperate efforts to break its chain and get at him. For some moments he stood exciting the animal by derisive gestures, and pelting it with stones, till at last, fearing that the clamour would attract attention, he suddenly transfixed it with his spear, and then, thinking he was quite unobserved, sat down, snuffed, and enjoyed the luxury of watching the poor beast's last agonies. But as it happened, he was not quite alone, for, creeping along in the grass and rubbish that grew on the farther side of the wall, his brown body squeezed tightly against the brown stones, so tightly that an unpractised eye would certainly have failed to notice it at a distance of a dozen paces, was the Hottentot Yanchy. Occasionally, too, he would lift his head above the level of the wall, and observed the proceedings of the one-eyed man. Apparently he was undecided what to do, for he hesitated a little, and whilst he did so, Hendrik killed the dog. Now Jantje had all a Hottentot's natural love for animals, which is, generally speaking, as marked as is the Kaffir's callousness towards them, and he was particularly fond of the dog Stomp, which always went out with him those rare occasions when he thought it safe or desirable to walk like an ordinary man instead of wriggling from bush to bush like a panther, or wriggling through the grass like a snake. The sight of the animal's death, therefore, raised in his yellow breast a very keen desire for vengeance on the murderer, if vengeance could be safely accomplished, and he paused to reflect how this might be done. As he thought, Hendrik rose, gave the dead dog a kick, withdrew his assegai from the carcass, and then, as though struck by a sudden desire to conceal the murder, he undid the collar, and lifting the dog in his arms, carried him with difficulty into the house, and laid him under the kitchen table. This done, he came out again to the wall, which was built of unmortared stones, pulled one out without trouble, deposited the watch and the silver he had stolen in the cavity, and replaced the stone. Next, before Jantje could guess what he meant to do, he proceeded to make it practically impossible for his robbery to be discovered, or at any rate very improbable, by lighting a match, and having first glanced round to see that nobody was looking, reaching up and applying it to the thick thatch wherewith the house itself was roofed, the fringe of which just at this spot was not more than 9 feet from the ground. No rain had fallen at Fontein for several days, and there had been a hot sun with wind. As a result, the thatch was dry as tinder. The light caught in a second, and in 2 more a thin line of fire was running up the roof. Hendrik paused, stepped a few paces back, resting his shoulders against the wall, immediately the other side of which was Jantje, and began to chuckle aloud, and rub his hands as he admired the results of his labours. This proved too much for the Hottentot behind him. The provocation was overmastering, and so was the opportunity. Jantje carried with him the thick stick on which he was so fond of cutting notches. Raising it in both hands, he brought the heavy knob down with all his strength upon the one-eyed villain's unprotected skull. It was a thick skull, but the knob prevailed against it and fractured it, and down went the estimable witch-doctor as though he were dead. Next, taking a leaf out of his fallen enemy's book, Jantje slipped over the wall, and seizing the senseless man, he dragged him by one arm into the kitchen and rolled him under the table to keep company with the dead dog. Then, filled with a fearful joy, he crawled out to a point of vantage in a little plantation 70 or 80 yards to the right of the house, whence he could see what the Boers were doing, and watch the conflagration that he knew must ensue, for the fire had taken instant and irremediable hold. 10 minutes or so afterwards, that amiable character, Hendrik, partially regained his senses to find himself surrounded by a sea of fire, in which he perished miserably, not having power to move, and his feeble cries being totally swallowed up and lost in the fierce roaring of the flames. Such was the very appropriate end of Hendrik and of the magic of Hendrik. Down by the flagstaff the old man lay in his fit, while Bessie tended him, and a posse of Boers stood round, smoking and laughing or lounging about with an air of lordly superiority well worthy of victors in possession. "Will none of you help me to take him to the house?" she cried. "Surely you have ill-treated an old man enough." Nobody stirred, not even Frank Muller, who was gazing at her tear-stained face with a fierce smile playing round the corners of his clean-cut mouth, which his beard was trimmed to show. "It will pass, Miss Bessie," he said. "It will pass. I've often seen such fits. They come from too much excitement or too much drink." Suddenly he broke off with an exclamation and pointed to the house, from the roof of which pale curls of blue smoke were rising. "Who has fired the house?" he shouted. "By heaven, I will shoot the man." The Boers wheeled round, staring in astonishment, and as they gazed the tinder-like roof burst into a red sheet of flame that grew and gathered breadth and height with almost marvellous rapidity. Just then, too, a light breeze sprang up from over the hill at the rear of the house, as it sometimes did at this time of the day, and bent the flames over towards them in an immense arch of fire, so that the fumes and heat and smoke began to beat upon their faces. "Oh, the house is burning down!" cried Bessie, utterly bewildered by this new misfortune. "Here, you!" shouted Muller to the gaping Boers. "Go and see if anything can be saved." "Phew! We must get out of this." And stooping down, he lifted Silas Croft in his arms and walked away with him, followed by Bessie, towards the plantation on their left, the same spot where Jantje had taken refuge In the center of this plantation was a little glade, surrounded by young orange and blue gum trees. Here he laid the old man down upon a bed of dead leaves and soft springing grass, and then hurried away without a word to the fire, only to find that the house was already utterly unapproachable. Such was the rapidity with which the flames did their work upon the mass of dry straw and the wooden roof and floorings beneath, that in 15 minutes the whole of the interior of the house was a glowing incandescent pile, and in half an hour it was completely gutted, nothing being left standing but the massive outer walls of stone, over which a dense column of smoke hung like a pall. Mo Ifantian was a blackened ruin. Only the stables and outhouses, which were roofed with galvanized iron, remained uninjured. Frank Muller had not been gone 5 minutes when, to Bessie's joy, her uncle opened his eyes and sat up. "What is it? What is it?" he said. "Ah, I recollect. What is all this smell of fire? Surely they have not burnt the place?" "Yes, uncle," sobbed Bessie, "they have." Silas groaned aloud. "It took me 10 years to build, bit by bit, almost stone by stone, and now they have destroyed it. Well, why not? God's will be done. Give me your arm, love. I want to get to the water. I feel faint and sick." She did as he bade her, sobbing bitterly. Within 15 yards on the edge of the plantation was a little spruit or runnel of water, and of this he drank copiously and bathed his wounded head and face. "There, love," he said, "don't fret. I feel quite myself again. I fear I made a fool of myself. I haven't learnt to bear misfortune and dishonour as I should yet, and like Job I felt as though God had forsaken us. But as I said, his will be done. What is the next move, I wonder? Ah, we shall soon know, for here comes our friend Frank Muller." "I'm glad to see that you have recovered, uncle," said Muller politely, "and I'm sorry to have to tell you that the house is beyond help. Believe me, if I knew who fired it, I would shoot him. It was not my wish or intention that the property should be destroyed." The old man merely bowed his head and made no answer. His fiery spirit seemed to be crushed out of him. "What is it your pleasure that we should do, sir?" said Bessie at last. "Perhaps now that we are ruined, you will allow us to go to Natal, which I suppose is still an English country." "Yes, Miss Bessie, Natal is still English for the present. Soon it will be Dutch, but I am sorry that I cannot let you go there now. My orders are to keep you both prisoners and to try your uncle by court-martial. The wagon house," he went on quickly, "with the 2 little rooms on each side of it, have not been touched by the fire. They shall be made ready for you, and as soon as the heat is less you can go there." And turning to his men who had followed him, he gave some rapid orders, which 2 of them departed to carry out. Still the old man made no comment. He did not even seem indignant or surprised, but poor Bessie was utterly prostrated, and stood helpless, not knowing what to say to this terrible, remorseless man, who stood so calm and unmoved before them. Frank Muller paused a while to think, stroking his golden beard. Then he turned again and addressed the 2 other men who stood behind him. "You will keep guard over the prisoner," indicating Silas Croft, "and suffer none to communicate with him by word or sign. As soon as it is ready, you will place him in the little room to the left of the wagon house, and see that he is supplied with all he wants. If he escapes or converses or is ill-treated, I will hold you responsible. Do you understand?" "Ja, mynheer," was the answer. "Very good. Be careful you do not forget. And now, Miss Bessie, I shall be glad if you can give me a word alone." "No," said Bessie, "no, I will not leave my uncle." "I fear you will have to do that," he said with his cold smile. "I beg you to think again. It will be very much to your advantage to speak to me, and to your uncle's advantage also. I should advise you to come." Bessie hesitated. She hated and mistrusted the man, as she had good reason to do, and feared to trust herself alone with him. While she still hesitated, the 2 Boers under whose watch and ward Muller had placed her uncle advanced and stood between him and her, cutting her off from him. Muller turned and walked a few paces, 10 or so, to the right, and in desperation she followed him. He halted behind a bushy orange tree of some 8 years' growth. Overtaking him, she stood silent, waiting for him to begin. They were quite close to the others, but the roaring of the flames of the burning house was still sufficiently loud to have drowned a much more audible conversation. "What is it you have to say to me?" she said at length, pressing her hand against her heart to still its beating. Her woman's instinct told her what was coming, and she was trying to nerve herself to meet it. "Miss Bessie," he said slowly, "it is this. For years I have loved you and wanted to marry you. I again ask you to be my wife." "Mr. Frank Muller," she answered, her spirit rising to the occasion, "I thank you for your offer, and the only answer that I can give you is that I once and for all decline it." "Think," he said, "I love you as women are not often loved. You are always in my mind, by day and by night too, Everything I do, every step I go up the ladder, I have said and say to myself, I'm doing it for Bessie Croft, whom I mean to marry. Things have changed in this country. The rebellion has been successful. It was I who gave the casting vote for it, that I might win you. I'm now a great man, and shall one day be a greater. You will be great with me. Think what you say. I have thought, and I will not marry you. You dare to come and ask me to marry you over the ashes of my home, out of which you have dragged me and my poor old uncle. I hate you, I tell you, and I will not marry you. I'd rather marry a Kaffir than marry you, Frank Muller, however great you may be. He smiled. Is it because of the Englishman Neil that you will not marry me? He is dead. It is useless to cling to a dead man. Dead or alive, I love him with all my heart, and if he is dead, it is at the hands of your people, and his blood rises up between us. His blood has sunk down into the sand. He is dead, and I'm glad that he is dead. Once more, is that your last word? It is. Very good, then I tell you that you shall marry me, or what? Or your uncle, the old man you love so much, shall die. What do you mean? She said in a choked voice. What I say? No more and no less. Do you think that I will let one old man's life stand between me and my desire? Never. If you will not marry me, Silas Croft shall be put upon his trial for attempted murder and for treason within an hour from this. Within an hour and a half he shall be condemned to die, and tomorrow at dawn he shall be shot by warrant under my hand. I am commandant here with power of life and death, and I tell you that he shall certainly die, and his blood will be on your head. Bessie grasped at the tree for support. You dare not, she said, you dare not murder an innocent old man. Dare not, he answered. You must understand me very ill, Bessie Croft, when you talk of what I dare not do for you. There is nothing, he added with a thrill of his rich voice, that I dare not do to gain you. Listen, promise to marry me tomorrow morning. I will bring a clergyman here from Wackerstroom, and your uncle shall go free as air, though he is a traitor to the land, and though he has tried to shoot a burgher after the declaration of peace. Refuse, and he dies. Choose now. I've chosen, she answered with passion. Frank Muller, perjured traitor. Yes, murderer that you are. I will not marry you. Very good, Bessie, as you will. But now one more thing. You shall not say that I have not warned you. If you persist in this, your uncle shall die, but you shall not escape me. You will not marry me? Well, even in this country where I can do most things, I cannot force you to do that, but I can force you to be my wife in all but the name, without marriage. And this, when your uncle is stiff in his bloody grave, I will do. You shall have one more chance after the trial, and one only. If you refuse, he shall die, and then after his death I shall take you away by force, and in a week's time you will be glad enough to marry me, to cover up your shame, my pretty. You are a devil, Frank Muller, a wicked devil, but I will not be frightened into dishonour by you. I'd rather kill myself. I trust to God to help me. I will have nothing to do with you. And she put her hands before her face and burst into tears. You look lovely when you weep, he said with a laugh. Tomorrow I shall be able to kiss away your tears, as you will. Here, you, he shouted to some men who could be seen watching the progress of the dying fire. Come here. Some of the men obeyed, and to them he gave instructions in the same terms that he had given to the other two men who were watching old Silas, ordering Bessie to be instantly incarcerated in the corresponding little room on the other side of the wagon house, and kept strictly from all communication with the outside world, adding, however, these words, Bid the burghers assemble in the wagon house for the trial of the Englishman Silas Croft, for treason against the state and attempted murder of one of the burghers of the state in the execution of the commands of the triumvirate. The two men advanced and seized Bessie by both arms. Then, faint and overpowered, she was led through the little plantation, over a gap in the garden wall, down past the scorched syringa trees which lined the roadway that ran along the hillside at the back of the still burning house, till they reached the wagon house with the two little rooms, which served respectively as a store and a harness room. There she was thrust into the storeroom, which was half full of loose potatoes and mealies and sacks, and the door locked upon her. There was no window to this room, and the only light in it was such as found its way through the chinks of the door and an air hole in the masonry of the back wall. Bessie sank on a half-emptied sack of mealies and tried to reflect. Her first thought was of escape, but soon she came to the conclusion that this was a practical impossibility. The stout yellow wood door was locked upon her, and a sentry stood before it. She rose and looked through the air hole in the rear wall, but there another sentry was posted. Then she turned her attention to the side wall that divided the room from the wagon house. It was built of 14-inch green brickwork, and had cracked from the shrinkage of the bricks, so that she could hear everything that went on in the wagon house, and even see anybody who might be moving about in it. But it was far too strong for her to hope to be able to break through, and even if she did, it would be useless, for armed men were there also. Besides, how could she run away and leave her old uncle to his fate? End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Condemned to death. Half an hour passed in silence, which was broken only by the footsteps of the sentries as they tramped, or rather loitered, up and down, or by the occasional fall of some calcined masonry from the walls of the burnt-out house. Wet between the smell of smoke and dust, the heat of the sun on the tin roof above, and the red-hot embers of the house in front, the little room where Bessie was shut up grew almost unbearable, and she felt as though she should faint upon the sacks. Through one of the cracks in the wagon-house wall there blew a slight draught, and by this crack Bessie placed herself, leaning her head against the wall so as to get the full benefit of the air and to command a view of the place. Presently several of the Boers came into the wagon-house and pulled some of the carts and timber out of it, leaving one buck wagon, however, placed along the wall on the side opposite to the crack through which Bessie was looking. Then they pulled the Scotch cart over to her side, laughing about something among themselves as they did so, and arranged it with its back turned towards the wagon, supporting the shafts upon a wagon jack. Next, out of the farther corner of the place, they extracted an old saw bench and set it at the top of the open space. Then Bessie understood what they were doing. They were arranging a court, and the saw bench was the judge's chair, so Frank Muller meant to carry out his threat. Shortly after this, all the Boers, except those who were keeping guard, filed into the place and began to clamber onto the buck wagon, seating themselves with much rough joking in a double row upon the broad side rails. Next appeared Hans Coetzee, his head bound up in a bloody handkerchief. He was pale and shaky, but Bessie could see that he was but little worse for his wound. Then came Frank Muller himself, looking white and very terrible, and as he came the men stopped their jokes and talking. Indeed, it was curious to observe how strong was his ascendancy over them. As a rule, the weak part of Boer organization is that it is practically impossible to persuade one Boer to pay deference to or obey another, but this was certainly not the case where Frank Muller was concerned. Muller advanced without hesitation to the saw bench at the top of the open space and sat down on it, placing his rifle between his knees. After this there was a pause, and then Bessie saw her old uncle led forward by two armed Boers, who halted in the middle of the space about 3 paces from the saw bench, and stood one on either side of their prisoner. At the same time Hans Coetzee climbed into the Scotch cart, and Muller drew a notebook and a pencil from his pocket. "Silence," he said. "We are assembled here to try the Englishman Silas Croft by court-martial. The charges against him are that by word and deed, notably by continuing to fly the British flag after the country had been surrendered to the Republic, he has traitorously rebelled against the government of this country. Further, that he has attempted to murder a burgher of the Republic by shooting at him with a loaded rifle. If these charges are proved against him, he will be liable to death by martial law. Prisoner Croft, what do you answer to the charges against you?" The old man, who seemed very quiet and composed, looked up at his judge and then replied, "I am an English subject. I only defended my house after you had murdered one of my servants. I deny your jurisdiction over me, and I refuse to plead." Frank Muller made some notes in his pocket-book and then said, "I overrule the prisoner's objection as to the jurisdiction of the court. As to the charges, we will now take evidence. Of the first charge no evidence is needed, for we all saw the flag flying. As to the second, Hans Coetzee, the assaulted burgher, will now give evidence. Hans Coetzee, do you swear in the name of God and the Republic to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Almighty yes, answered Hans from the cart in which he had enthroned himself. So help me, the dear Lord. Proceed then. I was entering the house of the prisoner to arrest him, in obedience to your worshipful commands, when the prisoner lifted a gun and fired at me. The bullet from the gun struck me upon the ear, cutting it and putting me to much pain and loss of blood. That is the evidence I have to give. That's right. That is not a lie, said some of the men on the wagon. Prisoner, have you any question to ask the witness? Said Muller. I've no question to ask. I deny your jurisdiction, said the old man with spirit. The prisoner declines to question the witness, and again pleads to the jurisdiction, a plea which I have overruled. Gentlemen, do you desire to hear any further evidence? No, no. Do you find the prisoner guilty of the charges laid against him? Yes, yes, from the wagon. Muller made a further note in his book and went on. Then the prisoner, having been found guilty of high treason and attempted murder, the only matter that remains is the question of the punishment required to be meted out by the law to such wicked and horrible offences. Every man will give his verdict, having duly considered if there is any way by which, in accordance with the holy dictates of his conscience and with the natural promptings to pity in his heart, he can extend mercy to the prisoner. As commandant and president of the court, the first vote lies with me, and I must tell you, gentlemen, that I feel the responsibility, a heavy one, in the sight of God and my country, and I must also warn you not to be influenced or overruled by my decision, who am, like you, only a man, liable to err and be led away. Hear, hear, said the voices on the wagon as he paused to note the effect of his address. Gentlemen and burghers of the state, my natural promptings in this case are towards pity. The prisoner is an old man who has lived many years amongst us like a brother. Indeed, he is a Boer trekker, and though an Englishman, one of the fathers of the land. Can we condemn such a one to a bloody grave, more especially as he has a niece dependent on him? No, no, they cried, in answer to this skilful touch upon the better strings in their nature. Gentlemen, those sentiments do you honour. My own heart cried, but now, no, no. Whatever his sins have been, let the old man go free. But then came reflection. True, the prisoner is old, but should not age have taught him wisdom? Is that which is not to be forgiven to youth, to be forgiven to the ripe experience of many years? May a man murder and be a traitor because he is old? No, certainly not, answered the chorus on the wagon. Then there's the second point. He was a Boer trekker and a father to the land. Should he not therefore have known better than to betray it into the hands of the cruel, godless English? For, gentlemen, though that charge is not laid against him, we must remember, as throwing light upon his general character, that the prisoner was one of those vile men who betrayed the land to Shepstone. Is it not a most cruel and unnatural thing that a father should sell his own children into slavery, that a father of the land should barter away its freedom? Therefore, on this point, too, does justice temper mercy. That is so, echoed the chorus with particular enthusiasm, most of them having themselves been instrumental in bringing the annexation about. Then one more thing. This man has a niece, and it is the care of all good men to see that the young shall not be left destitute and friendless, lest they should grow up bad and become enemies to the well-being of the state. But in this case that will not be so, for the farm will go to the girl by law, and indeed she will be well rid of so desperate and godless an old man. And now, having set my reasons towards one side and the other before you, and having warned you fully to act each man according to his conscience, I give my vote. It is, and in the midst of the most intense silence, he paused and looked at old Silas, who never even quailed, it is death. There was a little hum of conversation, and poor Bessie, surveying the scene through the crack in the storeroom wall, groaned in bitterness and despair of heart. Then Hans Coetzee spoke. It cut his bosom in two, he said, to have to say a word against one to whom he had for many years been as a brother. But then what was he to do? The man had plotted evil against their land, the dear land that the dear Lord had given them, and which they and their fathers had on various occasions watered, and were still continuing to water with their blood. What could be a fitting punishment for so black-hearted a traitor, and how would it be possible to ensure the better behaviour of other damned Englishmen unless they inflicted that punishment? There could, alas, be but one answer, though personally speaking he uttered it with many tears, and that answer was death. After this there were no more speeches, but each man voted according to his age, upon his name being called by the President. At first there was a little hesitation, for some among them were fond of old Silas, and loath to destroy him, but Frank Muller had played his game very well, and notwithstanding his appeals to their independence of judgment, they knew full surely that would happen to him who gave his vote against the President. So they swallowed their better feelings with all the ease for which such swallowing is noted, and one by one uttered the fatal word. When they had all done, Frank Muller addressed Silas. "Prisoner, you have heard the judgment against you. I need not now recapitulate your crimes. You have had a fair and open trial by court-martial, such as our law directs. Have you anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon you in accordance with the judgment?" Old Silas looked up with flashing eyes and shook back his fringe of white hair like a lion at bay. "I've nothing to say. If you will do murder, do it, black-hearted villain that you are. I might point to my grey hairs, to my murdered servant, to my home that took me 10 years to build, destroyed by you. I might tell you now how I've been a good citizen and lived peaceably and neighbourly in the land for more than 20 years. Aye, and done kindness after kindness to many of you who are going to butcher me in cold blood. But I will not. Shoot me if you will, and may my death lie heavy on your heads. This morning I would have said that my country would avenge me. I cannot say that now, for England has deserted us, and have no country. Therefore I leave the vengeance in the hands of God, who never fails to avenge, though sometimes he waits for long to do it. I'm not afraid of you. Shoot me now if you like. I have lost my honour, my home, and my country. Why should I not lose my life also?" Frank Muller fixed his cold eyes upon the old man's quivering face, and smiled a dreadful smile of triumph. "Prisoner, it is now my duty, in the name of God and the Republic, to sentence you to be shot tomorrow at dawn, and may the Almighty forgive you your wickedness and have mercy upon your soul. Let the prisoner be removed, and let a man ride full speed to the empty house on the hillside where the Englishman with the red beard used to live, 1 hour this side of Wackerstrom, and bring back with him the clergyman he will find waiting there, that the prisoner may be offered his ministrations. Also let 2 men be set to dig the prisoner's grave in the burial place at the back of the house." The guards laid their hands upon the old man's shoulders, and he turned and went with them without a word. Through her crack in the wall Bessie watched him go till the dear old head with its fringe of white hairs in the bent frame were no more visible. Then at last, benumbed and exhausted by the horrors she was passing through, her faculties failed her, and she fell forward in a faint there upon the sacks. Meanwhile Muller was writing the death warrant on a sheet of his pocket-book. At the foot he left a space for his own signature, but for reasons of his own he did not sign. What he did do was to pass the book round to be countersigned by all who had formed the court in this mock trial, his object being to implicate every one there present in the judicial murder by the direct and incontrovertible evidence of his signed manual. Now Boers are simple pastoral folk, but they are not quite so simple as to be deceived by a move like this, and hereon followed a very instructive little scene. To a man they had been willing enough to give their verdict for the execution of Silas, but they were by no means prepared to record it in black and white. As soon as they understood the object of their feared and respected commandant, a general desire manifested itself to make themselves individually and collectively scarce. Suddenly they found that they had business outside, to which each and all of them must attend. Already they had escaped from their extemporized jury box, and headed by the redoubtable Hans, were approaching the entrance to the wagon house, when Frank Muller perceived their design and roared in a voice of thunder, "Stop! Not a man leaves this place till the warrant is signed." Instantly they halted and began to look innocent and converse. "Hans Coetzee, come here and sign," said Muller again, whereon that unfortunate advanced with as good a grace as he could muster, murmuring to himself curses, not loud but deep, upon the head of that devil of a man, Frank Muller. However, there was no help for it. So, with a sickly smile, he put his name to the fatal document in big and shaky letters. Then Muller called another man, who instantly tried to shirk on the ground that his education had been neglected, and that he could not write, an excuse which availed him little, for Frank Muller quietly wrote his name for him, leaving a space for his mark. After this there was no more trouble, and in 5 minutes the back of the warrant was covered with the sprawling signatures of the various members of the court. One by one the men went, till at last Muller was left alone, seated on the saw-bench, his head sunk upon his breast, in one hand holding the warrant, while with the other he stroked his golden beard. Presently he ceased stroking his beard, and sat for some minutes perfectly still, so still that he might have been carved in stone. By this time the afternoon sun had sunk behind the hill, and the deep waggon-house was full of shadow that seemed to gather round him and invest him with a sombre, mysterious grandeur. He looked like a king of evil, for evil has her princes as well as good, whom she stamps with an imperial seal of power, and crowns with a diadem of her own, and among these Frank Muller was surely great. A little smile of triumph played upon his beautiful cruel face, a little light danced within his cold eyes and ran down the yellow beard. At that moment he might have sat for a portrait of his master the devil. Presently he awoke from his reverie. "I have her," he said to himself. "I have her in a vice. She cannot escape me. She cannot let the old man die. Those curs have served my purpose well. They are as easy to play on as a fiddle, and I'm a good player. Yes, and now we are getting to the end of the tune." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We must part, John. Jess and her companion stood in awed silence and gazed at the blackening and distorted corpses of the thunder-blasted Boers. Then they passed by them to the tree which grew some 10 paces or more on the other side of the place of death. There was some difficulty in leading the horses by the bodies, but at last they came with a wheel and a snort of suspicion, and were tied up to the tree by John. Meanwhile Jess took some of the hard-boiled eggs out of the basket and vanished, remarking that she should take her clothes off and dry them in the sun while she ate her breakfast, and that she advised him to do likewise. Accordingly, so soon as she was well out of sight, behind the shelter of the rocks, she set to work to free herself from her sodden garments, a task of no little difficulty. Then she wrung them out, and spread them one by one on the flat water-washed stones around, which were by now thoroughly warmed with the sun. Next she climbed to a pool under the shadow of the steep bank in the rock bed of the river, where she bathed her bruises and washed the sand and mud from her hair and feet. Her bath finished, she returned and sat herself on a slab of flat stone out of the glare of the sun, and ate her breakfast of hard-boiled eggs, reflecting meanwhile on the position in which she found herself. Her heart was very sore and heavy, and almost could she wish that she were lying deep beneath those rushing waters. She had counted upon death, and now she was not dead, but she with her shame and trouble might yet live for many a year. She was as one who in her sleep had seemed to soar on angels' wings far into the airy depths, and then awakened with a start to find that she had tumbled from her bed. All the heroic scale, all the more than earthly depth of passion, all the spiritualized desires that sprang into being beneath the shadow of their approaching end, had come down to the common level of an undesirable attachment, along which she must drag her weary feet for many a year. Nor was this all. She had been false to Bessie. More, she had broken Bessie's lover's troth. She had tempted him, and he had fallen, and now he was as bad as she. Death would have justified all this. Never would she have done it, had she thought that she was doomed to live. But now death had cheated her, as is his fashion with people to whom his presence is more or less desirable, leaving her to cope with the spirit she had invoked when his sword was quivering over her. What would be the end of it in the event of their escape? What could be the end except misery? It should go no farther, far as it had gone. But she swore, no, not if it broke her heart and his too. The conditions were altered again, and the memory of those dreadful and wondrous hours when they two swung upon the raging river and exchanged their undying troth with the grave for an altar must remain a memory and nothing more. It had risen in her lives like some beautiful yet terrible dream image of celestial joy, and now like a dream it must vanish.
and yet it was no dream, except in so far as all her life was a dream and a vision, a riddle of which glimpses of the answer came as rarely as gleams of sunshine on a rainy day. Alas, it was no dream. It was a portion of the living, breathing past, that having once been, is immortal in its every part and moment, incarnating, as it does, the very spirit of immortality and utter incapacity to change. As the act was, as the word had been spoken, so would act and word be forever and forever. And now this undying thing must be caged and cast about with the semblance of death, and clouded over with the shadow of an unreal forgetfulness. Oh, it was bitter, very bitter. What would it be now to go away, quite away from him, and know him married to her own sister, the other woman, with a prior right? What would it be to think of Bessie's sweetness slowly creeping into her empty place and filling it, of Bessie's gentle, constant love covering up the recollection of their wilder passion, pervading it and covering it up as the twilight slowly pervades and covers up the day, till at last, perhaps, it was blotted out and forgotten in the night of forgetfulness. And yet it must be so. She was determined that it should be so. Ah, that she had died then with his kiss upon her lips. Why had he not let her die? And grieving thus, the poor girl shook her damp hair over her face and sobbed in the bitterness of her heart, as Eve might have sobbed when Adam reproached her. But naked or dressed, sobbing will not mend matters in this sad world of ours, a fact which Jess had the sense to recognize. So presently she wiped her eyes with her hair, having nothing else at hand to wipe them with, and set to work to struggle into her partially dried garments again, a process calculated to irritate the most fortunate and happy-minded woman in the whole wide world. Certainly, in her present frame of mind, those damp, bullet-torn clothes drove Jess frantic, so much so that had she been a man she would probably have sworn a consolation that her sex denied her. Fortunately, she carried a traveling comb in her pocket, with which she made shift to do her curling hair, if hair can be said to be done when one has not a hairpin or even a bit of string wherewith to fasten it. Then, after a last and frightful encounter with her sodden boots, that seemed to take almost as much out of her as her roll at the bottom of the Vaal, Jess rose and walked back to the spot where she had left John an hour before. When she reached him, he was employed in saddling up the two greys with the saddles and bridles that he had removed from the carcasses of the horses which the lightning had destroyed. "Why, Jess, you look quite smart. Have you dried your clothes?" he said. "I have, after a fashion." "Yes," she answered. He looked at her. "Dearest, you have been crying. Come, things are black enough, but it is useless to cry. At any rate, we have escaped with our lives so far." "John," said Jess sharply, "there must be no more of that. Things have changed. We were dead last night. Now we have come to life again. Besides," she added, with a ghost of a laugh, "perhaps you will see Bessie tomorrow. I should think that we ought to have come to the end of our misfortunes." John's face fell, as a sense of the impossible and most tragic position in which they were placed, physically and morally, swept into his mind. "Jess, my own Jess," he said, "what can we do?" She stamped her foot in the bitter anguish of her heart. "I told you," she said, "that there must be no more of that. What are you thinking about? From today we are dead to each other. I've done with you, and you with me. It is your own fault. You should have let me die. Oh, John," she wailed out, "why did you not let me die? Why did we not both die? We should have been happy now, or asleep. We must part, John, we must part. And what shall I do without you? How shall I live without you?" Her distress was very poignant, and it affected him so much that for a moment he could not trust himself to answer her. "Would it not be best to make a clean breast of it to Bessie?" he said at last. "I should feel a villain for the rest of my life, but upon my word, I've a mind to do it." "No, no," she cried passionately, "I will not allow it. You shall swear to me that you will never breathe a word to Bessie. I will not have her happiness destroyed. We have sinned. We must suffer. Not Bessie, who is innocent, and only takes her right. I promise my dear mother to look after Bessie and protect her, and I will not be the one to betray her. Never, never. You must marry her, and I must go away. There is no other way out of it." John looked at her, not knowing what to say or do. A sharp pang of despair went through him as he watched the passionate, pale face and the great eyes dim with tears. How was he to part from her? He put out his arms to take her in them, but she pushed him away almost fiercely. "Have you no honor?" she cried. "Is it not all hard enough to bear without you tempting me? I tell you it is done with. Finish saddling that horse and let us start. The sooner we get off, the sooner it will be over, unless Boers catch us again and shoot us, which for my own part I devoutly hope they may. You must make up your mind to remember that I am nothing but your sister-in-law. If you will not remember it, then I shall ride away and leave you to go your road, and I will go mine." John said no more. Her determination was as crushing as the cruel necessity that dictated it. What was more, his own reason and sense of honor approved it, whatever his passion might prompt to the contrary. As he turned wearily to finish saddling the horses, with Jess he almost regretted that they had not both been drowned. Of course, the only saddles that they had were those belonging to the dead Boers, which was very awkward for a lady. Luckily for herself, however, from constant practice, Jess could ride almost as well as though she had been trained to the ring, and was even capable of balancing herself without a pommel on a man's saddle, having often and often ridden round the farm in that fashion. So soon as the horses were ready, she astonished John by clambering into the saddle of the older and steadier animal, placing her foot in the stirrup strap, and announcing that she was ready to start. "You'd better ride some other way," said John. "It isn't usual, I know, but you will tumble off so." "You shall see," she said with a cold little laugh, putting the horse into a canter as she spoke. John followed her on the other horse, and noticed with amazement that she sat as straight and steady on her slippery seat as though she were on a hunting saddle, keeping herself from falling by an instinctive balancing of the body, which was very curious to notice. When they were well on to the plain, they halted to consider their route, and turning, Jess pointed to the long lines of vultures descending to feast on their would-be murderers. If they went down the river, it would lead them to Standerton, and there they would be safe if they could slip into the town, which was garrisoned by English. But then, as they had gathered from the conversation of their escort, Standerton was closely invested by the Boers, and to try and pass through their lines was more than they dared to do. It was true that they still had the pass signed by the Boer general, but after what had occurred, not unnaturally, they were somewhat skeptical about the value of a pass, and certainly most unwilling to put its efficacy to the proof. So after due consideration, they determined to avoid Standerton and ride in the opposite direction till they found a practicable ford of the Vaal. Fortunately, they both of them had a very good idea of the lay of the land, and in addition to this, John possessed a small compass fastened to his watch chain, which would enable him to steer a fairly correct course across a veldt, a fact that rendered them independent of the wagon tracks. On the roads they were exposed to the risk, if not the certainty, of detection, but on the wide veldt the chances were they would meet no living creature except the wild game. Should they see houses, they could avoid them, and probably their male inhabitants would be far away from home on business connected with the war. Accordingly, they rode 10 miles or more along the bank without seeing a soul, till they reached a space of bubbling, shallow water that looked fordable. Indeed, an investigation of the banks revealed the fact that a loaded wagon had passed the river here, and at no distant date, perhaps a week before. "This is good enough," said John. "We will try it." And without further ado, they plunged into the rapid. In the center of the stream, the water was strong and deep, and for a few yards swept the horses off their legs, but they struck out boldly till they found their footing again, and after that there was no more trouble. On the farther side of the river, John took counsel with his compass, and they steered a course straight for Moeffontein. At midday they off-saddled the horses for an hour by some water, and ate a small portion of their remaining food. Then they up-saddled and went on across the lonely, desolate veldt. No human being did they see all that long day. The wide country was tenanted only by great herds of game that went thundering past like squadrons of cavalry, or here and there by coteries of vultures, hissing and fighting furiously over some dead buck. And so at last the twilight gathered and found them alone in the wilderness. "Well, what is to be done now?" said John, pulling up his tired horse. "It will be dark in half an hour." Jess slid from her saddle as she answered, "Get off and go to sleep, I suppose." She was quite right. There was absolutely nothing else that they could do. So John set to work and hobbled the horses, tying them together for further security, for it would be a dreadful thing if they were to stray. By the time that this was done, the twilight was deepening into night, and the two sat down to contemplate their surroundings with feelings akin to despair. So far as the eye could reach, there was nothing to be seen but a vast stretch of lonely plain, across which the night wind blew in dreary gusts, causing the green grass to ripple like the sea. There was absolutely no shelter to be had, nor any object to break the monotony of the veldt except two ant heaps set about 5 paces apart. John sat down on one of the ant heaps, and Jess took up her position on the other, and there they remained like pelicans in the wilderness, watching the daylight fade out of the day. "Don't you think we had better sit together?" suggested John feebly. "It would be warmer, you see." "No, I don't," answered Jess snappishly. "I'm very comfortable as I am." Unfortunately, however, this was not the exact truth, for already poor Jess's teeth were chattering with cold. Soon, indeed, weary as they were, they found that the only way to keep their blood moving was to tramp continually up and down. After an hour and a half of this exercise, the breeze dropped and the temperature became more suitable to their lightly clad, half-starved, and almost exhausted bodies. Then the moon came up, and the hyenas or wolves or some other such animals came up also and howled around them. Though they could not see them, these hyenas proved more than Jess's nerves would bear, and at last she condescended to ask John to share her ant-heap, where they sat shivering in each other's arms throughout the livelong night. Indeed, had it not been for the warmth they gathered from each other, it is probable that they might have fared even worse than they did, for though the days were hot, the nights were now beginning to be cold on the high veldt, especially when, as at present, the air had recently been chilled by the passage of a heavy tempest. Another drawback to their romantic situation was that they were positively soaked with the falling dew. There they sat, or rather cowered, for hour after hour without sleeping, for sleep was impossible, and almost without speaking, and yet, notwithstanding the wretchedness of their circumstances, not altogether unhappy, since they were united in their misery. At last the eastern sky began to turn gray, and John rose, shook the dew from his hat and clothes, and limped off as well as his half-frozen limbs would allow to catch the horses, which were standing together some yards away, looking huge and ghost-like in the mist. By sunrise he had managed to saddle them up, and they started once more. This time, however, he was obliged to lift Jess onto the saddle. About 8 o'clock they halted and ate their little remaining food, and then went on, slowly enough, for the horses were almost as tired as they were, and it was necessary to husband them if they were to reach Moefantien by dark. At midday they rested for an hour and a half, and then, feeling almost worn out, continued their journey, reckoning that they could not be more than 16 or 17 miles from Moefantien. It was about 2 hours after this that the catastrophe happened. The course they were following ran down the side of one land wave, then across a little swampy sluit, and up the opposite slope. They crossed the marshy ground, walked their horses up to the crest of the opposite rise, and found themselves face to face with a party of armed and mounted Boers. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jess finds a friend. The Boers swoop down on them with a shout, like hawks on a sparrow. John pulled up his horse and drew his revolver. Don't, cried Jess, our only chance is to be civil, whereon, thinking better of the matter, he replaced it and wished the leading Boer good day. What are you doing here? Asked the Dutchman, whereon Jess explained that they had a pass, which John promptly produced, and were proceeding to Moefantien. Ah, Crofts, said the Boer as he took the pass. You are likely to meet a burying party there. But at the time Jess did not understand what he meant. He eyed the pass suspiciously all over, and then asked how it came to be stained with water. Jess, not daring to tell the truth, said that it had been dropped into a puddle. The Boer was about to return it, when suddenly his eye fell upon Jess's saddle. How is it that the girl is riding on a man's saddle? He asked. Why, I know that saddle. Let me look at the other side. Yes, there is a bullet hole through the flap. That is Swart Dirk's saddle. How did you get it? I bought it from him, answered Jess without a moment's hesitation. I could get nothing to ride on. The Boer shook his head. There are plenty of saddles in Pretoria, he said, and these are not the days when a man sells his saddle to an English girl. Ah, and that other is a Boer saddle too. No Englishman has a saddle-cloth like that. This pass is not sufficient, he went on in a cold tone. It should have been countersigned by the local commandant. I must arrest you. Jess began to make further excuses, but he merely repeated, I must arrest you, and gave some orders to the men with him. We are caught again, she said to John, and there is nothing for it but to go. I shan't mind so much if only they will give us some food, replied John philosophically. I am half starved. And I am half dead, said Jess with a little laugh. I wish they would shoot us and have done with it. Come, cheer up, Jess, he answered. Perhaps the luck is going to change. She shook her head with the air of one who expects the worst, and then some gay young spirits among the Boers came up and made things pleasant by an exhibition of their polished wit, which they cheerfully exercised at the expense of poor Jess, whose appearance, as may well be imagined, was exceedingly wretched and forlorn, so much so that it would have moved the pity of most people, but these specimens of the golden youth of a simple pastoral folk found in it a rich mine of opportunities. They asked her if she would not like to ride straddle-legged, and if she had bought her dress from an old Hottentot who had done with it, and if she had been rolling about tipsy in the veldt to get all the mud on it, and generally avail themselves of this unparalleled occasion to be witty at the expense of an English lady in sore distress. Indeed, one gay young dog called Jacobus was proceeding from jokes linguistic to jokes practical, perceiving that Jess only kept her seat on the man's saddle by the exercise of a faculty of balance. It occurred to him that it would be a fine thing to upset it and make her fall upon her face. Accordingly, with a sudden twist of the rein, he brought his horse sharply against her wearied animal, nearly throwing it down, but she was too quick for him, and saved herself by catching at the mane. Jess said nothing. Indeed, she made no answer to her tormentors, and fortunately John understood little of what they were saying. Presently, however, the young Boer made another attempt, putting out his hand to give her a slight push. As it happened, John saw this, and the sight of the indignity caused the blood to boil in his veins. Before he could reflect on what he was doing, he was alongside of the man, and catching him by the throat, had hurled him backwards over his crupper with all the force he could command. Jacobus fell heavily upon his shoulders, and instantly there was a great hubbub. John drew his revolver, and the other Boers raised their rifles, so that Jess thought there was an end of it, and put her hand before her face, having first thanked John for avenging the insult with a swift flash of her beautiful eyes. And indeed in another second it would have been all over, had not the elder man who inspected the pass interposed. In fact, he had witnessed the proceedings which led to his followers' discomfiture, and being a decent person at bottom, strongly disapproved of them. "Leave them alone, and put down those guns," he shouted. It served Jacobus right. He was trying to push the girl from her horse. Almighty! It is not wonderful those English call us brute beasts when you boys do such things. Put down your guns, I say, and one of you help Jacobus up. He looks as sick as a buck with a bullet through it. Accordingly the row passed over, and the playful Jacobus, whom Jess noted with satisfaction, seemed exceedingly ill, and trembled in every limb, was with difficulty hoisted onto his horse to continue his journey with not a single bit of fun left in him. A little while after this, Jess pointed out a long, low hill that lay upon the flat veldt, a dozen miles or so away, like a stone upon a stretch of sand. "Look," she said, "there is Moefontein at last." "We are not there yet," remarked John sadly. Another weary half-hour passed, and then on passing over a crest, suddenly they saw Hans Coetzee's homestead lying down by the water in the hollow, so that was whither they were being taken. Within 100 yards of the house the Boers halted and consulted, except Jacobus, who went on, still looking very green. Finally the elder man came to them and addressed Jess at the same time, handing her back the pass. "You can go on home," he said. "The Englishman must stay with us till we find out more about him." "He says that I can go. What shall I do?" asked Jess. "I don't like leaving you with these men." "Do? Why, go, of course. I can look after myself. And if I can't, certainly you won't be able to help me. Perhaps you will be able to get some help from the farm. At any rate, you must go." "Now, Englishman," said the Boer. "Goodbye, Jess," said John. "God bless you." "Goodbye, John," she answered, looking him steadily in the eyes for a moment, and then
turning away to hide the tears which would gather in her own. And thus they parted. She knew her way now, even across the open veldt, for she dared not go by the road. There was, however, a bridle path that ran over the hill at the back of Mo Ifantian, and for this she shaped her course. It was 5 o'clock by now, and both she and her horse were in a condition of great exhaustion, enhanced in her own case by want of food and trouble of mind. But she was a strong woman, with a will like iron, and she held on when most girls would have died. Jess meant to get to Mo Ifantian somehow, and she knew that she would get there. If only she could reach the place and find help to send to her lover. She did not greatly care what happened to her afterwards. The pace of the horse she was riding grew slower and slower, from the ambling canter, into which at first she managed occasionally to force it, and which is the best pace to travel at in South Africa. It relapsed continually into a rough, short trot, which was agony to her, riding as she was, and from the trot into a walk. Indeed, just before sunset, or a little after 6 o'clock, the walk became final. At last they reached the rising ground that stretched up the slope of the Mo Ifantian hill, and here the poor beast fell down, utterly worn out. Jess slipped off and tried to drag it up, but failed. It had no strength left in it, so she did what she could, pulling off the bridle and undoing the girth so that the saddle would fall off if the horse ever managed to rise. The animal watched her go with melancholy eyes, knowing that it was being deserted. First it neighed, then with a desperate effort it struggled to its feet and trotted after her for 100 yards or so, only to fall down again at last. Jess turned and saw it, and exhausted as she was, she positively ran to get away from the look in those big eyes. That night there was a cold rain, in which the horse perished, as poor horses are apt to do. It was nearly dark when at length Jess reached the top of the hill and looked down. She knew the spot well, and from it she could always see the light in the kitchen window of the house. Tonight there was no light. Wondering what it could mean, and feeling a fresh chill of doubt creep round her heart, she scrambled on down the hill. When she was about halfway, a shower of sparks suddenly shot into the air from the spot where the house should be, caused by the fall of a piece of wall into the smouldering embers beneath. Again Jess paused, wondering and aghast. What could have happened? Determined at all hazards to discover, she crept on very cautiously. Before she had gone another 20 yards, however, a hand was laid suddenly upon her arm. She turned quickly, too paralyzed with fear to cry out, and a voice that was familiar to her whispered into her ear, "Missy Jess, Missy Jess, is it you? I am Yanchi." She gave a sigh of relief, and her heart, which had stood still, began to move again. Here was a friend at last. "I heard you coming down the hill, though you came so softly," he said, "but I could not tell who it was because you jumped from rock to rock and did not walk as usual. But I thought it was a woman with boots. I could not see because the light all falls dead against the hill and the stars are not up. So I got to the left of your path, for the wind is blowing from the right, and waited till you had passed and winded you. Then I knew who you were for certain, either you or Missy Bessie, but Missy Bessie is shut up, so it could not be her." "Bessie shut up," ejaculated Jess, not even pausing to marvel at the dog-like instinct that had enabled the Hottentot to identify her. "What do you mean?" "This way, Missy, come this way, and I will tell you." And he led her to a fantastic pile of rocks, in which it was his wild habit to sleep. Jess knew the place well, and had often peeped into, but never entered the Hottentot's kennel. "Stop a bit, Missy, I will go and light a candle. I have some in there, and they can't see the light from outside." And accordingly he vanished. In a few seconds he returned, and taking her by the sleeve, led her along a winding passage between great boulders, till they came to a bee-hole in the rocks, through which she could see the light shining. Going down on his hands and knees, Yanchi crept through, and Jess followed him. She found herself in a small apartment, about 6 feet square by 8 high, formed for the most part by the accidental falling together of big boulders, and roofed in with one great natural slab. The place, which was lighted by an end of candle stuck upon the floor, was very dirty, as might be expected of a Hottentot's den, and in it were collected an enormous variety of odds and ends. As, discarding a 3-legged stool that Yanchi offered her, Jess sank down on a pile of skins in the corner, her eye fell upon a collection worthy of an old rag and bone shop. The sides of the chamber were festooned with every imaginable garment, from the white full-dress coat of an Austrian officer down to a shocking pair of corduroys, lifted by Yanchi from the body of a bushman. which he had discovered in his rambles. All these clothes were in various stages of decay, and obviously the result of years of patient collecting. In the corners again were sticks, carries, and 2 assegais, a number of queer-shaped stones and bones, handles of broken table knives, bits of the locks of guns, portions of an American clock, and various other articles which this human jackdaw had picked up and hidden away. Altogether it was a strange place, and vaguely it occurred to Jess as she sank back upon the dirty skins that had it not been for the old clothes and the wreck of the American clock, she would have made acquaintance with a very fair example of the dwellings of primeval man. "Stop before you begin," she said. "Have you anything to eat here? I'm nearly starving." Yanchi grinned knowingly, and grubbing in a heap of rubbish in the corner, drew out a gourd with a piece of flat sheet iron, which once had formed the back plate of a stove placed on the top of it. It contained maas, or curdled buttermilk, which a woman had brought him that very morning from a neighboring kraal, and it was destined for Yanchi's own supper. Hungry as he was himself, for he had tasted no food all day, he gave it to Jess without a moment's hesitation, together with a wooden spoon, and squatting on the rock before her, watched her eat it with guttural exclamations of satisfaction. Not knowing that she was robbing a hungry man, Jess ate the mass to the last spoonful, and was grateful to feel the sensation of gnawing sickness leave her. "Now," she said, "tell me what you mean." Thereon Yanchi began at the beginning, and related the events of the day, so far as he was acquainted with them. When he came to where the old man was dragged, with kicks and blows and ignominy, from his own house, Jess's eyes flashed, and she positively ground her teeth with indignation. And as for her feelings, when she learnt that he was condemned to death, and to be shot at dawn on the morrow, they are simply indescribable. Of the Bessie complication, Yanchi was quite ignorant, and could only tell her that Frank Muller had an interview with her sister in the little plantation, after which she was shut up in the storeroom, where she still remained. But this was quite enough for Jess, who knew Muller's character better, perhaps, than anybody else, and was not by any means ignorant of his designs upon Bessie. A few moments' thought put the key of the matter into her hand. She saw now what was the reason of the granting of the pass, and of the determined and partially successful attempt at wholesale murder of which they had been the victims. She saw, too, why her old uncle had been condemned to death. It was to be used as a lever with Bessie. The man was capable even of that. Yes, she saw it all as clear as daylight, and in her heart she swore, helpless as she seemed to be, that she would find a way to prevent it. But what way? What way? Ah, if only John were here, but he was not, so she must act without him, if only she could see the road to action. She thought first of all of going down boldly to face Muller and denounce him as a murderer before his men, but a moment's reflection showed that this was impracticable. For his own safety he would be obliged to stop her mouth somehow, and the best she could expect would be to be incarcerated and rendered quite powerless. If only she could manage to communicate with Bessie, at any rate, it was absolutely necessary that she should know what was happening. She might as well be 100 miles away as 100 yards. "Yanchi," she said, "tell me where the Boers are." "Some are in the wagon house, missy, some are on sentry, and the rest are down by the wagon they brought with them, and outspanned behind the gums there. The cart is there, too, that came just before you did, with the clergyman in it." "And where is Frank Muller?" "I don't know, missy, but he brought a round tent with him in the wagon, and it is pitched between the 2 big gums. Yanchi, I must go down there and find out what is going on, and you must come with me." "You will be caught, missy. There is a sentry at the back of the wagon house, and 2 in front. But," he added, "perhaps we might get near. I will go out and look at the night." Presently he returned and said that a small rain had come on, and the clouds covered up the stars so that it was very dark. "Well, let us go at once," said Jess. "Missy, you'd better not go," answered the Hottentot. "You will get wet, and the Boers will catch you. Better let me go. I can creep about like a snake, and if the Boers catch me, it won't matter." "You must come, too, but I'm going. I must find out." Then the Hottentot shrugged his shoulders and yielded, and having extinguished the candle, silently, as ghosts, they crept out into the night. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He shall die. The night was still and very dark. A soft cold rain, such as often falls in the Wackerstroom and New Scotland districts of the Transvaal, and which more resembles a true north country mist than anything else, was drizzling gently but persistently. This condition of affairs was as favorable as possible to their enterprise, and under cover of it, the Hottentot and the white girl crept far down the hill to within 12 or 14 paces of the back of the wagon house. Then Yanchi, who was leading, suddenly put back his hand and checked her, and at that moment Jess caught the sound of a sentry's footsteps as he tramped leisurely up and down. For a couple of minutes or so they stopped thus, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a man came round the corner of the building, holding a lantern in his hand. On seeing the lantern, Jess's first impulse was to fly, but Yanchi, by a motion, made her understand that she was to stop still. The man with the lantern advanced towards the other man, holding the light above his head and looking dim and gigantic in the mist and rain. Presently he turned his face, and Jess saw that it was Frank Muller himself. He stood thus for a moment, waiting till the sentry was near to him. "You can go to your supper," he said. "Come back in half an hour. I will be responsible for the prisoners till then." The man growled out an answer, something about the rain, and then departed round the end of the building, followed by Muller. "Now then, come on," whispered Yanchi. "There is a hole in the storeroom wall, and you may be able to speak to Missy Bessie." Jess did not require a second invitation, but slipped up to the wall in 5 seconds. Passing her hand over the stonework, she found the air hole, which she remembered well, for they used to play bo-peep there as children, and was about to whisper through it, when suddenly the door at the other end opened, and Frank Muller entered bearing the lantern in his hand. For a moment he stood on the threshold, opening the slide of the lantern in order to increase the light. His hat was off, and he wore a cape of dark cloth thrown over his shoulders, which seemed to add to his great breadth. Indeed, the thought flashed through the mind of Jess as she looked at him through the hole, and saw the light strike upon his face and form, glinting down his golden beard, that he was the most magnificent specimen of humanity whom she had ever seen. In another instant he had turned the lantern round and revealed her dear sister, Bessie, to her gaze. Bessie lay upon one of the half-empty sacks of mealies, apparently half asleep, for she opened her wide blue eyes and looked round apprehensively, like one suddenly awakened. Her golden curls were in disorder and falling over her fair forehead, and her face was very pale and troubled and marked beneath the eyes with deep blue lines. Catching sight of her visitor, she rose hurriedly and retreated as far from him as the pile of sacks and potatoes would allow. "What is it?" she asked in a low voice. "I gave you my answer. Why do you come to torment me again?" He placed the lantern upon an upright sack of mealies and carefully balanced it before he answered. Jess could see that he was taking time to consider. "Let us recapitulate," he said at length, in his full, rich voice. "The position is this. I gave you this morning the choice between consenting to marry me tomorrow and seeing your old uncle and benefactor shot. Further, I assured you that if you would not consent to marry me, your uncle should be shot, and that I would then make you mine, dispensing with the ceremony of marriage. Is that not so?" Bessie made no answer, and he continued, his eyes fixed upon her face, and thoughtfully stroking his beard. "Silence gives consent. I will go on. Before a man can be shot according to law, he must be tried and condemned according to law. Your uncle has been tried and has been condemned." "I heard it all, cruel murderer that you are," said Bessie, lifting her head for the first time. "So I thought you would, through the crack. That is why I had you put into this place. It would not have looked well to bring you before the court," and he took the light and examined the crevice. "This wall is badly built," he went on in a careless tone. "Look, there is another space there at the back," and he actually came up to it and held the lantern close to the air-hole in such fashion that its light shone through into Jess's eyes and nearly blinded her. She shut them quickly so that the gleam reflected from them should not betray her, then held her breath and remained still as the dead. In another second Muller took away the light and replaced it on the mealie bag. "So you say you saw it all? Well, it must have shown you that I was in earnest. The old man took it well, did he not? He is a brave man, and I respect him. I fancy that he will not move a muscle at the last. That comes of English blood, you see. It is the best in the world, and I am proud to have it in my veins." "Cannot you stop torturing me, and say what you have to say?" asked Bessie. "I had no wish to torture you, but if you like I will come to the point. It is this. Will you now consent to marry me tomorrow morning at sun-up, or am I to be forced to carry the sentence on your old uncle into effect?" I will not. I hate you and defy you." Muller looked at her coldly, and then drew his pocket-book from his pocket and extracted from it the death warrant and a pencil. "Look, Bessie," he said, "this is your uncle's death warrant. At present it is valueless and informal, for I have not yet signed, though, as you will see, I have been careful that everybody else should. If once I place my signature there, it cannot be revoked, and the sentence must be carried into effect. If you persist in your refusal, I will sign it before your eyes." And he placed the paper on the book and took the pencil in his right hand. "Oh, you cannot be such a fiend," wailed the wretched woman, wringing her hands. "I assure you that you are mistaken. I both can and will. I've gone too far to turn back for the sake of one old Englishman. Listen, Bessie, your lover, Neil, is dead. That you know." Here Jess, behind the wall, felt inclined to cry out, "It is a lie," but remembering the absolute necessity of silence, she checked herself. "And what is more," went on Muller, "your sister Jess is dead too. She died 2 days ago." "Jess dead? Jess dead? It is not true. How do you know that she is dead?" "Never mind. I will tell you when we are married. She is dead, and except for your uncle, you are alone in the world. If you persist in this, he will soon be dead too, and his blood will be upon your head, for you will have murdered him." "And if I were to say yes, how would that help him?" she cried wildly. "He is condemned by your court-martial. You would only deceive me and murder him after all." "On my honor, no. Before the marriage I will give this warrant to the pastor, and he shall burn it as soon as the service is said. But, Bessie, don't you see that these fools who tried your uncle are only like clay in my hands? I can bend them this way and that, and whatever song I sing they will echo it. They do not wish to shoot your uncle, and would be glad indeed to get out of it. Your uncle shall go in safety to Natal, or stay here if he wills. His property shall be secured to him, and compensation paid for the burning of his house. I swear it before God." She looked up at him, and he could see that she was inclined to believe him. "It is true, Bessie, it is true. I will rebuild the place myself, and if I can find the man who fired it, he shall be shot. Come, listen to me, and be reasonable. The man you love is dead, and no amount of sighing can bring him to your arms. I alone am left, I who love you better than life, better than man ever loved woman before. Look at me. Am I not a proper man for any maid to wed, though I be half a Boer? And I have the brains too, Bessie, the brains that shall make us both great. We were made for each other. I've known it for years, and slowly, I've worked my way to you, till at last you are in my reach." And he stretched out both his arms towards her. "My darling," he went on in a soft, half-dreamy voice, "my love and desire, yield now. Yield, do not force this new crime upon me. I want to grow good for your sake and have done with bloodshed. When you are my wife, I believe that the evil will go out of me, and I shall grow good. Yield, and never shall woman have had such a husband as I will be to you. I will make your life soft and beautiful to you as women love life to be. You shall have everything that money can buy and power bring. Yield for your uncle's sake and for the sake of the great love I bear you." As he spoke, he was slowly drawing nearer Bessie, whose face wore a half-fascinated expression. As he came, the wretched woman gathered herself together and put out her hand to repulse him. "No, no," she cried. "I hate you. I cannot be false to him, living or dead. I shall kill myself. I know I shall." He made no answer, but only came always nearer, till at last his strong arms closed round her shrinking form and drew her to him as easily as though she were a babe. And then all at once she seemed to yield. That embrace was the outward sign of his cruel mastery, and she struggled no more, mentally or physically. "Will you marry me, darling? Will you marry me?" he whispered with his lips so close to the golden curls that Jess, straining her ears outside, could only just catch the words. "Oh, I suppose so, but I shall die. It will kill me." He strained her to his heart and kissed her beautiful face again and again until Jess heard the heavy footsteps of the returning sentry and saw Muller leave go of her. Then Yancey caught Jess by the hand, dragging her away from the wall, and presently she was once more ascending the hillside towards the Hottentot's kennel. She had desired to find out how matters stood, and she had found out, indeed, to attempt to portray the fury, the indignation, and the thirst to be avenged upon this fiend who had attempted to murder her and her lover, and had bought her dear sister's honor at the price of their innocent old uncle's life would be impossible. Her weariness had left her. She was mad with all she had seen and heard, with the knowledge of what had been done and of what was about to be done. She even forgot her passion in it and swore that Muller should never marry Bessie while she lived to prevent it. Had she been a bad woman herein, she might have seen an opportunity, for Bessie, once tied to Muller, John would be free to marry her, but this idea never even entered her mind. Whatever Jess's errors may have been, she was a self-sacrificing, honorable woman, and one who would have died rather than profit thus by circumstance. At length they reached the shelter again and crept into it. "Light a candle," said Jess. Yancey hunted for and struck a match. The piece of candle they had been using, however, was nearly burnt out, so from the rubbish in the corner he produced a box full of ends, some of them 3 or 4 inches long, in the queer sort of way that trifles do strike us when the mind is undergoing a severe strain. Jess remembered instantly that for years she had been unable to discover what became of the odd bits of the candles used in the house. Now the mystery was explained. "Go outside and leave me. I want to think," she said. The Hottentot obeyed, and seated upon the heap of skins, her forehead resting on her hand and her fingers buried in her silky, rain-soaked hair, Jess began to review the position. It was evident to her that Frank Muller would be as good as his word. She knew him too well to doubt this for a moment. If Bessie did not marry him, he would murder the old man, as he had tried to murder herself and John, only this time judicially, and then abduct her sister afterwards. She was the only price that he was prepared to take in exchange for her uncle's life, but it was impossible to allow Bessie to be so sacrificed. The thought was horrible to her. How, then, was it to be prevented? She thought again of confronting Frank Muller and openly accusing him of her attempted murder, only, however, to dismiss the idea. Who would believe her? And if they did believe, what good would it do? She would only be imprisoned and kept out of harm's way, or possibly murdered out of hand. Then she thought of attempting to communicate with her uncle and Bessie, to tell them that John was, as so far as she knew, alive, only to recognize the impossibility of doing so now that the sentry had returned. Besides, what object could be served? The knowledge that John was alive might, it is true, encourage Bessie to resist Muller, but then the death of the old man must certainly ensue. Dismissing this project from her mind, Jess began to consider whether they could obtain assistance. Alas, it was impossible. The only people from whom she could hope for aid would be the natives, and now that the Boers had triumphed over the English, for this much she had gathered from her captors and from Yancey, it was very doubtful if the Kaffirs would dare to assist her. Besides, at the best, it would take 24 hours to collect a force, and by then help would come too late. The situation was hopeless. Nowhere could she see a ray of light. "What," Jess said aloud to herself, "what is there in the world that will stop a man like Frank Muller?" And then, of an instant, the answer rose up in her brain as though by inspiration. Death! Death, and death alone, would stay him. For a minute she held the idea in her mind till she grew familiar with it. Then it was driven out by another thought that followed swiftly on its track. Frank Muller must die, and die before the morning light. By no other possible means could the Gordian knot be cut, and both Bessie and her old uncle be saved. If he were dead, he could not marry Bessie, and if he died with the warrant unsigned, their uncle could not be executed. That was the terrible answer to her riddle. Yet it was most just that he should die, for had he not murdered and attempted murder? Surely if ever a man deserved a swift and awful doom, that man was Frank Muller. And so this forsaken, helpless girl, crouching upon the ground, a torn and bespattered fugitive, in the miserable hiding-hole of a Hottentot, arraigned the powerful leader of men before the tribunal of her conscience, and without pity, if without wrath, passed upon him a sentence of extinction. But who was to be the executioner? A dreadful thought flashed into her mind. It made her heart stand still, but she dismissed it. No, she had not come to that. Her eyes wandering round the kennel lit upon Yancey's assegais and sticks in the corner, and these gave her another inspiration. Yancey should do the deed. John had told her one day when they were sitting together in the palatial at Pretoria the whole of Yancey's awful story about the massacre of his relatives by Frank Muller 20 years before, of which indeed she had already knew something. It would be most fitting that this fiend should be removed from the face of the earth by the survivor of those unfortunates. That would be poetic justice, and justice is so rare in the world. But the question was, would he do it? The little man was a wonderful coward, that she knew, and had a great terror of Boers, and especially of Frank Muller. "Yancey," she whispered, stooping towards the bee-hole. "Ja, missy," answered a hoarse voice outside, and next second the Hottentot's monkey-like face came creeping into the ring of light, followed by his even more monkey-like form. "Sit down there, Yancey. I'm lonely here and want to talk." He obeyed her with a grin. What shall we talk about, Missy? Shall I tell you a story of the time when the beasts could speak, as I used to do years and years ago? No, Yanchi, tell me about that stick, that long stick with a knob at the top and the next cut on it. Has it not something to do with Frank Muller? The Hottentot's face instantly grew evil. Ya, Missy, he said, reaching out a skinny claw and seizing the stick. Look, this big notch, that is my father. Boss Frank shot him. And this next notch, that is my mother. Boss Frank shot her. And this next notch, that is my uncle, an old man. Boss Frank shot him also. And these small notches, they are when he has beaten me. Yes, and other things too. And now I will make more notches, one for the house that is burnt, and one for the old boss Croft, my own boss, whom he is going to shoot, and one for Missy Bessie. And Yanchi drew from his side his large white-handled hunting knife and began to cut them then and there upon the hard wood of the stick. Jess knew this knife of old. It was Yanchi's peculiar treasure, the chief joy of his narrow little heart. He had brought it from a Zulu for a heifer which her uncle had given him in lieu of half a year's wage. The Zulu had it from a half-caste whose kraal was beyond Daloga Bay. As a matter of fact, it was a Somali knife, manufactured from the soft native steel, which takes an edge like a razor, and with a handle cut out of the tusk of a hippopotamus. For the rest, it was about a foot long, with 3 grooves running the length of the blade, and very heavy. Stop cutting notches, Yanchi, and let me look at that knife. He obeyed and put it into her hand. That knife would kill a man, Yanchi, she said. Yes, he answered, no doubt. It has killed many men. It would kill Frank Muller, now, would it not? She went on, suddenly bending forward and fixing her dark eyes upon the little man's jaundiced orbs. Yeah, he said, starting back. It would kill him dead. Ah, what a thing it would be to kill him, he added, making a fierce sound, half grunt, half laugh. He killed your father, Yanchi. Yeah, he killed my father, said Yanchi, his eyes beginning to roll with rage. He killed your mother. Yeah, he killed my mother, he repeated after her with eager ferocity. And your uncle. He killed your uncle. And my uncle, too, he went on, shaking his fist and twitching his long toes as his hoarse voice rose to a subdued scream. But he will die in blood, the old English woman. His mother said it when the devil was in her, and the devils never lie. Look, I draw Boss Frank's circle in the dust with my foot. And listen, I say the words. And he muttered something rapidly. An old witch doctor taught me how to do it, and what to say, once before I did it. And there was a stone in the circle. No, there is no stone. Look, the ends meet. He will die in blood. He will die soon. I know how to read the omen. And he gnashed his teeth and sawed the air with his clenched fists. Yes, you are right, Yanchi, she said, still holding him with her dark eyes. He will die in blood, and he will die tonight. And you will kill him, Yanchi. The Hottentot started and turned pale under his yellow skin. How, he said, how? Bend forward, Yanchi, and I will tell you how. And Jess whispered for some minutes into his ear. Yes, he said when she had done. Oh, what a fine thing it is to be clever like the white people. I will kill him tonight, and then I can cut out the notches, and the spooks of my father and my mother and my uncle will stop howling round me in the dark as they do now when I am asleep. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vengeance. For 3 or 4 minutes more, Jess and Yanchi whispered together, after which the Hottentot rose and crept away to find out what was passing among the Boers below, and watch when Frank Muller retired to his tent. So soon as he had marked him down, it was agreed that he was to come back and report to Jess. When he was gone, Jess gave a sigh of relief. This stirring up of Yanchi to the boiling point of vengeance had been a dreadful thing to nerve herself to do, but now at any rate it was done, and Muller's doom was sealed. But what the end of it would be, none could say. Practically she would be a murderess, and she felt that sooner or later her guilt must find her out, and then she could hope for little mercy. Still, she had no scruples, for after all, Frank Muller's would be a well-merited fate. But when all was said and done, it was a dreadful thing to be forced to steep her hands in blood, even for Bessie's sake. If Muller were removed, Bessie would marry John, provided that John escaped the Boers, and be happy. But what would become of herself? robbed of her love, and with this crime upon her mind, what could she do even if she escaped, except die? It would be better to die and never see him again, for her sorrow and her shame were more than she could bear. Then Jess began to think of John, till all her poor, bruised heart seemed to go out towards him. Bessie could never love him as she did, she felt sure of that, and yet Bessie was to have him by her all her life, and she must go away. Well, it was the only thing to do. She would see this deed done and set her sister free. Then if she happened to escape, she would go at once, go quite away, where she would never be heard of again. Thus, at any rate, she would have behaved like an honourable woman. She sat up and put her hands to her face. It was burning hot, though she was wet through and chilled to the bone with the raw damp of the night. A fierce fever of mind and body had taken hold of her, worn out as she was with emotion, hunger, and protracted exposure. But her brain was clear enough. She never remembered its being so clear before. Every thought that came into her mind seemed to present itself with startling strength, standing out alone against a black background of nothingness, not softened down and shaded one into another, as thoughts generally are. She seemed to see herself wandering away, alone, utterly alone, alone forever, while in the far distance John stood holding Bessie by the hand, gazing after her regretfully. Well, she would write to him, since it must be so, and bid him one word of farewell. She could not go without that, though how her letter was to reach John she knew not, unless indeed Yancey could find him and deliver it. She had a pencil, and in the breast of her dress was the Boer pass, the back of which, stained as was with water, would serve the purpose of paper. She found it, and bending forward towards the light, placed it on her knees. "Good-bye," she wrote. "Good-bye. We can never meet again, and it is better that we never should in this world. I believe that there is another. If there is, I shall wait for you there, if I have to wait 10,000 years. If not, then good-bye forever. Think of me sometimes, for I have loved you very dearly, and as nobody will ever love you again, and while I live in this or any other existence, and am myself, I shall always love you, and you only. Don't forget me. I never shall be really dead to you until I am forgotten. J." She lifted the paper from her knee, and without even rereading what she had written, thrust the pass back into her bosom, and was soon lost in thought. 10 minutes later, Yancey, like a great snake in human form, came creeping into where she sat, his yellow face shining with the raindrops. "Well," whispered Jess, looking up with a start, "have you done it?" "No, missy, no. Boss Frank has but now gone to his tent. He has been talking to the clergyman, something about Missy Bessie, I don't know what. I was near, but he talked low, and I could only hear the name." "Are all the Boers asleep?" "All, missy, except the sentries." "Is there a sentry before Boss Frank's tent?" "No, missy, there is nobody near." "What is the time, Yancey?" "About 3 hours and a half after sundown, 10:30. "Let us wait half an hour, and then you must go." Accordingly, they sat in silence. In silence, they sat facing each other and their own thoughts. Presently, Yancey broke it by drawing the big white-handled knife and commencing to sharpen it on a piece of leather. The sight made Jess feel sick. "Put the knife up," she said quickly. "It is sharp enough." Yancey obeyed with a feeble grin, and the minutes passed on heavily. "Now, Yancey," she said at last, speaking huskily in her struggle to overcome the spasmodic contractions of her throat, "it is time for you to go." The Hottentot fidgeted about, and at last spoke. "Missy must come with me." "Come with you," answered Jess, starting. "Why?" "Because the ghost of the old English woman will be after me if I go alone." "You fool," said Jess angrily. Then, recollecting herself, she added, "Come, be a man, Yancey. Think of your father and mother, and be a man." "I am a man," he answered sulkily, "and I will kill him like a man. But what good is a man against the ghost of a dead English woman? If I put the knife into her, she would only make faces, and fire would come out of the hole. I will not go without you, Missy." "You must go," she said fiercely. "You shall go." "No, Missy, I will not go alone," he answered. Jess looked at him and saw that Yancey meant what he said. He was growing sulky, and the worst dispositioned donkey in the world is far, far easier to deal with than a sulky Hottentot. She must either give up the project or go with the man. Well, she was equally guilty one way or the other, and being almost callous about detection, she might as well go. She had no power left to make fresh plans. Her mind seemed to be exhausted. Only she must keep out of the way at the last. She could not bear to be near then. "Well," she said, "I will go with you, Yancey." "Good, Missy. That is all right now. You can keep off the ghost of the dead Englishwoman while I kill Boss Frank. But first he must be fast asleep. Fast, fast asleep." Then slowly and with the uttermost caution once more they crept down the hill. This time there was no sound to be heard except the regular tramp of the sentries. But their present business did not take them to the wagon house. They left that on their right and went on towards the Blue Gum Avenue. When they were nearly opposite to the first tree, they halted in a patch of stones, and Yancey slipped forward to reconnoiter. Presently he returned with the intelligence that all the Boers who were with the wagon had gone to sleep, but that Muller was still sitting in his tent thinking. Then they crept on, perfectly sure that if they were not heard, they would not be seen, curtained as they were by the dense mist and darkness. At length they reached the bole of the first big gum tree. 5 paces from this tree Frank Muller's tent was pitched. There was a light in it, which caused the wet tent to glow in the mist as though it had been rubbed with phosphorus, and on this lurid canvas the shadow of Frank Muller was gigantically limned. He was so placed that the lamp cast a magnified reflection of his every feature and even of his expression upon the screen before them. The attitude in which he sat was his favorite one when he was plunged in thought, his hands resting on his knees and his gaze fixed on vacancy. He was thinking of his triumph, and of all that he had gone through to win it, and of all that it would bring him. He held the trump cards now, and the game lay in his own hand. He had triumphed, and yet over him hung the shadow of that curse which dogs the presence of our accomplished desires. Too often, even with the innocent, does the seed of our destruction lurk in the rich blossom of our hopes, and much more is this so with the guilty. Somehow this thought was present with him tonight, and in a rough, half-educated way he grasped its truth. Once more the saying of the old Boer general rose in his mind. "I believe that there is a God. I believe that God sets a limit to a man's doings. If he is going too far, God kills him." What a dreadful thing it would be if the old fool were right after all, supposing that there were a God, and God were to kill him tonight, and hurry off his soul, if he had one, to some dim place of unending fear. All his superstitions awoke at the thought, and he shivered so violently that the shadow of the shiver caused the outlines of the gigantic form upon the canvas to tremble visibly. Then rising with an angry curse, Muller hastily threw off his outer clothing, and having turned down but not extinguished the rough paraffin lamp, he flung himself down upon the little camp bedstead, which creaked and groaned beneath his weight like a thing in pain. Now came silence, only broken by the drip, drip of the rain from the gum leaves overhead, and the rattling of the boughs whenever a breath of air stirred them. It was an eerie and depressing night, a night that might well have tried the nerves of any strong man who, wet through and worn out, was obliged to crouch upon the open veldt and endure it. How much more awful was it then to the unfortunate woman who, half broken-hearted, fever-stricken and well-nigh crazed, with a suffering of mind and body, waited in it to see murder done. Slowly the minutes passed, and at every raindrop or rustle of a bough, her guilty conscience summoned up a host of fears, but by the mere power of her will she kept them down. She would go through with it. Yes, she would go through with it. Surely he must be asleep by now. They crept up to the tent and placed their ears within 2 inches of his head. Yes, he was asleep. The sound of his breathing rose and fell with the regularity of an infant's. Jess turned round and touched her companion upon the shoulder. He did not move, but she felt that his arm was shaking. "Now," she whispered. Still he hung back. It was evident to her that the long waiting had taken the courage out of him. "Be a man," she whispered again, so low that the sound scarcely reached his ears, although her lips were almost touching them. "Go, and mind you strike home." Then at last she heard him softly draw the great knife from the sheath, and in another second he had glided from her side. Presently she saw the line of light that streamed upon the darkness through the opening of the tent broaden a little, and by this she knew that he was creeping in upon his dreadful errand. Then she turned her head and put her fingers in her ears, but even so she could see a long line of shadow traveling across the skirt of the tent. So she shut her eyes also, and waited, sick at heart, for she did not dare to move. Presently, it might have been 5 minutes or only half a minute afterwards, for she had lost count of time, Jess felt somebody touch her on the arm. It was Yancey. "Is it done?" she whispered again. He shook his head and drew her away from the tent. In going, her foot caught one of the guy ropes and stirred it slightly. "I could not do it, Missy," he said. "He is asleep and looks just like a child. When I lifted the knife, he smiled in his sleep, and all the strength went out of my arm so that I could not strike. And then before I grew strong again, the spook of the old English woman came and hit me in the back, and I ran away." If a look could have blasted a human being, Yancey would assuredly have been blasted then. The man's cowardice maddened Jess, but whilst she still choked with wrath, a duiker buck, which had come down from its stony home to feed upon the rose bushes, suddenly sprang with a crash, almost from their feet, passing away like a grey gleam into the utter darkness. Jess started, then recovered herself, guessing what it was, but the miserable Hottentot, overcome with terror, fell upon the ground, groaning out that it was the spook of the old Englishwoman. He had dropped the knife as he fell, and Jess, seeing the imminent peril in which they were placed, knelt down, found it, and hissed into his ear that if he were not quiet she would kill him. This pacified him a little, but no earthly power could persuade him to enter the tent again. What was to be done? What could she do? For 2 minutes or more she buried her face in her wet hands and thought wildly and despairingly. Then a dark and dreadful determination entered her mind. The man Muller should not escape. Bessie should not be sacrificed to him. Rather than that, she would do the deed herself. Without a word, she rose, animated by the tragic agony of her purpose and the force of her despair, and glided towards the tent, the great knife in her hand. Now, all too soon she was inside of it, and stood for a second to allow her eyes to grow accustomed to the light. Presently she began to see first the outline of the bed, then the outline of the manly form stretched upon it, then both bed and man distinctly. Yancey had said that he was sleeping like a child. He might have been. Now he was not. On the contrary, his face was convulsed like the face of one in an extremity of fear, and great beads of sweat stood upon his brow. It was as though he knew his danger, and yet was utterly powerless to avoid it. He lay upon his back. One heavy arm, his left, hung over the side of the bed, the knuckles of the hand resting on the ground. The other was thrown back, and his head was pillowed upon it. The clothing had slipped away from his throat and massive chest, which were quite bare. Jess stood and gazed. "For Bessie's sake, for Bessie's sake," she murmured. Then, impelled by a force that seemed to move of itself, she crept slowly to the right-hand side of the bed. At this moment Muller awoke, and his opening eyes fell full upon her face. Whatever his dream had been, what he now saw was far more terrible, for bending over him was the ghost of the woman he had murdered in the Vaal. There she was, risen from her river grave, torn, dishevelled, water yet dripping from her hands and hair. Those sunken marble cheeks, those dreadful flaming eyes could belong to no human being, but only to his spirit. It was the spirit of Jess Croft, of the woman whom he had slain, come back to tell him that there was a living vengeance and a hell. Their eyes met, and no creature will ever know the agony of terror that he tasted of before the end came. She saw his face sink in and turn ashen grey while the cold sweat ran from every pore. He was awake, but fear paralyzed him. He could not speak or move. He was awake, and she could hesitate no more. He must have seen the flash of the falling steel, and Jess was outside the tent again, the red knife in her hand. She flung the accursed thing from her. That shriek must have awakened every soul within a mile. Already she could faintly hear the stir of men down by the wagon, and the patter of the feet of Yancey running for his life. Then she, too, turned and fled straight up the hill. She knew not whither, she cared not where. None saw her or followed her. The hunt had broken away to the left after Yancey. Her heart was lead, and her brain a rocking sea of fire, whilst before, around her, and behind her, yelled all the conscience-created furies that run murder to his lair. On she flew, one sight only before her eyes, one sound only in her ears, on over the hill, far into the rain and the night. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tanta, Coetzee to the rescue. After Jess had been set free by the Boers outside Hans Coetzee's place, John was sharply ordered to dismount and off-saddle his horse. This he did with the best grace that he could muster, and the horse was knee-haltered and let loose to feed. It was then indicated to him that he was to enter the house, and this he also did, closely attended by 2 of the Boers. The room into which he was conducted was the same that he had first become acquainted with on the occasion of the buck hunt that had so nearly ended in his murder. There was the buckenhout table, and there were the stools and couches made of stinkwood. Also, in the biggest chair at the other end of the room, a moderate-sized slop basin full of coffee by her side, sat Tanta Coetzee, still actively employed in doing absolutely nothing. There, too, were the showily dressed maidens. There was the sardonic lover of one of them, and all the posse of young men with rifles. The sitcomer and its characteristics were quite unchanged, and on entering it John felt inclined to rub his eyes and wonder whether the events of the last few months had been nothing but a dream. The only thing that had changed was his welcome. Evidently he was not expected to shake hands all round on the present occasion. Fallen indeed would that Boer have been considered who, within a few days of Majuba, offered to shake hands with a wretched English Ruabachi, picked up like a lame buck on the veldt. At the least he would have kept the ceremony for private celebration, if only out of respect to the feelings of others. On this occasion John's entry was received in icy silence. The old woman did not deign to look up. The young ones shrugged their shoulders and turned their backs, as though they had suddenly seen something that was not nice. Only the countenance of the sardonic lover softened to a grin. John walked to the end of the room, where there was a vacant chair, and stood by it. "Have I your permission to sit down, ma'am?" he said at last, in a loud tone, addressing the old lady. "Dear Lord," said the old lady to the man next to her, "what a voice the poor creature has! It is like a bull's. What does he say?" The man explained. "The floor is the right place for Englishmen and Kaffirs," said the old lady, "but, after all, he is a man, and perhaps sore with riding. Englishmen always get sore when they try to ride." Then, with startling energy, she shouted out, "Sit! I will show the Ruabachi that he is not the only one with a voice," she added by way of explanation. A subdued sniggle followed this sally of wit, during which John took his seat with such native grace as he could command, which at the moment was not much. "Dear me," she went on presently, for she was a bit of a humorist, "he looks very dirty and pale, doesn't he? I suppose the poor thing has been hiding in the ant-bear holes, with nothing to eat. I'm told that up in the Drakensberg yonder, the ant-bear holes are full of Englishmen. They had rather starve in them than come out, for fear lest they should meet a Boer." This provoked another snigger, and then the young ladies took up the ball. "Are you hungry, Ruabachi?" asked one in English. John was boiling with fury, but he was also starving, so he answered that he was. Tie his hands behind him, and let us see if he can catch in his mouth like a dog, suggested a gentle youth. No, no, make him eat pap with a wooden spoon like a Kaffir, said another. I will feed him if you have a very long spoon. Here again was legitimate cause for merriment, but in the end matters were compromised by a lump of biltong and a piece of bread being thrown to John from the other end of the room. He caught them and began to eat, trying to conceal his ravenous hunger as much as possible from the circle of onlookers who clustered round to watch the operation. Careless, said the old lady to the sardonic affianced of her daughter, there are 3,000 men in the British Army. Yes, my aunt. There are 3,000 men in the British Army, she repeated, looking round angrily, as though somebody had questioned the truth of her statement. I tell you that my grandfather's brother was at Cape Town in the time of Governor Smith, and he counted the whole British Army, and there were 3,000 of them. That is so, my aunt, answered Carolus. Then why did you contradict me, Carolus? I did not intend to, my aunt. I should hope not, Carolus. It would vex the dear Lord to see a boy with a squint. Carolus was slightly afflicted in this way. Contradict his future mother-in-law. Tell me how many Englishmen were killed at Lang's Neck. 900, replied Carolus promptly. And at Ingogo, 620, and at Majuba, 1,000. Then that makes 2,500 men. Yes, and the rest were finished at Bronker's Pruitt. Nephews, that Ruabachi there, pointing to John, is one of the last men left in the British Army. Most of her audience appeared to accept this argument as conclusive, but some mischievous spirit put it into the breast of the saturnine Carolus to contradict her, notwithstanding the lesson he had just received. That is not so, my aunt. There are many damned Englishmen still sneaking about the Neck, and also at Pretoria and Wackerstrom. I tell you it is a lie, said the old lady, raising her voice. They are only Kaffirs and camp followers. There were 3,000 men in the British Army, and now they are all killed except that Ruabachi. How dare you contradict your future mother-in-law, you dirty, squint-eyed, yellow-faced monkey? Take that. And before the unfortunate Carolus knew where he was, he received the slop basin with its contents full in the face. The bowl broke upon the bridge of his nose, and the coffee flew all about him, into his eyes and hair, down his throat and over his body, making such a spectacle of him as must have been seen to be appreciated. Ah, went on the old lady, much soothed and gratified by the eminent and startling success of her shot, never you say again that I don't know how to throw a basin of coffee. I haven't practiced at my Manhans for 30 years for nothing, I can tell you. Now you, Carolus, I've taught you not to contradict. Go and wash your face, and we will have supper. Carolus ventured no reply, and was led away by his betrothed, half-blinded and utterly subdued, while her sister set the table for the evening meal. When it was ready, the men sat down to meat, and the women waited on them. John was not asked to join them, but one of the girls threw him a boiled mealie cob, for which, being still very hungry, he was duly grateful, and afterwards he managed to secure a mutton bone and another bit of bread. When supper was over, some bottles of peach brandy were produced, and the Boers began to drink freely, and then it was that matters commenced to look dangerous for the Englishman. Suddenly one of the men remembered about the young fellow whom John had thrown backwards off the horse, and who was lying very sick in the next room, and suggested that measures of retaliation should be taken, which would undoubtedly have been done if the elderly Boer who had commanded the party had not interposed. This man was getting drunk like the others, but unfortunately for John he grew amiably drunk. Let him alone, he said, let him alone. We will send him to the commandant tomorrow. Frank Muller will know how to deal with him. John thought to himself that he certainly would. Now for myself, the man went on with a hiccup, I bear no malice. We have thrashed the British, and they have given up the country, so let bygones be bygones, I say. Almighty, yes, I'm not proud, not I. If an Englishman takes off his hat to me, I shall acknowledge it. This staved the fellows off for a while, but presently John's protector went away, and then the others became playful. They took their rifles and amused themselves with levelling them at him and making sham bets as to where they would hit him. John, seeing the emergency, backed his chair well into the corner of the wall and drew his revolver, which, fortunately for himself, he still had. If any man interferes with me, by God, I'll shoot him, he said in good English, which they did not fail to understand. Undoubtedly, as the evening went on, it was only the possession of this revolver and his evident determination to use it that saved his life. At last, things grew very bad indeed, so bad that John found it absolutely necessary to keep his eyes continually fixed, now on one and now on another, to prevent their putting a bullet through him unawares. He had twice appealed to the old woman, but she sat in her big chair with a sweet smile upon her fat face and refused to interfere. It is not every day that a Boer frau has the chance of seeing a real live English rubachi baited like an ant-bear on the flat. Presently, just as John, in desperation, was making up his mind to begin shooting right and left and take his chance of cutting his way out, the saturnine Carolus, whose temper had never recovered the bowl of coffee, and who was besides very drunk, rushed forward with an oath and dealt a tremendous blow at him with the butt end of his rifle. John dodged the blow, which fell upon the back of the chair and smashed it to bits, and in another second Carolus's gentle soul would have departed to a better sphere, had not the old frau, seeing that the game had gone beyond a joke, waddled down the room with marvellous activity and thrown herself between them. There, there, she said, cuffing right and left with her fat fists. Be off with you, everyone. I can't have this noise going on here. Come off, you all go, and get the horses into the stable. They will be right away by morning, if you trust them to the Kaffirs. Carolus collapsed, and the other men also hesitated and drew back, whereupon, following up her advantage, the old woman, to John's astonishment and relief, bundled the whole tribe of them bodily out of the front door. Now then, Rubachi, said the old lady briskly when they had gone, I like you because you are a brave man, and were not afraid when they mobbed you. Also, I don't want to have a mess made upon my floor here, or any noise or shooting. If those men come back and find you here, they will first get rather drunker and then kill you, so you'd better be off while you have the chance. And she pointed to the door. I really am much obliged to you, my aunt, said John, utterly astonished to find that she possessed a heart at all, and more or less had been playing a part throughout the evening. Oh, as to that, she said dryly, it would be a great pity to kill the last English Rubachi in the whole British army. They ought to keep you as a curiosity. Here, take a tot of brandy before you go. It is a wet night, and sometimes when you are clear of the Transvaal, and remember this business, remember too that you owe your life to Tanta Coetzee. But I would not have saved you, not I, if you had not been so plucky. I like a man to be a man, and not like that miserable monkey Carolus. There, be off. John poured out and swallowed half a tumblerful of the brandy, and in another moment he was outside the house, and had slipped off into the night. It was very dark and wet, for the rain clouds had covered up the moon, and he soon learned that any attempt to look for his horse would end in failure and probably in his recapture. The only thing to do was to get away on foot in the direction of Mo-Ifantien as quickly as he could, so off he went down the track across the veldt as fast as his stiff legs would take him. He had a 10-mile stretch before him, and with that cheerful acquiescence in circumstances over which he had no control, which was one of his characteristics, he set to work to make the best of it. For the first hour or so, all went well. Then, to his intense disgust, he discovered that he was off the track, a fact of which anybody who has ever had the pleasure of wandering along a so-called road on the African veldt on a dark night will scarcely be surprised. After wasting a quarter of an hour or more in a vain attempt to find the path, John struck out boldly for a dim mass that loomed in the distance, and which he took to be Moefantien Hill, and so it was, only instead of keeping to the left, where he would have arrived at the house, or rather where the house had stood, unwittingly he bore to the right, and thus went half round the hill before he found out his mistake. Nor would he have discovered it then had he not chanced in the mist and darkness to turn into the mouth of the great gorge known as Leuven Kloof, where once, months ago, he had had an interesting talk with Jess just before she went to Pretoria. It was whilst he was blundering and stumbling up this gorge that at length the rain ceased and the moon revealed herself, it being then nearly midnight. Her very first rays lit upon one of the extraordinary pillars of balanced boulders, and by it he recognized the locality. As may be imagined, strong man though he was, by this time John was quite exhausted. For nearly a week he had been travelling incessantly, and for the last 2 nights he had not only not slept, but also had endured much mental excitement and bodily peril. Were it not for the brandy that Tanta Coetzee gave him, he could never have tramped the 15 miles or so of ground which he had covered. Now he was quite broken down, and felt that the only thing which he could do, wet through as he was, would be to lie down somewhere, and sleep or die, as the case might be. Then it was that he remembered the little cave near the top of the kloof, the same from which Jess had watched the thunderstorm. He had visited it once with Bessie after their engagement, and she had told him that it was one of her sister's favourite haunts. If he could but reach the cave at any rate, he would find shelter and a dry place to lie in. It could not be more than 300 yards away, so he struggled on bravely through the wet grass and over the scattered boulders, till at last he came to the base of the huge column that had been shattered by the lightning before Jess's eyes. 30 paces more, and John was in the cave. With a sigh of utter exhaustion, he flung himself down upon the rocky floor, and almost instantly was buried in a profound sleep. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Jess by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The conclusion of the matter. When the rain ceased and the moon began to shine, Jess was still fleeing like a wild thing across the plain on the top of the mountain. She felt no sense of exhaustion now, or even of weariness. Her only idea was to get away, right away, somewhere where she could lose herself and nobody would ever see her again. Presently she reached the top of Leuven Kloof, and recognizing the spot in a bewildered way, she began to descend it. Here was a place where she might lie till she died, for no one ever came there, except now and again some wandering Kaffir herd. On she sprang from rock to rock, a wild and eerie figure, well in keeping with the solemn and titanic sadness of the place. Twice she fell, once right into the stream, but she took no heed. She did not even seem to feel it. At last she was at the bottom, now creeping like a black dot across the wide spaces of moonlight, and now swallowed up in the shadow. There before her gaped the mouth of the little cave. Her strength was leaving her at last, and she was fain to crawl into it, broken-hearted, crazed, and dying. "Oh, God forgive me, God forgive me," she moaned, as she sank upon the rocky floor. "Bessie, I sinned against you, but I've washed away my sin. I did it for you, Bessie, love, not for myself. I'd rather have died than kill him for myself. You will marry John now, and you will never, never know what I did for you. I'm going to die. I know that. I'm dying. Oh, if only I could see his face once more before I die. Before I die." Slowly the westering moonlight crept down the blackness of the rock. Now at last it peeped into the little cave and played upon John's sleeping face, lying within 6 feet of her. Her prayer had been granted. There was her lover by her side. With a start and a great sigh of doubt, she recognized him. Was it a vision? Was he dead? She dragged herself to him upon her hands and knees and listened for his breathing, if perchance he still breathed and was not a wraith. Then it came, strong and slow, the breath of a man in deep sleep. So he lived. Should she try to wake him? What for? To tell him she was a murderess, and then to let him see her die? For instinct told her that nature was exhausted, and she knew that she was certainly going fast. No, 100 times no. Only she put her hand into her breast, and drawing out the pass, on the back of which she had written her last message to him, she thrust it between his listless fingers. It should speak for her. Then she leant over him and watched his sleeping face, a very incarnation of infinite despairing tenderness and love that is deeper than the grave. And as she watched, gradually her feet and legs grew cold and numb, till at length she could feel nothing below her bosom. She was dead nearly to the heart. Well, it was better so. The rays of the moon faded slowly from the level of the little cave, and John's face grew dark, to her darkening sight. She bent down and kissed him once, twice, thrice. At last the end came. There was a great flashing of light before her eyes, and within her ears the roaring as of 1,000 seas, and her head sank gently on her lover's breast as on a pillow. And there Jess died, and passed upward towards the wider life and larger liberty, or at the least downward into the depths of rest. Poor, dark-eyed, deep-hearted Jess! This was the fruition of her love, and this her bridal bed. It was done. She had gone, taking with her the secret of her self-sacrifice and crime, and the night winds moaning amidst the rocks sang their requiem over her. Here she first had learned her love, and here she closed its book on earth. She might have been a great and a good woman. She might even have been a happy woman, but fate had ordained it otherwise. Women such as Jess are rarely happy in the world. It is not worldly wise to stake all one's fortune on a throw, and lack the craft to load the dice. Well, her troubles are done with. Think gently of her, and let her pass in peace. The hours grew on towards the evening, but John, the dead face of the woman he had loved, still pillowed on his breast, neither dreamed nor woke. There was a strange and dreadful irony in the situation, an irony which sometimes finds its counterpart in our waking life, but still the man slept, and the dead girl lay till the night turned into the morning, and the earth woke up as usual. The sunbeams slid into the cave, and played indifferently upon the ashen face and tangled curls, and on the broad chest of the living man, whereon they rested. An old baboon peeped round the rocky edge, and manifested no surprise, only indignation at the intrusion of humanity, dead or alive, into his dominions. Yes, the world woke up as usual, and recked not and troubled not because Jess was dead. It is so accustomed to such sights. At last John woke up also. He stretched his arms, yawning, and for the first time became aware of the weight upon his breast. He glanced down and saw dimly at first, then more clearly. There are some things into which it is wisest not to pry, and one of them is the first agony of a strong man's grief. Happy was it for John that his brain did not give way in that lonely hour of bottomless despair, but he lived through it, as we do live through such things, and was sane and sound after it, though it left its mark upon his life. 2 hours later, a gaunt, haggard figure stumbled down the hillside towards the site of Moeffontein, bearing something in his arms. The whole place was in commotion. Here and there were knots of Boers, talking excitedly, who, when they saw the man coming, hurried up to learn who it was and what he carried. But when they knew, they fell back awed and without a word, and John too passed through them without a word. For a moment he hesitated, seeing that the house was burnt down. Then he turned into the wagon shed and laid his burden down on the saw bench where Frank Muller had sat as judge upon the previous day. Now at last John spoke in a hoarse voice. "Where is the old man?" One of them pointed to the door of the little room. "Open it," he said so fiercely that again they fell back and obeyed him without a word. "John, John," cried Silas Croft, rising amazed from his seat upon a sack. "Thank God you have come back to us from the dead." And trembling with joy and surprise, he would have fallen on his neck. "Hush," he answered, "I have brought the dead with me." And he led him to where Jess lay. During the day all the Boers went away and left them alone. Now that Frank Muller lay dead, there was no thought among them of carrying out the sentence upon their old neighbour. Besides, there was no warrant for the execution, even had they desired so to do, for their commandant died leaving it unsigned. So they held an informal inquest upon their leader's body and buried him in the little graveyard that was walled in on the hillside at the back of where the house had stood, and planted with the 4 red gums, one at each corner. Rather than be at the pains of hollowing another grave, they buried him in the very place that he had caused to be dug to receive the body of Silas Croft. Who had murdered Frank Muller was and remains a mystery among them to this day. The knife was identified by natives about the farm as belonging to the Hottentot Yancey, and a Hottentot had been seen running away from the place of the deed and hunted for some way, but he could not be caught or heard of again. Therefore many of them are of the opinion that he is the guilty man. Others again believe that the crime rests upon the shoulders of the villainous one-eyed Kaffir, Hendrik, Muller's own servant, who had also vanished. But as they have never found either of them, and are not likely to do so, the point remains a moot one, nor indeed did they take any great pains to hunt for them. Frank Muller was not a popular character, and the fact of a man coming to a mysterious end does not produce any great sensation among a rough people in rough times. On the following day, old Silas Croft, Bessie, and John Neal also buried their dead in the little graveyard on the hillside, and there Jess lies, with some 10 feet of earth only between her and the man upon whom she was the instrument of vengeance. But they never knew this, or even guessed it. They never knew indeed that she had been near Mo Ifantian on that awful night. Nobody knew it except Yancey, and Yancey, haunted by the footfall of the pursuing Boers, was gone from the ken of the white man far into the heart of Central Africa. "John," said the old man when they had filled in the grave, "this is no country for Englishmen. Let us go home to England." John bowed his head in assent, for he could not speak. Fortunately, means were not wanting, although practically they were both ruined. The £1,000 that John had paid to Silas as the price of a third interest in the farm still lay to the credit of the latter in the Standard Bank and Newcastle in Natal, together with another £250 in cash. And so in due course they went. Now what more is there to tell? Jess, to those who read what has been written, as it is meant to be read, was the soul of it all, and Jess is dead. It is useless to set a lifeless thing upon its feet. Rather let us strive to follow the soarings of the spirit. Jess is dead, and her story at an end. So, but one word more. After some difficulty, John Neal, within 3 months of his arrival in England, obtained employment as a land agent to a large estate in Rutlandshire, which position he fills to this day, with credit to himself and such advantage to the property as can be expected in these times. Also in due course he became the beloved husband of sweet Bessie Croft, and on the whole he may be considered a happy man. At times, however, a sorrow overcomes him, of which his wife knows nothing, and for a while he is not himself. He is not a man much addicted to sentiment or speculation, but sometimes, when his day's work is done, and he strays to his garden gate and looks out at the dim and peaceful English landscape beyond and thence to the wide star-strewn heavens above, he wonders if the hour will ever come when once more he will see those dark and passionate eyes and hear that sweet, remembered voice. For John feels as near to his lost love now that she is dead as he felt while she was yet alive. From time to time, indeed, he seems to know without possibility of doubt that if, when death is done with, there should prove to be an individual future for us suffering mortals, as he for one believes. Certainly he will find Jess waiting to greet him at its gates. End of chapter 35. End of Jess by H. Rider Haggard.